stay with you forever, drag you around, bring you back to where you were. Some dreams keep on getting better. You gotta keep believing if you wanna know for sure. Oh, I can hear them playing. I can hear the ringing of a beat-up guitar. Oh, I can hear them singing. Keep on dreaming, even if it breaks your heart. Oh, I can hear them playing. I can hear the ringing of a beat-up guitar. Oh, I can hear them singing. Keep on dreaming, even if it breaks your heart. Keep on dreaming, even if it breaks your heart. Well, it was down some street we couldn't even pronounce. We were smoking a little from a half an ounce. Tequila was cheap, but the flow we were feeling was real. Neither one of us looking for three little words, unless those three words were do not disturb. Checkout was supposed to be noon, but we slept until 3. She kept the hotel key, slipped it in her purse, I guess. It makes her think of me. And that night we left our hearts on the sleeves of the clothes all over the floor. We both know we can't open that door no more, but she kept the hotel key. Well, I can still see her on the bed, sitting Indian style, with my t-shirt on and a half-drunk smile. She talked about Austin and how she'd get back there someday. I had the curtains wide open and a song on my phone. We danced by the TV we never turned on, and wondered would anyone miss us if we ran away. But this isn't one of those stories that ends up that way. No. She kept the hotel key, slipped it in her purse, I guess. It makes her think of me. And that night we left our hearts on the sleeves of our clothes all over the floor. We both know we can't open the door no more, but she kept the hotel key. Yeah. We left the lights, we left the crowd, we left the world and locked it out. She left a picture in my head, she left the night I can't forget. But she kept the hotel key, slipped it in her purse, I guess. It makes her think of me. And that night we left our hearts on the sleeves of the clothes all over the floor. We both know we can't open the door no more, but she kept the hotel key. Yeah, she kept it. She kept the hotel key, slipped it in her purse, I guess. It makes her think of me. And that night we left our hearts on the sleeves of the clothes all over the floor. We both know we can't open the door no more, but she kept the hotel key. Yeah, she kept it. She kept the hotel key. She kept the hotel key.
You know, well, I'm a chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio. Well, I was raised up beneath the shade of a Georgia pine, and that's home, you know. Sweet tea, pecan pie, homemade wine, where the peaches grow. And my house, it's not much to talk about, but it's filled when love is grown in southern ground, and a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. It's funny how it's the little things in life that mean the most. Not where you live, what you drive, or the price tag on your clothes. There's no dollar sign on a piece.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, our programming will begin in the main tent. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, programming will begin in the main tent. Thank you.
Cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. I thank God for my life, and for the stars and stripes. May freedom forever fly. Let it ring. Salute the ones who died, the ones that give their lives so we don't have to sacrifice all the things we love, like our chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of a precious child, and know a mother's love. It's a little chicken fried and cold beer on a Friday night, a pair of jeans that fit just right, and the radio up. I like to see the sunrise, see the love in my woman's eyes, feel the touch of my precious child, and know a mother's love. Nashville, country nights, Detroit, Rock City Lights, Arizona, California, Texas desert, Green Bay blizzard, Indiana, Louisiana. I've rolled 5 miles just to feel your smile. Girl, I wanna touch you while I kiss your lipstick. Around the bend, down the road, I'm in, out of the cold, itching to get my fix and kiss your lipstick. but a Chi-town, Dakota, Badlands, the heart of the heartland. Way up above Dixie, Boston, Jersey, New York City, Spokane to Denver, across the plains, hills of Virginia, coast to Maine. I've rode a lot of miles just to feel your smile. Girl, I wanna touch you while I kiss your lipstick. Round the bend, down the road, I'm in out of the cold, itching to get my fix and kiss your lipstick. Georgia peaches, Florida's beaches, a million dots on the map, but there's only one that brings me back. I've rode a lot of miles just to feel your smile. Girl, I wanna touch you while I kiss your lipstick. Round the bend, down the road, I'm in and out of the cold, itching to get my fix and kiss your lipstick. Past our exit 5 ago, 4 lanes to county roads, playlist lighting up the dark, 808s and pounding hearts. Don't tell nobody where we're going, just you and me in the headlights glowing. Girl, don't you know I got the key to your heart in my car? Let's go far. Lost in the middle of nowhere, where there's no cares, me and you out there all alone. Moonlight shining, county riding, not one bar on our phones, counting the white lines till they blur by, till there's gravel on the ground. They won't find us if we don't wanna be found. Lost in the middle of nowhere. Oh, lost in the middle of nowhere.
Static building up in here. Where you take me, I don't care. The further we get, the closer we are. Blurring the lines under midnight stars. Won't tell nobody where we're going, just you and me in the headlights glowing. Yeah, boy, you know you got the key to my heart, and your car take me far.
Lost in the middle of nowhere, where there's no cares, me and you out here all alone. Moonlight shining, county riding, not one bar on our phones, counting the white lines as they blur by, till there's gravel on the ground. They won't find us if we don't wanna be found. Lost in the middle of nowhere. Lost in the middle of nowhere. We're young and the highway goes on forever. Come on, girl, no time to waste. It's now or never. We're young and the highway goes on forever and ever and ever. Lost in the middle of nowhere, where there's no cares, me and you out here all alone. Moonlight shining, county
Ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Thank you.
As the world just fades away, got a paycheck in the pocket, about to get it all gone. Light it up like a rocket. We're going all night long. Everybody sing. I love it when the sun goes down, stars come out. It's can you feel it? When I take it by the hand, dancing on my pass it around, round, round. It was so high, we could paint the sky, take the top right off the ceiling. And I swear we're never ever coming down, never coming down. Oh yeah, so now can you feel it? Never coming down. Well, the band's on fire and the beer's ice cold. We're going down to the wire, then we'll all go rolling home. And maybe we'll keep it going till we see that sun coming up. Right here, right now, I wanna see you move and hear you sing it out loud. When the sun goes down, stars come out. It's can you feel it? When I take it by the hand, dancing on my pass it around, round, round. It was so high, we could paint the sky, take the top right off the ceiling. And I swear we're never ever coming down, down, never coming down. Oh yeah, so now can you feel it? Never, ever, never coming down. Oh yeah, tell me now, can you feel it? Dance, baby, don't stop now. Dance, baby, don't stop now. I say, oh now, oh now, oh now, oh now. Dance, baby. I say, oh now, oh now, oh now, oh now. Wait a minute, baby, tell me one more time. She say that, oh now, oh now, oh now, oh now. Dance, baby. Oh now, oh now, oh now, oh now. When the sun goes down, stars come out. It's can you feel it? Take it by the hand, dancing on my pass it around, round. It was so high, we could paint the sky, but the love right now we're feeling. And I swear we're never ever coming down, never coming down. Oh yeah, tell me now, can you feel it? Never coming down.
That there is no alternative way so far discovered of improving the lot of the ordinary people that can hold a candle to the productive activities that are unleashed by a free enterprise citizen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the MC for the Freer Future Festival, Miriam Issa.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Miriam Issa. I am honored to be your MC, and welcome to the Students for Liberty Freer Future Fest. And I just want to tell everyone in this room right now, and everyone watching on the internet as we are live streaming on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Freer Future Fest website, God damn it, we made it. Holy crap. It's been a rough few months. It's been a rough few years. There's COVID, there's lockdowns, there's all of the protests, the racial reckoning, the political crises, a stagnant Congress. We have political crises here in our homeland, abroad as well, and all of the personal crises that we don't know that you are also grappling with right now, because the last 18 months sure brought a lot up to the surface. So I want to welcome everyone here, because the conversations that we all get to engage with today will be the smartest conversations you will have all year long, the most stimulating, sometimes the most ridiculous, but they will be the ones that make your brains hurt in a good way. That is why we are here. Thank you. Can you tell I'm legitimately super excited to spend the day with you? So this isn't even a real microphone, so I don't know why I'm moving it around. I'm curious to know who lives in Nashville, who's a local, raise your hand. All right, we got some locals. Y'all gotta let me know later where to eat the hot chicken. Okay, who lives in Tennessee but not in Nashville? Who came from other parts? You right there. All right, where do you live? I couldn't hear that, but I hope the rest of you did. All right, who came from a different states in the US of A? Oh my God, that's almost everybody. Amazing. Did anyone actually fly here internationally? Who crossed borders in the middle of a pandemic to be here? Raise your hands. Thank you. And again, those of you on the internet, let us know in the comment section where all of you are coming from. A lot is at stake. That is why we showed up today. So thank you everyone for being here. And now I want to bring up to the stage the man who made this possible. This is the man who is leading the incredible organization that is Students for Liberty. Can we please bring up the CEO, Dr. Wolf von Lahr.
Thank you.
Every time it rains, it rains.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Freer Future Fest. I'm really grateful to be here. It's fantastic weather. We have a very cool venue. Who of you has ever been in a baseball stadium for a conference? One person, two people. I mean, that's pretty good. And we have comedians, we have music, we have great speakers, and we're in a fantastic city. So I couldn't be more excited to be addressing all of you. And I want to thank all of the sponsors and the speakers for making this possible. And I want to thank you, of course, all of the staff of Students for Liberty, because this has been in planning for years. Yes, there was COVID, we had to cancel events, but now we are finally here. And I also want to thank the board of directors. We have Sloan Frost here. Say hi to everyone, Sloan. And there was like a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but finally here we are, and I'm sure you will have a blast. And I want to especially thank the sponsors, and specifically the Objective Standard Institute, with whom we have been working over the last years, not only here in the United States, but internationally, to share rational philosophy. And I also want to thank Reason, Concerns, Veterans for America, EdChoice, People United for Privacy, and FIRE. But last but not least, I would also really like to say thank you to my fantastic wife, Sophie, because she is working tirelessly to make me a better leader, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, my heart. But now we are all here to overcome what is eroding the American dream. The culture war is killing us from the inside out. The culture war, to just define my terms, is the phenomenon that politics becomes increasingly about morality, religion, and culture instead of politics and the ramifications of these policies. It is about who is evil and who is righteous. And you cannot keep peace in a society when people believe that things are done to them because of the evil intentions of others. Them versus us mentality is utterly destructive. But we have to realize it's also very lucrative. Red meat sells. Triggering the lips sells. Provoking conservatives sells. And along the way of doing this, we have lost sight of the real problem. The real problem is government's never-ending appetite to eat up parts of all of our lives. The culture war wants you to believe that everything is fine only if your team is in power, and that everything goes to hell if the other party is in power. And the culture war is fueling authoritarianism and big government. We saw it with Trump and in his often unhinged rhetoric that frequently threatened the rule of law as well as the separation of powers. But we also see Biden right now, where he is trying to force vaccinate over 100 million people without even talking to Congress. That is government unchecked. And it doesn't matter how much you like the policies of any parties here in this country or around the world. We need to be deeply concerned about the abuse of power from either side, independent where we feel our alliances are. Because both the left and the right act against our interest, against the interest of the majority. Both sides crank up the printing presses, which leads to widespread inequality and stealing away the savings of billions of people. As a matter of fact, there's over 2 billion people right now on this planet that live in two-digit inflation or more. And it can happen here as well. Both sides want to rule over your life because they know what's best for you. Both sides want you to be subject yourself to the decree of their own ideas instead of acting on your own. Politics has become a blood sport. It is not about winning anymore. It is about destroying the so-called enemy, the other, the Republican, the Democrat, the Green, the Libertarian. And data shows that. There's actually evidence that right now, out-party hate is more important than in-party love. People identify more about what they hate instead of what they have in common, even in politics. That is a recipe for disaster. This is the actual road taken by Hitler's Germany, Chavez's Venezuela, and Putin's Russia. So, may I ask you, is the land of the free walking down a similar path? I do believe, and Students for Liberty believes, that it can be avoided. But we do have to rise above partisan politics. We need to stop identifying so strongly with either side and realize it's not about left versus right. It is about the fight against authority versus liberty. Thank you. We have to realize that the culture war does not allow for the very age-old and very wise dictum of live and let live. So we need to break out of these identitarian strongholds that politics has over us and talk to one another peacefully, respectfully, and with an open mind and heart. And it truly is possible. Some of you probably know a lot about the history of the founding of this country, but one of the most strong political feuds that we had was Thomas Jefferson against Samuel Adams. They were at each other's throat politically for quite a long time. But did you know that Thomas Jefferson actually has a bust of Samuel Adams in his home in Monticello? That is because he really appreciated his opponent. And now it's time for us to do the same. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to put a bust of Tucker Carlson or Nancy Pelosi in your home. But we can do something similar. We can potentially like or follow somebody on YouTube or Twitter who is a leftist or who is a right-winger that we don't agree with. Another thing that we can do, and we can do it, we don't have to look for the government, is that we can just consume less media. Because the media is making money. Thank you, yes. it's good to be informed, and there's many ways to be informed, but often media is just fueled by hatred and trying to fuel also disgust against the others, and they're making money with it. As I've mentioned, it sells. But also consume ideas from people that you normally disagree with. Diversify your information stream. We are now a generation that has more information at our fingertips than anyone before in humankind. But it's so hard to decipher what's true from what is false, and it's so easy to just consume what we already believe. But if we are diversifying our information stream, I think we will be more educated citizens and can make better decisions for ourselves, for our families, for our communities. So please, everyone, and I think you're here because of that, choose kindness and compassion and focus how all of us want the same things, independent what party we're voting for or what ideas we believe in. We want prosperity for our families, we want safety for us, we want to live in peace. So let's focus on that instead of all of the things that make us different. And these are the things that we can do today. We don't need to wait for the politicians to save us. We can choose to live and let live. Thank you. And this is what we're doing here at Students for Liberty with our Not My Culture War campaign. Right now, we are spreading these ideas to hundreds of different colleges this fall semester alone, where we share the message of like, hey, silent majority, let's talk about the ideas respectfully without it being each other's throat all the time. We're just advocating for a simple message about live and let live. And there's no other way of us not being able to do it, because Students for Liberty right now is in 114 countries. We have students who are in authoritarian dictatorships. We have students who have seen what hatred leads to, where people argue against one another and don't respect one another anymore, don't talk to one another anymore, because that paves the way to authority, to dictatorships. But our students are focusing on taking actions and not pointing fingers. So let me share with you what our student volunteers that we have in all of these countries here in the United States, but all around the world are doing. Last year alone, our students have organized an incredible 2,571 events with over 600,000 people. And we have done it in Afghanistan, we have done it in Venezuela, we have done it in the DRC, and we even have done it in California. So we have built a worldwide movement that spreads peace, love, and liberty. And thus, we don't want to focus on just all of us, like how we are different, but what we have in common. Yes, our volunteers look differently, they speak different languages, and have entirely different life experiences. However, all of us understand that we don't need a culture war. Instead, we need to focus on building a culture of compassion and tolerance that the liberty movement is truly built on. We focus on the ideas that advocate for a tolerant and free society, as advocated by thinkers like Hayek, Tocqueville, or Rand. So let me just cite Ludwig von Mises on this point. He said very eloquently, "A free man must be able to endure it when his fellow men act and live otherwise than he considers proper. He must free himself from the habit, just as soon as something does not please him, of calling for the police, calling for the state, calling for authority." We can take personal responsibility. If we're offended, fine, we're offended. But then we can still try to understand where the other person is coming from. So please, let's not give in to authority and ask government to deal with all of our quibbles, and instead build relationships and take actions for ourselves. And I know many of you do this every single day, representing other organizations, representing your community, taking action as volunteers for Students for Liberty, and so much more. And I'm truly grateful for all of the work that you're doing. And I'm grateful for the people who are watching this, and the thousands of people who are watching on Twitch and Twitter and YouTube and all the other platforms, because it shows me that there is a potential for a freer future, but it has to start with us. So thank you for being part of this movement who wants to overcome partisanship and focus on the battle of the minds instead of the hatred of one another. Thank you so much for being here, and enjoy yourselves in the stadium. Thank you.
Aloha, everyone. Ooh, this is business attire in Hawaii, where I'm from. So, my name is Lee Schooland. I'm here to introduce you to the next thing you're going to see is action art piece by Ai Weiwei. Some of you probably have heard about him. He's a Chinese, about 6 months older than me. We both survivors of communist dictatorship. So we are all fighting for freedom and liberty from different perspectives. But when Weiwei told me at the beginning of this year, the city of London wanted to revitalize the culture and the business, wanted to have an art project. And they invited Weiwei because his popularity and fame. And so Weiwei agreed, and then he proposed this project called Send a Postcard to Political Prisoners. And the city of London said, no, we don't want this kind of project, art piece. So at the same time, Weiwei and I both thought it will be perfect project for Students for Liberty, because it's not only we have the same agenda fighting for peace and liberty and love, also will be great for the students to have the experience something really making a big impact in the world, not just sitting there and listen to a lecture, but involved into an art piece will last forever. So I proposed to Wolf and other board members. Everybody loved the idea. So that's how we started. Another reason for me, close to my heart, is my father was a political prisoner in China when I was 9 years old. And my little brother and I, when we go out to play on the street, other people will bully us, throw rock at us, spit on us, because we're political prisoners' kids. They will call us names. And that's how we grown up. Then we suffered more because my father was a political prisoner many, many years after that. And also, another reason I'm really into this project is 4 years ago, I was in Afghanistan, attended their first and only Student for Liberty event as a speaker. And now I can just only imagine how many of the participants and the speakers at that conference will become political prisoners under the Taliban. Every day I get people sending me messages, calling out, please, Lee, help us get out. And I can't. I'm just a one person. I do whatever I can and contact different organizations, but only few could get out. And still a lot still there, living in fears. And so that's why I think this is a very profound project. Let me show a short Instagram video about this project.
First, we have to talk about what is liberty. Liberty is not something commonly being described as something you can have it. Also, liberty is not secured. My understanding, liberty is from a constant struggle. It's a demanding of personal understanding on higher stage of human mind. So in that case, we will never have liberty if we don't really to be personally involved and to act on defending those very essential rights, very essential rights, such as humanity, human rights, freedom of expression. As we all know, without those very basic human rights, the liberty is only empty words. Commonly, we would say, okay, we are living in a liberal world, which is only half true. If we do live in a more liberal world, that only means many people have risked their life and made struggles and established the principles to defending those rights. And today, not only in authoritarian state, the liberty and the human rights has been violated and has been restrained by the state. But also in the West, in so-called liberal society or free society, liberty still is horribly being misinterpreted. Also, human rights has been neglected, and the freedom of speech also has been interpreted as has no meaning. Basically, the education and the mainstream media trying to teach people to say you do have the liberty, which probably is the biggest lie. You will never have a liberty if you do not really struggle for the meaning and for the principle. So therefore, I think I encourage all the young people who would act to make a small act, very basic act in protecting human condition and in defending individual rights and freedom of expression. And I think only by doing that, we may have a so-called future. But do not forget, the future is now. Defending human rights, defending freedom of expression. Also, we have to pay attention. A lot of people who is fighting for human rights are become political prisoners. And those people has been put in jail, some serving sentence for years, some may serving sentence for life. So I think I encourage all young people can act to send a postcard to those people in the jail because they are prisoners of a conscience, to tell them we do care and we are defending the same value as they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ai Weiwei. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Wolf, for your impassioned words and for reminding us of why we are here. Because human rights are at stake. Many of us are refugees here. Democracy is at stake and liberty is at stake. Now, a little housekeeping note, we must stay hydrated. So if you are thirsty, there are free bottles of water at the SFL booth outside, and there are water fountains available all day long at the expo hall. Now, I'm gonna go off script for a second, because I want to remind us that this is the point in the conference when we start to dial things up. You're about to start seeing a lot of heat on stage. We're going to get to watch some really amazing debates, some really amazing conversations. And some people are going to say things that you wholeheartedly agree with. And then other people are going to say things that make you feel a little tension in your body. And I want to remind you that the part that is easy is showing up at a conference and finding the people that you already agree with. That part's easy. That's not why you are here. In fact, what is most compelling about you all is that you, this movement, is the one community in the world that when you see conflict, when you experience cognitive dissonance, unlike everywhere else on the internet and unlike every other living room in America, you all lean in. And you ask questions. You engage with people with whom you disagree. You do it passionately, but you do it respectfully, civilly, and you do it with empathy. Because we know that that's how we grow. And if we want to influence minds and hearts, you must engage. So also, let me explain who the heck I am, in case you're wondering who is the girl on stage emceeing in the inappropriately short dress. So 2 years ago, I came to LibertyCon. I had no idea what a libertarian was. I am Cuban Lebanese from Miami. I grew up in a mostly Trump supporting, all right, raise your hand, raise the roof. All right, I grew up in a mostly Trump supporting, very conservative household in Miami because I am Cuban and that is part of the Cuban DNA. But I also live in Los Angeles, literally the epicenter of progressive politics in the US. Out there, it is all Bernie supporters and overpriced avocado toast. So I, like you, straddle multiple identities and multiple worldviews because my identity is messy and so is yours. You all here are a mosaic of beliefs and sometimes they are contradictory and that is beautiful. So my mother kept saying, "Mijita, you need to see Gloria Alvarez on YouTube. She is wonderful." And I kept thinking, what does an 80-year-old know about YouTubers? Finally, in December of 2018, I finally watched Gloria Alvarez, who's right over there. And I am blown away by this woman. Yes. Te adoro. She's sitting right next to my brother, who I'm so excited is joining me. He's the one that looks like the homeless cave dweller over there. Raise your hand. So I finally start watching Gloria Alvarez's videos and I realize my 100-year-old mother is absolutely right. This woman is brilliant. And when she talks about democracy, we must listen. So at the time, I am an entertainment news reporter for E! News. And I'm like, what am I doing with my career talking about the Kardashians when I am the daughter of refugees and I should be talking about democracy? So I see on her Twitter that she's gonna speak at something called LibertyCon. I buy a flight to DC to see what the heck this is, and then I fell in love with all of you. A, because I agreed with a whole lot of what y'all had to say. But more importantly, because when I didn't disagree, you all had the audacity to lean in and engage with me. I thought you all were going to say, who's the registered Democrat from California who works at E? Someone call security. And you didn't. You said, let's sit at the same table and discuss ideas. So thank you for changing me. And now I get to have the privilege of being your MC 2 years later. So thank you, Gloria, and thank you everyone here and everyone on the live stream for changing my life. Thank you. Now on with the show. Our next speaker is the Director of Education and Development at the Objective Standard Institute. He's going to give a talk on Ayn Rand and the future of freedom. Please welcome to the stage, Craig Biddle.
Oh, I've got my mic on here. We plugged in. Thank you, Miriam, very much. Because I am here to talk about Ayn Rand's ideas, you all and everyone already agrees with what I'm going to say, so that's pretty simple. Yeah, so Ayn Rand is talk about some heat on the stage. Ayn Rand's a controversial thinker, and she brings some really interesting and I think correct ideas to the issue of freedom, and I want to talk about some of those today. I think it's pretty clear that the effort to make economic and historic arguments in favor of liberty has not gone well for us as sort of the primary or sole thing that we do in the liberty movement. So ever since Adam Smith, economists have been able to explain pretty clearly how it is that free markets help to deliver the goods and help to rise the standard of living of everyone. Historic arguments, if we look back and you say, well, look, you know, socialism doesn't work, right? It leads to mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. We can see this in history. You know, we have petri dishes such as East Berlin and West Berlin. We have North Korea and South Korea. We have the USSR and the United States. We've got all sorts of historic examples to show us that socialism or statism more broadly leads to human suffering, misery, and death. Yet today, I think just a few days ago in Berlin, they passed a law to nationalize properties, housing units of big corporations. In South America, we have Venezuela converting. This is the land with the most natural resources probably on the planet, and it's now poverty-stricken. Why? Because it's decided to try socialism again, as if the historic record doesn't show us that this is a bad idea. And in the United States, we have people advocating socialism once again here in the land of liberty that became the most prosperous place in the history of the world, precisely because of the freedom that the founding fathers instilled here. So the idea of trying to argue that, look, the economics of a free market shows that this is better, or look, history tells us that that socialism doesn't work. These are important facts, but they are insufficient if we want to defend liberty. We need more than economic and historic arguments. We need moral and philosophic arguments. We need moral and philosophic arguments. And the reason we know that we need those is because when we look at the advocates of socialism and statism, they are winning precisely because they are using moral and philosophic arguments. They're not good arguments, they're bad arguments, but they are using moral arguments. They're saying, what about the poor? What about the students? What about the children? It's all some consequence to people who are not having the same opportunities or the same amount of wealth as other people. And that lever helps them to become the spokespeople for the next generation, right? Because the young kids coming up who are starting to try to figure out what matters to them in this world, they're concerned about right and wrong. They're not concerned about economics for the most part, and they don't know anything about history for the most part, but they are concerned about what's right and wrong. So Ayn Rand, in my view, brings to the table for people who want to advocate liberty some really important tools. And I want to talk about 3 of them today. I'm going to move pretty quickly through 3 things that Ayn Rand has done some really important thinking on that I urge people to look further into if you haven't. And they are rights, so individual rights, the nature of rights, morality, specifically the difference between traditional morality, altruism, the idea that you should being moral consistent, self-sacrificially serving others, as against her view of morality, which is that being moral consistent, pursuing your values, and respecting the rights of others to do the same. Very different moral codes. And then also at the more fundamental level, our means of knowledge. How do we know any of this? What is our means of knowledge? And Rand has really important material on all of this. We'll start with rights. Traditionally, it's held that rights come either from God or from government, or in the better efforts to sort of understand what rights are and why we have them, they come somehow from nature. But in the history of the thinking on rights, natural rights ultimately were grounded in what's called natural moral law. Natural moral law. And this is spoken of by Locke. It's also spoken of by the founders. And what they mean by natural moral law is a law that comes from God. So this is not really natural moral law. It's supernatural moral law. It comes from supernature. That's where it comes from, right? That's the idea. So the idea that rights come from God, even if you try to ground that in so-called natural moral law, unless you can specify the natural moral law in a way that actually comes from nature rather than supernature, you're still just dealing with God-given rights. The rights come from God ultimately. So that brings us down to there only being, at least, there basically being 2 alternatives. Either rights come from God and then they're objective somehow, or they come from government, which means, well, governments can do whatever they want. They pass a law, those are your rights, okay? This is a bad set of alternatives. The idea that rights come from God is really unhelpful because in order to prove that you have rights, if they come from God, what do you first have to prove? That God exists, right? And since no one's ever proven this, and no one's ever even put forth evidence, the idea of evidence for God would obviate the need of faith, right? If you had evidence, there would just be, oh, well, here's the evidence for his existence. We don't need faith anymore. The reason religions hold on to faith is precisely because there is no evidence for God, yet they want people to believe in God. So faith is the way that you do that. Faith is precisely the acceptance of ideas in the absence of evidence. So since there's no evidence for the existence of God, and there's therefore no way to demonstrate that you have rights that come from God, that's a really weak founding for rights. In fact, it's a non-founding for rights. It's not going to serve our purposes. And this is why people have mocked rights throughout history. You know, Jeremy Bentham has called right nonsense upon stilts. And Alistair McIntyre says rights are one with witches and unicorns because there's an equal amount of evidence to support the existence of them, right? So then the other idea that a lot of people embrace is, well, rights just come from government, which I mentioned. But that's to equate rights with laws, right? Laws are what the government says you may and may not do. Rights, the whole purpose of the concept of rights is it's supposed to be something that precedes government, that precedes law, that exists before those things do, so that it can inform us about what laws should be passed. So it's more fundamental. It's a moral issue. That's why we have the 2 different concepts. Otherwise, we would just have the concept of law and there would be no concept of rights. Rand comes along and sees this chaos in rights theory, and she comes up with a theory of rights that is grounded not in supernatural law, but in the factual requirements of human life. The laws of causality and the laws of identity. We are a certain kind of being. We're a being that survives by means of our rational faculty. That's, you know, birds survive by flight. Other animals have their means of survival. We survive by using our reasoning mind. And Rand developed a whole theory of rights, which is based on this fact. And here's the fact. It's pretty straightforward, although it took a genius to figure this stuff out. I can state it to you pretty straightforwardly. The principle of rights, okay, it's a principle, it's an abstraction, so you're not going to go find it out there. It's not under a rock, and it's not in here. You can't cut me open and find it. It's a principle. The principle of rights is the recognition of the fact, now the fact is out there, of the fact that human beings live by means of reason. That's their fundamental means of understanding the world and identifying their values and pursuing their values. Therefore, in order to live as human beings, they must be free to act on that means of knowledge. It's the recognition of the fact that in order for human beings to live as human beings, they must be free to act on their means of living, their fundamental means of living, their reasoning mind. There you have the essence of Ayn Rand's approach to rights. She's just saying we're a certain kind of animal. That's the nature of what we are. By our very nature, we live that way. And if you if you strap me to a tree, I can't act on my judgment. I'm going to die. If you put a gun to my head, I can't act on put me in a concentration camp, I can't act on my judgment, and so forth. If you take my property from me, I can't act on my judgment because now I can't use my property the way I plan to use it. All of the degrees of force are simply versions of the same thing. So the principle of rights says because people can't live as human beings when you do that, we have to extract that thing from social relationships. Got to get rid of it. So this is Rand's theory of rights. And I urge you, if you're not familiar with her theory, to read up on it. Read her essay, Man's Rights, and her other essay, Collectivized Rights, and another essay, The Nature of Government. Between those three essays from Rand, they're all available in Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, and at least two of them are also available in The Virtue of Selfishness, two of her books. So one of the things that I think Rand brings to the table for advocates of liberty is a solid, objective, fact-based theory of rights, where we know what they are, where they come from, and how we know that we have them. They don't come from God, they don't come from government, and they don't come from nature we know not how. They come from the factual requirements of the kind of animal that we are. The second thing that Rand brings to the table that I want to mention today is her understanding of morality, which is very different and really radical. Rand looked out at morality and the world and people thinking about morality, and she said, in effect, look, the starting place for this is not which one of these pre-existing moral codes is correct. The starting point for this is, do we need morality, and if so, why? Now look at the difference as soon as you ask that question about where your mind goes. Why do we need morality? Are there any facts that give rise to the need of this thing? Well, if there are facts that give rise to the need of morality, then whatever those facts are going to shed a lot of light on which values and which moral principles are correct and which are wrong, right? Because if something doesn't serve the purpose of morality, the reason that we need it, then it wouldn't be a good thing for morality. And if it does serve that purpose, then it would. So Rand goes through this really fascinating inductive discovery by asking this question and burrowing down. Instead of looking and grabbing an existing moral code and saying, let's go with one of these because somebody already devised, she says, do we need this thing, and if so, why? She comes to the conclusion, and I urge you to read her essay, The Objectivist Ethics, where she sort of spells this out. She comes to the conclusion that the reason that human beings need values is in order to live. Only living things pursue values, like rocks, rivers, and hammers don't go after values. Only living things do. Tigers, trees, and human beings go after values. Trees shoot their roots into the ground and turn their leaves toward the sky. They're taking action, right? They're after a value. They're trying to get something. Animals do the same thing, and we do the same thing. Now, of course, at the human level, things get complicated because we have free will and we can choose the things we want to go after. We don't go after them automatically. But these two facts remain. The only reason we can pursue values is because we're alive. And ultimately, the only reason we need to pursue values is in order to live. That's the purpose of values. It's the ultimate purpose. By means of this inductive discovery, Rand identifies the requirements of human life as the standard of moral value. The objective standard of moral, the factual reason why we need these things. This is huge. This is huge because what it means is that the living entity that needs to take action to live, you and you and you, your life is your ultimate value. You should pursue the values you need because that's the whole purpose of values. That's what they're for. And what this means ultimately, and this gives rise to Rand's radical idea, which is that rational egoism is correct. as a moral code. You should use your reasoning mind, your means of living, to figure out what you need in order to live and thrive and have a wonderful life. And then you should pursue those things. That's the egoism part. Go after those things that your reasoning mind tells you you need to live a beautiful life. Now, we live for decades. We're not gnats. We don't live for a moment or a day. So we got to take the long range, wide range, really serious conception of what human life is. But if we do that, we can live beautiful lives by means of a series of principles within a moral code like this that tell us how to do that. Treat people justly as they deserve to be treated. Be productive. You need to produce in order to live. So be productive and trade with others so you can get the things that they've produced and so on. These are all principles of Rand's ethics. Now, this stands in sharp contrast to the ethics of altruism. Alter is Latin for other. Altruism means that you should live for others. Well, as the Frenchman who coined the term altruism pointed out, the idea of rights is completely incompatible with the idea that you have a duty to live for others. If you have a duty to live for others, you cannot simultaneously have a right to live for yourself. They're literal opposites. It's one or the other. And so this points to a fact about altruism, about traditional morality, that it is literally incompatible with the earlier thing we talked about, individual rights. If it's true that you need to act on your judgment and pursue your values in order to live, and other people need to do that too, then we should have a principle of rights. We should recognize that fact and raise that principle to the law of the land. Nobody is allowed to initiate force. But if it's not true that you should live for yourself, if it's instead true that you should be sacrificing for other people, morally speaking, then you have just given the socialists all they need to implement the political system that follows logically from that fact, right? But altruism isn't true, it's false. And that's why no one has ever been able to point out why any facts of reality that give rise to the idea that you must sacrifice for other people. I wrote a short essay called Altruism, the Morality of Logical Fallacies. You can find it online. And it points out the 6 reasons that are the alleged reasons of why people should sacrifice. And all of them are textbook logical fallacies, all of them. Whereas there is nothing but a world of facts out there that says you should pursue the values you need and respect the rights of others to do the same if you want to live a beautiful life in a free society where people trade and get along, right? So that's the second thing that Rand brings to the table, is an objective code of morality that not only provides you with really, really sound guidance for how to live a beautiful life, but also undergirds her theory of rights. It's essentially the same fact at 2 different levels. Egoism says you should pursue the values that will sustain your life, and you're the proper beneficiary of those values if you made them happen. And the principle of right says, yes, because that's true, you must be left free to pursue your values because you're a human being. That's what you got to do. So that's the second thing that I think Rand brings to us that I think is really important. The third thing that I think is really important is Rand's view of our means of knowledge. And as I said earlier, everybody's going to agree with everything I say because I'm up here talking about Ayn Rand's ideas. So this is pretty simple stuff. There won't be anything controversial here. So this is where, look, Rand's egoism is radical enough and controversial enough. But when we go deeper in philosophy and start asking, how do we know what's true? Well, here's an interesting fact. You have been using a particular faculty the entire time I've been talking today and the time everybody else has been talking. And you've been using that faculty to assess whether or not what I'm saying makes sense. And that faculty is reason. That's the faculty you've been using. You've been asking yourself, is this guy making sense? Do I know anything that this contradicts in reality? Right? You've been using the law of non-contradiction, the Aristotelian law of non-contradiction, the fundamental law of logic, as a tool to determine whether or not I'm making sense and staying consistent with the reality that you know exists. That's what it means to use reason, is to assess things by reference to observation, mental integrations, and the laws of logic. This is our means of knowledge, and on a certain level, everyone knows that this is our means of knowledge, right? No one is sitting in the audience today saying, do I feel that Craig is making sense, right? If you're asking that, you would probably be a little bit embarrassed if you realized that you had been asking that. You kind of snap out of it and go, yeah, no, my feelings are not my means of knowledge, right? Feelings are important, don't get me wrong. Emotions are one of the most important things in life. There are psychological means of experiencing our values. I mean, what could be more important than that? In fact, if you didn't have emotions, there'd be no point in using reason because there wouldn't be anything to live for. Right? You want to enjoy this life. That's what it's all about. But emotions are not your means of knowledge. They don't tell you what's true and false. They just tell you how you feel, whether or not the feeling corresponds to something in reality or not, and whether or not your judgments that gave rise to that. Your emotions come from your preconceived judgments about what's good and bad, right? That's where they come from. And then you have an automatic reaction based on those preconceptions to the things that happen. Simple example, we're at a baseball park. If there's a baseball game and you're a big baseball fan and your team is playing and they win, right? You value the team, they win, you feel a wonderful emotion, right? You feel joy because your team won. If your team loses, you feel rotten, especially if you bet a lot of money on the game, right? Then it gets even worse, right? So emotions are simply automatic reactions to our values, the preconceived values that we've already made. But they just don't tell us what's true and false, and so it's wrong to treat them as if they do. Another thing that's wrong to treat them as if they do is to treat it as if it's a means of knowledge is faith. I mentioned faith earlier, and the whole reason that we have and I don't mean, I have faith in that my wife will be home to cook dinner tonight as she usually does, which doesn't happen in our household, by the way. I cook, but anyway. So I have faith in my friend, or whatever, something like that. It's not. I mean the religious meaning of faith, right? The idea that you can know what's true by having faith, or a revelation, right? Just knowing, in effect. But we all know on some level that faith is not our means of knowledge. We really do. Even people who are religious, you're not assessing my thinking right now and what I'm saying right now with, does this comport with faith? Right? You wouldn't do that, because that's not how you determine whether what I'm saying is making sense or whether it's true. You use reason for that. It's also the reason that parents never tell their kids, look, just have faith about whether the car is coming down the street before you cross. No, it's look and use your head. Parents always tell their kids, think, Johnny, before you act, et cetera, et cetera. Don't have faith before you act. They don't do that. And there's a really good reason parents don't do that, because we all know that when we really need to know something, it is our reasoning mind that we have to use, not just believing something in the absence of evidence, which is what faith is about. Now, if people want to have faith and have their religion, that's their business. That's not my thing, but it is absolutely not your means of knowledge. Now, why am I making a big deal of this in regard to liberty? Because if we accept the idea that faith or feelings, or consensus, by the way, you can add consensus in here too as a third alternative, the idea that consensus is a means of knowledge, which it is not. It was a consensus in antebellum South that slavery should be legal. It's still the consensus in parts of Africa that slavery should be legal. That doesn't make it so. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on consensus. That's just stupid. But faith is not a means of knowledge. And if we treat it as if it is a means of knowledge, here's the kind of trouble we get into. I can say, well, look, I have faith that you should convert to my religion. And I have faith that if you don't, I'm justified in forcing you to, or killing you as an infidel if you don't. Now, this is exactly what the jihadists did on 9/11. They had faith that they were right, that they had divine authority to kill infidels because they're infidels. And if faith is a means of knowledge, then they were right to do that. They knew that they were right. If they know, look, you're supposed to act on your knowledge. If you know that it's true, then you should act on it. Well, that's what they did. But of course, faith isn't a means of knowledge, and we know that it's not. So it's just so important to keep these things separate and to recognize what is and isn't our means of knowledge. Likewise, for laws passed in the United States and other countries. The whole idea that a freshly fertilized egg in a woman's uterus is somehow a living being with rights is literally an act of faith. Like you cannot, there's no connection to that and the whole idea of what rights are, and the fact that the whole concept of rights comes about historically because there are existing human beings trying to figure out how to deal with each other in a social context. That's what rights are. Yet you have laws being passed here in the United States on the idea that you can actually know that this thing has a soul and has rights when there's no evidence to support that whatsoever. So there, you take it another direction. The whole idea of socialism, of the idea that, look, granted the economics doesn't work, we can see that historically. Granted, all throughout history, every time socialism's been tried, there's been a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, but this time, it's not gonna happen that way. This time, socialism is gonna work. There's no reason to accept that. It's an act of faith. And if we identify it as an act of faith, and if we recognize that we know that faith is not a means of knowledge, we can tell the people who advocate that, look, that's just not true, and there's no evidence to support that socialism is going to work again, or this time, excuse me. So this is controversial, obviously, and I'm not here to, I'm not here to say you have to accept these ideas. That's not the point. The point is to think seriously about this stuff on all three of these levels that I've been talking about here. Think seriously. It's your mind that has to decide what you think is true. I can't do. Nobody else can do that for you, and you can't do it for me, right? We're all independent thinkers with our own minds and our own capacities to make these kinds of observations, integrations, calculations, and ultimately decisions. But what I think Rand brings to us is a fresh perspective on all three of these things. Rights being factual requirements of human life in a social context, that we can actually see the evidence in support of these things. A moral code that instead of telling people to sacrifice their values, which is just obviously bad for your life, to give up the values that would make your life great, instead, she provides us a moral code that's based on the very reason that we need values to begin with. Don't give up your values, pursue your values, go after them, try to get those things that'll make your life great, and respect the rights of others to do the same so that they too can live a beautiful life and trade with you, and then we get along in harmony, right? It's a beautiful thing. And it's a radical code of morality because it's challenging the 2,500 years of Judeo-Christian ethics, but it also makes sense. And if it makes sense and it's good for your life, what else could you want out of a moral code? And then thirdly, this business of taking seriously reason as our means of knowledge. And again, that one's really the most important because that's the one, if you really do embrace reason, then your MO in life is to say, I insist that things make sense to me. They have to make sense to my reasoning mind or I'm not going to accept them. And if that's your MO in life, then you're going to keep your mind connected to reality, which is where you're trying to live. It's a magical thing. If your mind is connected to reality, then the decisions you make with your mind work in reality, right? They serve that purpose. So although these are radical and controversial ideas, I urge you to, if you've never read Ayn Rand, I urge you to read some of her work and take it, read it critically. I always advocate reading Rand or anyone else with sort of a book in one hand and a dagger in the other, right? Be ready to shred the bad ideas if they don't make sense to you, if she's not upholding reason and giving evidence and logical arguments in support of her ideas, shred it. But if you read her and you're like, oh my goodness, I'd never heard arguments like this before. This really makes sense. This is super clarifying. And now not only do I see how I can use my mind to understand morality, a morality that's good for me and for you and for everybody else to live in harmony, and all of that supports this concept of rights so that we recognize, oh, here's why force is wrong. It's not just an axiom that we pull out of the air. It's a fact based on a whole moral structure, all of which is supported by reason and evidence and logic. This is Rand's message to us. And I think it's a beautiful thing. So I urge you all to look further into her work. Just a quick last word. The books that I recommend, other than her novels, The Fountainhead, Atlas Shrugged, and We the Living, Obviously, very, very wonderful books, and so read those. But her nonfiction gets into some of the things I'm talking about today. In particular, I would name 3 books. Philosophy Who Needs It is just a wonderful book of essays about philosophy that I think is one of the best books ever put together. The Virtue of Selfishness, which sort of spells out her morality. It's got a intentionally provocative title, but I think when you read it, you'll see that it makes sense. And lastly, Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, which is her PN to what capitalism is and why it's the right system for human beings and what's necessary to uphold this thing. So that's my message about Rand. I hope you all will read her, and thank you for sharing your ears for this half hour.
How do you do that without a teleprompter? You have to tell me all your secrets later behind the curtains. That was so good. That was literally the price of entry. Like, that was worth the price of entry. So good. Another housekeeping note. While I do not want to lose you in this room, we do have a lot of amazing programming also happening in the other tents outside. So make sure that you guys look at your schedule and see if maybe one of those conversations is calling you. Now, Wolf earlier today mentioned some of our big sponsors for this event, but I would also like to mention some of today's booth sponsors. We have Me Center, the Center for a Stateless Society. We have Freedom Fest, the Fund for American Studies, Action for Liberty, the Center for Growth and Opportunity, Young Voices, Unite America Movement, American Institute for Economic Research, Reason, Individualism, Freedom Institute, and the National Rifle Association. Thank you all for making this happen. All right. Now it is my pleasure to bring us on to the next part. But before I do, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Awesome. Thank you. So I'm about to bring to the stage 2 incredibly brilliant women. Now, these are women who are provocative, who do not want to offend, but are not afraid to do so. These are women who are unapologetic and uncompromising in their pursuit of truth. And both of their careers exploded thank you to a little something known as the internet. So can we please bring up Vanessa Rosa, also known as Gothics, and Gloria Alvarez, also known as Gloria Alvarez. Welcome to the stage, ladies. Que bellas. I get to be moderator for this part. Do you want to say hello to your audience?
Hello, hola, buenos días. Hi, I don't speak Spanish.
That's okay, that's okay. All right, so the theme of this conversation is the power of social media in politics. It is a thing that's incredibly important that we do not talk about enough, and we still have not mastered, especially us in this room. So these 2 women are geniuses. They have the secret sauce on how to use social media, not as a weapon, but as a glue and as a way to open minds. So let's get started. I would love to hear, what was the turning point in each of your careers that was spawned because of social media? If you each want to sort of tell your story.
Me? Okay. Yeah. So I started as a creator on Twitch, playing video games. And I had the audacity to have a very problematic opinion. And I'm sure we all are very familiar with lots of those. And I had a very problematic opinion that pretty much pushed me out of that space. And that was, for me, the turning point where I realized I'm not allowed to talk.
Would you like to share what that problematic opinion was?
Are you ready for this?
Are y'all ready for this?
Are you familiar with The Little Mermaid? Okay. So The Little Mermaid, they are casting Ariel as with a black actress. And the dialogue I was seeing on social media was like, oh, if you have an issue with the actress being black, then you are clearly racist. And that is clearly nonsensical. So I went on Twitter and I said, stop that. And Twitter didn't like that.
Twitter didn't like that. That's
yes.
a surprise.
And that was what set everything in motion for me. Yeah. Did that answer your question? I'm still waking up.
It did. And I'm just curious to know, was the immediate reaction from the internet trolling and hating? Was it immediately people flooding to you because they appreciated that you were saying the uncomfortable, unpopular thing?
No, they hated me. It was Gothics is anti-black. Gothics has internalized racism. She hates black people, and it was just this vicious, just dialogue. And then every time I had an opinion, whether it was like I'm going to vote for this guy in politics or whatever the opinion was, I just kept getting nonstop onslaught of just. You can't say that. You can't say that. So
as the trolling grew, I'm just curious to know what happened to your follower count.
Oh, my follower count went down.
Really?
Temporarily. Temporarily. And what I realized is the more I kept pushing through that sort of virtual mob, the more I started gaining in popularity. And it was because other people who are sick of this sort of self-censorship on social media are flocking to those that say, no, I have a voice. I want to be able to say what I have to say and not be, attacked for it. So temporarily, I lost followers, I lost support, but then I switched over to YouTube, and I think I got like 200,000 subscribers in 6 months.
Wow. I think that turning point is really important because I think we're all human here. There's no sociopaths in the room. As soon as you start experiencing some trolling on Twitter, you get afraid and you stop and you don't want to be canceled. You stayed. You did not let the mob win. And eventually your voice broke through and you gained 200,000 followers, which is amazing. Gloria, tell us your journey.
So my journey was starting with an amazing boss at a radio station who told me after 3 weeks, I was highly frustrated coming back to Guatemala after studying in very socialist universities in Europe. But before of that, I did an internship at the Cato Institute, and I graduated from the Libertarian Disneyland, also called Universidad Francisco Marroquín, UFM. So by this point, I go back to Guatemala, and I'm like, what am I going to work on? I don't want to go in politics. I hate NGOs. I think the United Nations and the World Bank and the IMF are interested in never-ending poverty. So I went back to the radio. I used to be a radio DJ when I was studying. And my boss calls me and he's like, I want to see who is Gloria Alvarez on air. And I'm like, are you sure? That's going to be really problematic. And he's like, why? And I'm like, well, because I'm a libertarian. Liber what? Yeah. Imagine this is a world where dinosaurs were walking on Earth. This is back in 2010. No one knew what TikTok was, let alone COVID. And Facebook was just starting in Guatemala, right? Libertarianism was a word not known in Latin America outside of UFM and, the few geeks all around Latin America that would know about these ideas by some reason. So I said to him, I am a libertarian. That means that I piss off the right wing because I'm not conservative, and I piss off the left wing because I'm not a socialist. Are you sure you want this on air? And he's like, yes. So I'm like, how do you sell liberty on air in a pop music station when your follower broadcasters, your colleagues, are talking about Lindsay Lohan and Kim Kardashian? Like, how do you engage? And I started with scholarships. So I went on air and I said to Guatemalans, listen, guys, the government wants you stupid because the stupider you are, the easier it is to buy your vote. So you have two options. Either you stay dumb with a very mediocre state education, or you don't have the money to afford private education, or you do what I did and you use the internet to free your mind. And as Craig told us already, your mind is your more important tool to live in this life. And this is what created polemics, because in the minute that you propose to someone that they have the choice to either stay in their miserable life or change it, then you're gonna hit envy. Then you're gonna hit people saying, oh, you're just saying that because you're a white blonde girl, so of course you're rich. And I'm like, dude, my family comes from communist hellholes. My dad was Cuban and my grandparents as well. And my other grandfather was from Hungary. So literally they arrived in Guatemala with nothing. So even if you see white skin here, yeah, it's not the privileged mercantilists and oligarchs from the past. No. So that's where it started. And now I thank my first haters in Guatemala, especially from the Marxist universities and all of that, because they prepared me for when 4 years later, I made a speech that went viral. So guess what? The crazy libertarian that was talking all this nonsense on the radio became a crazy libertarian now known all over Latin America. And since then, I have delivered more than 3,000 conferences. I have done a lot of public policy. I presented my presidential campaign in Guatemala, which is absolutely legal. We can talk about that later. But the thing is, in 11 years of doing this, consistency, as Gothics was saying, and staying true to yourself and submitting your mind to make sense, like Craig just told us, it pays off. But it pays off in the long run. Being congruent is not to be famous from one day to the next. No, being congruent is the currency that will pay in the long run. And in these 11 years, I've seen enemies of myself sending me private emails like, I used to hate you, Gloria Alvarez, back in 2012, and now, fuck, you were so right about so many things. I am so sorry I called you a bitch. I've been insulted with all the insults that you can have in the Spanish language, and that's a lot, okay? I have seen my enemies being sued for sexual harassment. I have seen them die in their contradictions. So when you keep fighting for freedom and you let that congruency be part of your life, social media is just a tool. It's not that you go on social media to become famous. That's not what happened with me. I was doing real stuff in the real three-dimensional world, and social media was just my platform to put it out there. And just for you to know, I didn't even want it. I had a friend working in Microsoft in 2010, and he was like, you should have a fan page. And I'm like, what a narcissistic, egocentric kind of thing to have a fan page, you know, like who does that in Guatemala? And he was like, I don't care. I open one for you. And I'm like, what? And he's like, listen, everything that you're saying on radio for 3 hours can live there 24/7. And thanks to that guy, now I have an 11-year record of all of my work. So whoever wants to research if I have always think the way that I have, which by the way, of course I changed my mind and I have evolved, but always for more freedom. In this moment in my life, no one can convince me that robbery or nationalizing is better than trade. No one can convince me that slavery is better than freedom. No one can convince me that communism is more attractive to other people. Why? Because I've seen it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Rapid fire questions. Has a social media post ever made you cry?
No.
Yes. I can attest to this one. I was on the phone. I was on the WhatsApp call. Has a social media post ever changed your mind about a deeply held belief? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just curious, do you remember what that was? You don't have to. It's okay if you don't.
I probably don't.
Okay. But you know that you've had an aha moment.
Many times.
Great. Because you are on the internet to allow others to have aha moments. So I want to know if it's reciprocal. Yeah. So then the question is, how do you both use social media not as a weapon, but as a tool to change minds? Like, what is your strategy? What are your tips for the rest of us?
I don't really have a strategy, if I'm being totally honest with you. But what I have found works is that when I'm trying to get people to think about something, when clearly they're acting very emotional on social media, I try not to focus on the people that I'm trying to get them to think. I'm more concerned with those watching the interaction. And this happens a lot with people, especially other content creators that will tweet at me for some reason or another. And they're very aggressive and I can't rationalize with that person. So I try to have a dialogue and just challenge them, keep my cool, not reciprocate any of the hate that they're giving me, because I'm hoping that the people watching that are kind of on the fence of like, is Gothics right or is she wrong? I'm hoping that they're watching that interaction. And a lot of the messages that I've gotten from people that have said, oh, you've changed my mind, have been people who have seen interactions like that. Like, you're very logical in the way that you think compared to this lunatic over here yelling at you on some other part of the internet.
That's so good, and I think we often forget that, because you're saying don't just pay attention to the person you're speaking to. There is a wild public audience of millions of people who are watching. What about you, Gloria? What is your strategy?
Similar to Gothics, I use my haters not to change their mind, but to post a very congruent answer that can appeal to others that are living in silence and in fear. Because what I'm experiencing in Latin America is that if you're a libertarian, you're going to have a lot of hate from the conservatives, especially in subjects like abortion and legalizing drugs and prostitution, and from the left. So being a libertarian means that there's not going to be a mob defending you against the other mob. So
Wait, that's such a good point, and I want to make sure that that lands.
Yeah.
Like, being a libertarian inherently means A, you've got great ideas. B, they will be challenged, pushed back upon, and C, you don't get the benefit of a huge libertarian mob on the internet that will come to your defense.
Which I wouldn't want. I want libertarians to be living their lives, enjoying, and not be living through the internet, because you have two things. You have troll centers that are paid by the socialist governments of Latin America, and you have churches financing troll centers. And I have seen people become even more radical. They started in libertarianism, and now they are even saying that women were happier in the Middle Ages and that we should go back to those times. So we can talk about that later. But the thing is, use your haters not to change their minds, but to have congruent answers that make people that are in fear saying like, oh my God, this battle can be done. And you know, good news, 95% of the people have the same fears about liberty. Free markets are immoral. What about the poor? Legalizing drugs will all make us heroin addicts like in Trainspotting. So I have developed through the years in my digital notebook of my cell phone more than 2,000 answers. So whenever someone posts me about what about drugs or this, I already have elaborated answers that direct these people to other videos from other libertarians like John Stossel or Ayn Rand or Bastiat or SFL, because I want to be a bridge for people to have access to ideas that they would never get, right? And in my case, it was engagement what made me rise in social media. But this is back in a time where, mind you guys, this was 2010, and I went viral in 2014. The world is different now. Social media is way more controlled. You have a lot of ads. You have a lot of manipulation of data. You have silenced people. And I skipped that because I started, let's say, earlier.
So do you both think that ultimately social media is a power for good, or do you think ultimately it is undermining our liberties?
I think it is. I have a love-hate relationship with social media.
Don't we all?
And I think that it is a necessary tool for our message, but also a lot of people just don't know how to conduct themselves very well.
Let's get into that. Like, what are your biggest pet peeves, and what are we doing wrong?
So my biggest pet peeves as far as having discussions on the internet is that, first of all, people act differently when they're behind a screen. That's the biggest thing. And it's very different from sitting there and having a face-to-face conversation with them, because you can read body language, you can feel more emboldened to ask questions. Whereas when you're on social media, a lot of people look at it as an opportunity for how many clicks can I get? How many social media impressions can I get? Am I going to look cool doing this in front of all my friends? And I feel like I think that is just not, it's just not helpful. So I think content creators like myself and other liberty-minded creators can help bridge that gap by starting conversations with their audience instead of just going directly to social media, because not everybody responds in that way.
I think you sort of covered this, but when someone asks you a question on a complicated ass topic, and you realize you cannot possibly capture a nuanced answer in 260 characters, 280 characters, how do you do it? How do you squeeze in a complicated truth in such a finite amount of space?
I inspire myself in Socrates. What I loved about Socrates is that instead of telling people why they were wrong and why he was right, he would start with asking, why do you believe that? And why do you believe that? And why do you believe that? So I find that conservatives and socialists, their problem is that they repeat like parrots things that have been stamped in their minds like slogans, but they never entertain the analysis of going to the last consequences of the things that they say. For example, rights are given by God. Which God? Quetzalcoatl or Zeus or Mitra or Ra? And because each God has different conceptions of rights, which is yours? So instead of me telling, like, let me tell you why am I right and you are wrong, it's like, no, explain to me why you are right. And you can do that in few characters, and also a call to action. I always start my posts with making the person reading it having an option, right? That's how my video got viral. It was all about, let's dismantle socialism and populism through technology. You can be a vigilante of all the lies that are being told. So you put a task on people.
A call to action.
A call to action that takes them away from social media, because we don't need libertarians on Twitter. We need libertarians using social media because of what they're doing in the real world.
That's also a really good point. We think we're right, so we go onto Twitter and we're like, hey, let me tell you why I'm right. And what you're both saying is, instead of putting the onus on yourself to prove why you are right, it's putting the onus on the other person to prove why they are right. And now that you've begun to crack the thing and open it up. I'm curious if anyone has questions in the audience, because rarely do we get these two powerhouses on stage asking questions about the most important tool that libertarians have, and that is the goddamn internet. So does anyone have a question that they want to ask either Gloria or Gothics? If you don't, I will keep going because I'm Cuban and I can talk for a very long time. All right, well, I will keep going. I'm curious to know, when both of you start creating a social media post, in your mind, who are you writing to? Like, sometimes in my mind, when I'm writing a post, I'm specifically writing to my haters, and then I get so classy and I'm like, I'm going to say this thing so elegantly, so nice that they can't possibly hate me after this. And then sometimes I think I'm talking to like my fans or my family out there. So who do you speak to?
I imagine that I'm speaking to a toddler.
A toddler?
Yes. And again, this goes back to people act differently on social media. And especially if someone is coming just really aggressive and just like, you're wrong, you don't know what you're talking about, I have to speak in a way, because obviously they're speaking from, it looks like they're speaking from emotion. So I have to just simplify my words and shorten the sentences and just keep it simple. One question at a time. I don't like to write big paragraphs because their eyes are going to glaze over and they're not going to pay attention to anything. So just spoon feed the information to them is what I usually do.
So good, so good.
I use different emotions for different messages. For example, if I am talking about Latin American politics, I appeal to your indignation, because I know most people are fed up with Latin American politics. So I appeal to indignation. If I want to share an event like this, I appeal to your inspiration, to your self-esteem, to be a better person. And I talk in a more happy way, let's say. If I want to teach something, I think of how I would say this to a kid, because adults that have been brainwashed by state education or dogma, they are like even worse than toddlers, because toddlers are like a blank slate. So it depends on how you talk to them, what you can get from them. But adults that have been dogmatized, it's like you have to start from a point that has to trigger some emotion. I am not afraid of triggering anger or fear or envy, because you need emotion to then that person reflect on their own mind. So I don't mind, like people hating me for 5 years and then say, oh my God, you were right. And I'm like, yeah, welcome, it's fine.
This question is specifically to Gloria, because you don't just speak to English-speaking audiences, you also speak predominantly to Spanish-speaking audiences. And the elephant in the room with that is that, unfortunately, there is a knowledge gap between the Latin world and the rest of the Western world. Like in Latin America, we're still talking about goddamn abortion rights. She says, as the US is still talking about goddamn abortion rights. So how do you speak differently to the Latin audience?
Oh my God, yeah, that's a huge thing, and I say to Latin Americans that have approached libertarianism, and as I told you, I wrote a book called How to Talk to a Socialist, and then I wrote a book called How to Talk to a Conservative. And in this second book, I talk about this conservative wolves that are disguising themselves as libertarians when they're not, and because there is the language gap, most of Latin Americans who are following these people, they have no idea who Milton Friedman is, or John Stossel, or Ayn Rand, or Bastiat, or Adam Smith, and they don't read them. their only access to libertarianism is these crazy lunatics that talk about Marxist liberties. So if I am all about gays loving each other and marrying each other, it's like, oh, you are doing a favor to cultural Marxism. So the fact that there's a lot of information in English that it's not translated into Spanish, it's an issue for me. But I have no problem in tweeting. You know, that's a big problem, and also that Latin Americans don't like to read. So yeah, we need in the 21st century people that are willing to dive in the 1,000 pages of Atlas Shrugged or The Wealth of Nations or Human Action by Mises, and then, you know, having the creativity of making that a meme, a tweet, a TikTok. That's going to be a really high requested job in this century.
Thank you for that. I built my career on YouTube. I spent 10 years creating videos on YouTube. Then I worked for E-News. And a truth that is like the biggest truth in the internet is that anger works, whether we like that or not. Anger is highly monetizable. Anger will get you all to act, to leave your homes, to go protest, to potentially burn down a building. I have been that person, and I have been the person creating the content that gets you to do that. My question is, while anger is highly effective at influencing audiences, is it good? Is it right? Is it bad in the long game to use anger?
If you know how to use it. What I tell people, it's okay to feel whatever. If you feel a certain emotion, that's fine. But what's the next step? What now? It has to be followed up with action. If you're just going to be angry and burn down a building, that does nothing. So what are you going to do to solve this problem? You're angry about it? Okay, let's channel that energy and put it towards action.
Beautifully said.
I agree. It's okay to feel angry if you are with indignation about the wrong things in the world. And that's where objective philosophy is so important, because if you commit your mind to common sense, it is okay to feel anger for indignation about communism and Holocaust and fascism and Venezuelans losing private property. Those are things to be angry about, but that doesn't mean that you have the right to then violate other rights, because that only creates a never-ending cycle, right? It's like domestic violence. You don't resolve violence with violence. So get angry, entertain that feeling, but go beyond the feeling to the action and the thought, as Gothics is saying.
Okay, one last question. We have 1 more minute. Before we go, I'd love to hear from both of you. You are what you eat. You are what you consume on the internet. Your output directly correlates to your input. So who are the people that you follow? Who are the thought leaders that you think are doing it right and that you don't necessarily agree with, but you like how they do it? Aside from each other.
Okay, Eric July, Young Ripa, shout out to you. Zuby is another one. I also follow a lot of Jordan Peterson, and I'm going to keep the list short. I'm going to stop there.
That's a powerful list.
Yeah.
So I follow T.K. Coleman, Jason Silva, Carl Sagan, and Rand, a lot of libertarian think tanks, John Stossel, Antonella Marti, Axel Kaiser, Juan Ramon Rayo, Maria Blanco. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you both for sharing your time with us, for sharing your knowledge and your secret sauce with all of us. Everybody watching at home, what a privilege to share this stage with these two beauties and brains. All right, well, this part is over, and now we're going to take a 5-minute break. Before we do that, I also just wanted to give a shout out to some of our other sponsors. We have the Libertarian Party, Mrs. Caucus, Ladies of Liberty Alliance, People for Liberty, Institute for Justice, America's Future, the Center for Economic Accountability, National Review Institute, Americans for Prosperity, and Atlas Society. And please, a round of applause for Gloria and for Gothics. Thank you so much. So much gold in this session so far. We are now going to have a 5-minute break, not a Cuban 5-minute break, but a white person 5-minute break. So go potty, drink, and be back.
Get off your chair, what's on your mind? Pull the cork and pour the wine. Spill the beans, break the bread. The way you sing could wake the dead. I've been thinking about the road. Saddle up and let it roll. I don't know what suits you best, 65 or 40 west. Better down, but maybe wrong. I got a feeling going strong. In this world we won't be long. Future ain't what it used to be. Let's go back to Tennessee. Mount high and down low. Let's build down where the waters flow. Dig a well, pump a crank, catch our dinner from the river bank. City lights, poison pill, take me down where the wind is still. Take your time, baby, don't take long. Play another southern song. In this world we won't be long. Let's go back to Tennessee, you and me. Let's go back to Tennessee. Let's go back. Way back when the land was free by nature and sovereignty, Lakota lived here long ago, living off the buffalo. Seasons go, seasons come, who we are and where we're from. Truth is clear to those who know, as above, so below. Take your time, but don't take long. Play another southern song. In this world we won't be long. Let's go back to Tennessee, you and me. Let's go back to Tennessee. Let's go back. Let's go back to Tennessee, you and me. Let's go back to Tennessee. Let's go back. Let's go back.
Thank you.
Find me a witness who can testify. You made a mistake.
You did it. You guys came back in 5 white people minutes. Thank you so much. All right, this is the part that you all have been waiting for. First, I want to bring to the stage the moderator for this next session. To the stage, Dylan Burns. Thank you, Dylan. I like your mask. It's a good one. And now, last but not least, 2 of the most brilliant, powerful, and provocative people on the internet. One of them is a libertarian socialist and a political pundit, among many other things. The other one is a chief neoliberal shill 2021 and a streamer. We have Vosh versus Bastiat.
Hey everybody. So, my name's Dylan Burns. This is the wonderful Vosh and Bastiat. This will be the second debate they've had, and I'm very happy to host this one as well. And so I'll just give you guys a few of the rules. The rules are going to be, if I'm talking, it's purely to moderate. I'm not giving my opinion. They're going to have a short intro and outro section. I've moderated for both of them on many, many, many occasions, so they're all familiar with my rules and my mannerisms. So I'm sure they'll be able to hold themselves accountable, and I won't have to step in and be the big authoritarian government coming in to stop your freedom-loving peoples.
You better not, buddy.
Wonderful. Okay. So they're going to be debating whether the socialist model, Vosh's proposed socialist model, or Bastiat's neoliberal shill model is the better one for preserving and perpetuating liberty. Is that correct? We all under that understanding? Wonderful.
Like that.
Okay. So I'm going to give Vosh the first intro. I'm going to try to count it down for 2 minutes, so try to keep it short. Then Bastiat, and then we'll have an open session where they can go back and forth. So Vosh, you want to take it away?
Okay. Is this thing on? Nice. First of all, hello, Nashville. So nice to be here. That doesn't count against my time. The applause doesn't count. So in my Twitter bio, which is home of all political innovation, I call myself a libertarian socialist, which is a term I think many people find contradictory. Libertarianism typically being defined as an opposition to big government, and socialism, well, not so much. But historically and semantically, I think there's a lot of overlap there. And I think that we have a lot more to agree on, non-socialist libertarians and socialist libertarians, especially when we learn or at least seek to understand different types of freedom. There are negative and positive liberties. And when we talk about libertarianism here in the West, I think we often talk about the negative, freedom from restriction, to mitigate the number of regulations, rules, laws, preventing us from doing that which we want to do. I see this often in libertarian conventions. I remember that fellow who got booed for suggesting, licenses to drive. That was you remember, yeah. But positive liberty, which is an equally important concept, possibly even more, is the ability to act on your will. And here in the United States, we don't have a lot of positive liberty when we're poor, do we? The freedom to travel, to get good education, to get good health care, to make sure that illnesses aren't debilitating, that we don't lose limbs to diabetes, to make sure that we can spend the time that we want in our leisure time and at work. All of that is gatekept behind economic institutions, which I think in many cases deprive us of freedoms, not by explicitly preventing us from doing these things, but by denying us the chance at doing it. That's why I'm a socialist. And I think that when you think about liberty in that way,
30 seconds.
I think when you think of liberty in that way, it leads itself naturally to an understanding of socialism, not as an advocacy for big government, but an advocacy for any system, when used properly, which enhances the extent to which the average citizen can act upon their will, without hurting others, of course. And I guess that's why I don't think the term libertarian socialism is a contradiction.
Wonderful. So for the next 2 minutes, it will be. I'll hand it over to Bastiat.
Hey, folks. My name is Bastiat. I stream on Twitch, and I was very graciously introduced as a neoliberal shill. I affiliate with some of the good folks at the Neoliberal Project. You might want to check them out on Twitter sometime. They do a lot of great work. And I appreciate that Vosh kind of took some time to introduce kind of where he intersects with libertarians, because I feel somewhat similar in my relationship with libertarianism. I appreciate and accept a lot of the basic libertarian morality, but I think that a lot of the policy prescriptions that I propose, which I think are essential to a functioning and free and durable free society, are essential and yet are oftentimes scorned by libertarians of different stripes. For example, I believe, as I think Milton Friedman argued very persuasively, that the government must not only ensure competitive markets, but must ensure the institutions necessary to maintain those competitive markets, some antitrust regulations, for example, and aid to people to alleviate acute misery and distress, to ensure that people feel like they've got hope in a free society and do not turn to alternatives, which I believe are almost always going to be authoritarian in nature, whether they are intended to be so or not. And so in that sense, I appreciate that making that discussion, making that distinction. One of the things that concerns me, though, about a lot of the variants of socialism that are proposed is that while I appreciate the respect that they have for the lessons of history and the experience of socialist experiments in the past, I worry that they ultimately could lead to new forms of central planning and state coercion that are of a nature that, while not intended, are nevertheless very likely to be harmful and to rob us, indeed, not just of the negative liberties, but even some of the positive liberties that we currently enjoy in many free societies, even if, for example, in the United States, there are a lot of ways we'd like to improve upon the existing system. So I look forward to talking with Vosh here today.
Wonderful. So now we're going to have an open dialogue. You guys can go back and forth. Just one principle I hope you both can live by is that when you both talk at the same time, you actually don't get double the information. You get none of it.
Yeah.
So do your best to be cordial, or I'll have to step in. You two can start interjecting with one another.
Well, so I guess one of the things that concerns me about a lot of libertarian socialism is that it seems like you would nevertheless need a lot of the institutions that we might ordinarily refer to as central planning in order to make the system work. For example, it seems to me that if you had a society of broad-based democratic workplaces, presumably that's kind of what we would imagine to be the basic unit of production in a libertarian socialist kind of society, right? If we have a system like that, I think we run into a big problem with the issue of capital investment, because it seems like we're no longer going to have trillions in private investment come down from Wall Street. We're going to need some way to ensure that these democratic workplaces can get investment and can do so in a way that comports with more socialist principles and the sort of capitalist private ownership that we have today. And it seems like what you would get, however you did it, would have to be done through government in some kind of fashion that could not help but amount to central planning by another name. It wouldn't be the same kind of central planning that we've seen in socialist societies in the past, where you decide how many pairs of shoes are built for, what are assembled for what kind of plan, but it would nevertheless determine for political purposes, rather than for the purposes of investing efficiency, what kind of entities are favored by the state and which are disfavored by the state. And that seems to me like something that could endanger a lot of our freedom. It would be very difficult, for example, to criticize your local government if your local government determines, whether you're going to get any investment, whether you're going to be able to make your payroll, things like that. So I guess that's kind of my first concern, is I feel like some of the positive liberties that we enjoy in advanced democracies, we don't have it yet in the United States, but universal health care, for example, depends on a thriving economy to pay for it. But if we've got central planning that reduces efficiency and makes us less free through the course of some of the potential loss of political freedom I highlighted here, well, I worry that we've sort of got some bad results out of good intentions.
So I'd like to tackle that, if I may. First of all, to clarify, I identify as a market socialist. So I don't think that the experiments of the Soviet Union and, say, for example, Mao's China were a particularly phenomenal demonstration of socialist principles. I think that worker cooperatives, when businesses are owned collectively by the people who work there, are a good and ethical system for organizing labor. You bring up an interesting point, though, because capital investment is going to be a necessary component of any kind of market system. You do need higher institutions choosing where money goes. And I think to an extent you're assigning an undue level of potential malevolence to the government in these cases. If you had a system where worker cooperatives look towards the government for investment, it could be as decentralized or as removed from political influence as many of the systems that work in the government today. For example, the PPP system we got during the beginning of COVID, the government wasn't like selectively denying like some businesses they didn't like. It's just a broad bureaucratic structure that we can universally rely on, even if the folks at Washington don't like us. And it strikes me a bit hypocritical as well, because today, banks don't loan money to cooperative ventures, at least not as often as traditional firms. Cooperatives, what I care about, are generally shafted by traditional banking loans because they're considered scary out there, in spite of the fact that cooperatives actually have a higher return on initial investment because they tend to be more stable. They resist price shocks. So we live today in a system where political biases influence which types of economic organizations get up off the ground. And even if you leave that aside, even if you were able to universally delegate loans to everyone in a private system, the problem remains that the private system is not exactly impartial with which businesses rise and fall. Private ownership and the benefits it accrues also lead to things like monopolization, which just directly strangles out competition, either in a local market or sometimes globally, depending on how much influence they have. These are problems directly linked to systems of private ownership because the incentive structures in those systems don't really exist, at least not in the same way in cooperatives. At the end of the day, when we're talking about capital investment, you're always deferring to a higher power. The question is, will that higher power be democratic, or will it be an elite autocracy of banks and venture capital firms that have no obligation to the public good whatsoever, not even nominally? And I would choose the former.
So there are two things I'd like to ask about that. One, the smaller issue, I would say smaller, at least for our discussion, of the issue of cooperatives investment, and then the bigger issue of the democratic nature of the system and the malevolence or lack thereof of government. So I just mentioned that because I don't want to lose both of those, but I think they're both interesting points you bring up. So with respect to cooperatives, you made an interesting argument when you said they have a higher rate of return, and yet banks and investors typically don't invest in them. And from all the research I've seen, I have no, and I really wouldn't purport to make an argument against cooperatives as they exist today in the United States or in other advanced developed countries. Economically, they seem to be about the same, not much better, not much worse than any other form of institution, with the exception of their maintenance of employees, in the sense that they're less likely to fire or lay off employees, and they're more likely to, say, take a haircut off of everybody's pay. That seems to be kind of what I've seen in terms of the biggest difference. I wasn't aware that they had higher rates of return, but let's assume that they, I'll range to that point. Why then, in a capitalist system that often regularly funds people and interests that are politically opposed to it, and I imagine you folks have seen the thrilling discourse about some, the socialists, the houses and income and all that, right? They were able to participate in the system with a lot of investment. What would be the reason then that these banks would deny investment to entities that offer a lucrative rate of return?
At the end of the day, I think it comes down to limited information. I don't think that the bankers are like malicious, ideologically driven. I don't think they're like going about it like that. But back during the the Jim Crow era, even though it was perfectly legal to serve people of any race, oftentimes businesses would not. And that's an economically inefficient decision. You can make the argument you're playing to social biases, but at the end of the day, you're objectively limiting a market. You see that too with like Legos marketing more to boys in the 90s, computer stuff as well. You're limiting the share of the market. I think that at the end of the day, these systems, as much as we'd like to believe that they're above our petty concerns, are ultimately the product of a lot of systemic biases that get ingrained and codified. And cooperatives are just not very well understood in this country. which is a shame. They're growing. There are more cooperatives today in America than there have been in a long time, and an interest in them is rising, which makes sense because we live in an era of unprecedented worker discontent, at least since the Great Depression. And worker cooperatives have a very, 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 very great difference in how people who work there feel, their general level of happiness. It makes sense that it would be rising up in these times.
Yeah, I would say that I would agree with the argument. That seems to be from my research, what I found too, is that there's a lack of awareness among a lot of the people who, I guess, kind of grease the wheels of capitalism, attorneys like myself and accountants, and who just don't generally work with these forms of organization. So I would say that also to me seems to be one reason that they're not more popular. I've also seen occasionally in regulation where they are occasionally disadvantaged in some way. The USDA does aid to rural enterprises, and they will provide loan opportunities with very low collateralization. And other entities in government, like the Small Business Association, their collateralization requirements are higher. And so the low collateral is good for a cooperative because they can't really do a corporate guarantee that requires somebody to basically sign off. There's not some big rich angel investor, and that makes the guarantee a little harder. So there are some issues, but they seem to be issues that we're working on. The Paycheck Protection Program was pretty open to cooperatives, for example. So that it seems like we are kind of ironing those issues out. But I agree there's a lot of information asymmetry there. And then the bigger issue of malevolence is something I wanted to talk about, because I don't believe necessarily that government is inherently malevolent. What I was thinking about in terms of government is that right now, under our system, there is an incredible amount of lobbying and influence in government to, get all the kinds of special or favorable, even really, treatment. I don't mean to make it sound malicious. It's favorable treatment in our tax code or in the law for one particular business enterprise or another. And then I imagine, that on top of taxes, which are a relatively small part of overall business, you have to lobby the government, as anybody would, assuming they have the right to, for access to capital investment or greater access to it or special access, to say, well, perhaps I'm not as profitable an entity, but I provide a useful social function. One thing in particular that concerns me is the example of Yugoslavia, where they had capital investment that was devoted specifically to firms that had large numbers of employees, whether they were efficient or not. It became a kind of backhanded subsidy for laborers. The entire economy is dragged down by this. And I don't see a reason why here in the United States, where our own policies often favor entities with lots of employees over entities that are efficient or innovative, would really be any different. I just imagine that, like every other country in the world, lobbyists would kind of make the process less economically efficient than the competitive rules of a capitalist order do, however imperfectly they do.
It's one of those things where the fish probably couldn't define water if you asked them what it was, We have a horrendously inefficient system for determining which businesses are efficient right now. Businesses close constantly. Most don't survive the first couple of years. And especially, in the restaurant industry, for example, which is eternally going to be in high demand, it's the sink or swim model doesn't take into account the externalities, because every sink is loans to the bank met unfulfilled, is a family's finances left in devastation, is all the external problems following from that. And this happens every year to hundreds of thousands of people, not just here, but all around the world. When we look at other systems, we often see their downsides, of which there are no doubt many with any, but we're so sometimes, I think, unwilling to consider what they're being compared to. When we're talking about accruing investment from the government, regardless of how that's done. For example, over in Canada, I know they have a very robust arts investment program. The game Cuphead, if anyone's played that, it's good, was largely funded through investment from the Canadian government. They see worthy artistic projects and they put money into it. It seems to produce good results, probably not universally applicable to all businesses, but I think it speaks to an alternative model, maybe something that we could dip our toes into. Even if the government were just to loan out to the best applicants within counties per, I think that might actually lead to a better system than we have right now, because I find it difficult to imagine any system which would produce as much abject misery as the one we have now, where all the failed business ventures get shuffled under by the new real estate and they never get thought of or considered again. Especially, since with regards to all those failed ventures, I mean, we're not just talking about like the failure of the business of the family's finances. We're talking about lost time in real estate, like constant turnover in areas with a lot of economic upturn. Stuff like this can be economically devastating, especially to small towns. And these externalities get shuffled off, like how big box stores and Walmart, everything costs less there. Then why is it that when they move into mid-sized towns, everyone there gets poorer? It's a very strange economic problem, and I think it requires out-of-the-box solutions to even begin to address.
I think there's some interesting points there. One, I feel like actually the example of Canada and the way that it has decided to fund media and art is an example of kind of the problem that I highlighted. Canada makes special privilege for Canadian content. They feel, being a nation of 30 million on the border with a nation of 330 million, that they have to give Canadian-based content, Canadian movies and film, a lot of special attention. And so they have, under the Trudeau administration, proposed a system of increased taxation of entities like Netflix and Hulu and things like that, making costs much greater for the average person for the purpose of then using that money to fund Canadian content that most Canadians don't watch, don't particularly want, or have any special interest in. Nevertheless, the Canadian content is very popular with special interests who are able to use their leverage in the government to ultimately get themselves special favors that are popular in the abstract, even though they cost a lot in the ordinary sense to ordinary Canadians. But it's also kind of a death by a thousand cuts thing, right? Because if you pay $5 more or something for an online subscription, maybe that doesn't feel too bad. But in the aggregate, that's a lot of waste in exchange for a benefit that you just won't enjoy. And then you imagine that kind of stuff happening across every sector instead of the special sectors that are able to capture state favors in our liberal democratic system. So that's one point I'd raise. That's kind of an example to me of some of the things I fear happening across all industries. But another point that Vosh mentioned, I think is a very important point that you mentioned, I think is a very good point, is the fact that a lot of businesses will fail. I think you said it was like, how many, on average?
I think that it's like nearly 2/3 rate for the first 3 years.
Yeah,
I think I could be.
I've heard numbers like that too. And I think it's important to note that there are a couple of things to consider. And this is where I would especially hope that a lot of libertarians are open to what it is I'm about to say. So for me, as a good neoliberal shill, I really like trade. I think free trade has been a blessing and a boon for the United States and indeed for, I'd say, the whole world, but especially the United States, this being the original globalist country that is most responsible, I think, for defining the terms of the international economic order as we enjoy today. Well, unfortunately, trade, though I think it benefits more people and society in the aggregate, does come with costs. The North American Free Trade Agreement, our opening of trade relations with China, have led to massive benefits for most, but they've been small and broadly dispersed across society for everybody, right? A massive benefit for society, but broadly dispersed. The pain that has resulted, on the other hand, from these free trade agreements in the sense of closed factories, lost jobs, has been much smaller in the aggregate, but that pain is much more noticeable, much more severe on the individual level, and it's much more visible, and it's much easier to craft a political narrative on. Because if I tell you, yes, well, my television set is now 33% cheaper and I can have a much bigger one and all the rest of it, that's great. Yeah, who cares, really? I mean, I got my TV. You don't care about that. On the other hand, somebody tells you about how their town has been hollowed out. They've got a fentanyl addiction. They've got all these crumbling factories and things used to be, oh, so much better back in the good old days. Well, maybe not for society as a whole, but for them, obviously so. And so we've got to have a society that is more ready to help people who are in distress, because it is essential, and it's essential we do this, because if we don't, we risk losing the benefits that come with things like free trade or business turnover. When businesses are destroyed, that doesn't have to mean the end of the road for the people who lose their jobs or the people who lose their business. Indeed, one of the great things about forming a corporation is that it's limited liability for you as an individual. You got a chance to start over. You don't have to lose the shirt on your back, If we can work to increase some of the benefits that we give to people who maybe lose their jobs as a result of trade, if we have some basic income guarantees, some universal health insurance, some of the things that folks in not just European countries, but some of our peer countries in Taiwan take care of, we don't have to worry about the political blowback that understandably results when people feel like they have lost out in a system that may be benefiting people in the aggregate, but for them individually, well, their life maybe is worse. So we got to, instead of telling people, hey, look, you got to be happy where you're at on principle. No, you got to provide for people in some capacity, because if we don't, the lessons of the 20th century seem to be pretty clear that people will look to worse alternatives.
Well, if there's one thing on which I'll unambiguously agree with any neoliberal shill, it's this. I'm no nationalist. I do think that trade and people should flow across borders however they please. And to that end, there is an undeniable good which has been produced from a modern global economy. I will not bemoan the decrease in tech prices over the past 30 years. I kind of rely on it, at least when I was starting up. But sometimes there are root issues that run a little bit deeper than that. It's true that our modern economic system does lead to further wealth accumulation in certain areas. Obviously, more wealth accrues in cities. Some towns get hollowed out, as you said. A lot of these towns get big box stores. And again, everything is cheaper. And all of a sudden, folks that couldn't afford any of this weird stuff before are able to go out of Walmart or Target with what might have been considered luxury goods 20 or 30 years ago. I think that's a lovely thing. But there are problems in the long run from the transportation networks that we've built, not only in our cities to the areas around them, that's led to the death of walkable American cities. Something we used to have, by the way, back before the invention of the car, when car lobbyists used their corporate power to lobby and bulldoze and repave major American cities to make them inaccessible to human beings, but accessible to metal boxes we drive, to perhaps more pointedly, the death of local small business. The prices at small businesses that you'll go to at any local market. In Seattle, we have Pike Place, where things are maybe a little pricier than what you get at a big box store, but everyone goes there. It's very popular. The reason for that is because no business open there can be a chain. It must be one of its kind. The first Starbucks was open there. Now that's a chain, of course, but at the time, that was the very first one. People like local livable communities. They correspond positively with decreases in depression and suicide, to increases in local community involvement, to greater degrees of health. And why am I bringing all this up when we're talking about broader economic systems? Well, to me, what we're seeing with worker cooperatives in their modern resurgence here in America is a revitalization of the local community and business spirit that used to make some of the parts of this country so great to live in, where cooperatives, which tend to be a little bit smaller, a little more local, are now filling a long unmet desire, and that is to know the person who works there when you go in. What many people now enjoy with bartenders and restaurant patrons used to be a common thing at stores all across the country. Everything has been so systematized, globalized. Employees shuffle in and out. They get dropped and brought in. Worker turnover was so high in a job that I had before I went on YouTube that sometimes they actually wouldn't bother training some employees because they were put on for less than 2 months. Not hired for that length of time. They were expected to leave before then. So it was just a dice roll, I suppose, and they weren't wrong half the time. All of this can be directly all this can be directly brought back to the system of ownership that we live in today, a system which deprioritizes the needs of workers, not just at their expense, but at everyone's, because the common American worker benefits not from private ownership when at their workplace. Do they benefit from it when they're not? Goods have been a little cheaper, maybe due to global trade, and I think that's an appreciable thing. Maybe we can keep some elements of that broader system, the cost-saving measures, while maintaining a direct democratic relationship with the institutions we spend most of our time at. I don't interact with my government day in and day out. I vote once every 4 years, and every once in a while something drives me to the DMV. When I worked, I spent 8 hours a day there. That's the system I spend most of my time under, and that's the system I had no control over, not directly or indirectly.
So there are a couple things I'd say about that, because I think Vosh again makes a lot of insightful observations that I broadly agree with in terms of the problems he describes. What I don't agree with are the prescriptions he suggests. So I think the first thing I'd say is that with respect to the idea of the worker, I think it's first of all important to recognize that before we reshuffle society around in a very big way around the interests of the worker, we recognize that here in the United States, the workforce participation rate is about 60%. and it's been falling for years. So before we think about that, I mean, it's also important to recognize what would this mean for all the other people in society, the other 40% of people. And it's my basic contention that a society organized around democratic workplaces would be less efficient as a result of the capital markets problem that I described earlier, and would therefore be less able to fund the decommodification of all these services I mentioned, healthcare, education, things like that. If we don't have the golden goose that puts out the golden eggs, it's real hard to pay for this kinds of programs. And it is my opinion that we don't want to make that shift unless we recognize that, perhaps we might come to the conclusion as a society that there are higher values that are more important than that economic loss that I would argue would occur. But nevertheless, I think we have to reconcile with it and the fact that it would come at the cost of society as a whole. So that's one point I'd say there. I think that the workers' interest is not necessarily served by a democratic workplace or a society of democratic workplaces, because while I would agree that in an individual sense in our existing society, if you want to have a democratic cooperative, you ought to be able to do that, and I can understand there being a lot of benefits. But if we have a society entirely organized around that principle, I think that means some big changes that are very different and very difficult to reconcile with. So that's one point I'd say. The other point I'd say is I think Vosh makes a very good point that society has changed in some very big ways. Like, for example, I wouldn't agree necessarily with all the contours of the General Motors story you told. I would agree with some of it, that lobbyists have certainly had a massive role in transforming America from the kind of, I guess, the sort of small town type of, environment you described to, a society of big highways and cars. Now, a huge part of that is also that I think Americans do, very much love their cars. I think these are products that have been caught on for, more than just malicious intent. But either way, the destroying of whole communities to build 7-lane superhighways was a decision that went well beyond just market demand. I mean, there was a lot of political choice there. And I think it's also worth noting that a lot of those decisions were made democratically at the expense of vulnerable minorities who really couldn't do much about them. In my community, for example, in Pensacola, a giant freeway was built right through the middle of a Black community. And there's a little sign that commemorates this loss. And this loss was the result of a democratically elected government operating in accordance with democratic principles. This is in 1975. It was still imperfect at the time, but even if all the people had had all the voting rights, they would have been outvoted. Unfortunately, I don't know that the result would have been much different if we didn't have the kind of modern appreciation that we have for small communities and for recognizing all the damage that cars do. But I think there's one other point to remember here, that with respect to the loss of small town America in some ways, and not to oversimplify what you were saying, but some of what you mentioned there. One of the biggest problems I think in America is that we have what I might call, for lack of a better term, I don't mean this as an insult, boomer socialism is what the Wall Street Journal calls it. And that's the practice of taking housing, for example, and making it very difficult to build new housing for the sake of preserving the land values at the expense of perhaps the property rights of the people who own existing homeowners, making it very difficult to build dense housing, making it very difficult to build small commercial enterprises, because this whole system has made it very difficult to rent them at affordable prices. And so you end up with big box stores, which are, I would agree, although I do like me a good 3 a.m. trip to Walmart, which I would agree are a little less aesthetically pleasing and come with their own costs, though I, of course, wouldn't argue against their benefits. It's worth noting that housing, healthcare in this country, which we've got the worst of all systems. We don't have a free market system, and we don't have a universal system. We have a half-universal, jury-rigged system that provides universal healthcare of a sort to everybody over 65 and to people who are very poor until you get to that point, and in the middle, good luck. So we've got the worst of that, because we've got now, we spend as much as many countries per capita in terms of healthcare coverage, sometimes very much more, and we get very much less for it. We spend very much more for housing, and we get very much less for it. And then we have the same problem with education, though I would argue that's less of a problem, given that even when you go through that whole process, you're still going to have a higher earning potential. But nevertheless, those 3 areas, housing, healthcare, and education, the costs have driven through the roof because primarily of bad policy. We know that's the case because with other sectors, consumer goods of all sorts, food, electronics, clothing, prices have gone down where government policy has been less onerous and less destructive to society as a whole. So it's worth remembering that if we want to live in a free society, we have to reconcile ourselves with the fact that we in the 20th century gave up a lot of freedom And when we gave it up, we often did it in malicious, race-based ways that now we're having to pay the cost of as a society because they were so poorly implemented in the first place. So when we sacrifice some of our freedom, for example, in the universal healthcare system, we ought to do, or with government payments for healthcare, we got to look at better models here, because the way we do it now is a disaster, right? It costs a lot, it delivers very little. We have the same problem with housing. Got to make it easier for people to get the services that they want to get, easier for people to have the freedom to build where they choose and build what they choose. And when we're going to have a government program, we've got to look to what other countries have done to design them better, to be more efficient, more effective, so we get better results for everybody in this country.
There's a theme in the contention that I see here, and I think perhaps two, one of which I'd like to address first, which is the idea that the democratization of the workplace would conflict with our dreams of progress. Because progress is important, you know, not just in the capitalistic sense of infinite GDP growth or whatever, but as a concept, as a species. I do believe there's always a better society on the horizon. And there is an unfortunate tendency, even among progressives, to sometimes devolve into a sort of myopic worship of the way things used to be. I want to be clear. My dreamy small town America speech there, it's not about bringing back the way things used to be. Things are better now than they used to be in almost every measurable sense. I would struggle to find significant ways in which they are not. But there are elements of the past that we could have brought into the future that we didn't, either because we chose not to or because the choice was made for us. With regards to the car thing, for example, I don't think that this was some malicious effort on the part of some demographic of American citizens to build out their own wealth. I think that in some ways we traded civil society for dreams of a better and more progressive future. I see this in a lot of ways where we're unwilling to adhere to certain civilization building principles if it feels like there is an aesthetically more futuristic, but in practice much worse system. What I said earlier about the roads, from the Roman Empire until the 20th century, roads were a place where human beings walked. There were horse-drawn carriages, and even early on with cars, still humans walked. But then we were told to look both ways before crossing the road, an implicit suggestion that it's our responsibility not to get hit. I know what you're thinking, you know, with the cars. Of course, we need to be careful with roads. Cars nowadays, there are many, many times more. But even if you look towards Denmark or the Netherlands, their public transportation systems are light years ahead of ours, which are more socially efficient because it means fewer people have to spend money on cars and car maintenance, which costs the average American about $9,000 a year, a significant portion of a person's paycheck, especially at a median income. It means that there's a gatekeep between accessibility to certain social services, depending on whether you're wealthy or poor. Poor people in cities who don't have cars here in America are shafted beyond belief. They might as well just go ahead and walk out and find some desolate field to lay down in. Some of these cities are unlivable without a car, you know? There are better systems. And the way towards those systems might not be some gigantic revolution. It might be a willingness to invest in them. You talked earlier about the golden goose, the ability to accrue tax revenue for social services. But here in the US, we've got a pretty dismal welfare state. So clearly private ownership isn't doing us any favors in that respect either. I think it's about a social willingness to sacrifice what feels like a little bit of personal freedom for the enhancement of everybody's, not just other people's, yourselves as well. In some infinitesimal way, all of us, when we pay our taxes, do contribute to systems that we benefit from minor regulatory ones that allow us to breathe the air and drink the water, to large sweeping ones like the United States military, which, while I can't say I'm a huge fan of, at the very least, its existence as a concept is something that the state relies on. So whether we're talking about public transportation, which is something which has myriad economic benefits we should be exploring as a nation, or democratic ownership of the means of production, let's look at it incrementally. What steps are we willing to make? If you're concerned about the externalities of these systems, then maybe try to redress banking's investment bias against cooperatives with a few government incentives, state by state even. It doesn't have to be federal. And as we'll see with time, and I believe this very firmly, if you work at a cooperative, you will be happier. There's a reason why self-ownership is such a dream in this country. It's great to be on top, but not everyone can be on top. By definition, we don't live on a single plateau. but we can build a system where everyone can share in the benefits of being on top, have a little bit of control in the places they live. Local government, local systems, local democracies, funneling together into something larger. And if we do it well, we do it incrementally, we see it functions, maybe we can take it to the big stage.
So I think I appreciate some of what Vosh has said there, and I disagree with other parts of it. For example, I agree that we have, it's actually almost, it's pretty sad actually, the taxes that the average American pays are not as great as you might think. Not so much less than you might think as say, the Nordics or the Europeans generally pay to get better social services. Like I was trying to say earlier, one of the biggest problems we have in the United States is, especially when you consider federal, state, and local taxes, all of that in the aggregate, you compare that to some of these other countries, they do have a higher percentage of taxes overall. But again, it's not so much higher than you might think, given the extra services that they seem to get. And a big problem that we have in the United States is that we have designed a lot of these programs in a patchwork fashion. It's inefficient. It is often means tested, which means that a new bureaucracy has been set up for the purposes of determining that only the right people get the money. And that ends up being a big cost. It ends up being an imposition on people's privacy, all the rest of it. And while society might have a reasonable claim to want to ensure that tax money goes to the right people, the end result is that less money and then more taxes are collected for less benefit for society as a whole. So that's one thing I would say is why I would agree that we don't have the kind of welfare state I would like to have. I think that's mostly not because the unwillingness of Americans to pay for it. I think the problem is that the systems that we have set up are just fundamentally of a patchwork nature. And if we had more universal systems, simpler to understand, something a little more like maybe what Milton Friedman advocated, I wouldn't go so slim as he did, but thinking very seriously about payments in cash instead of payments in or provision of services. Payments in cash, so you can go out in the market and get what it is you like in a hopefully competitive market. He wanted, I believe, a negative income tax that would have been, I was thinking about Andrew Yang's basic income, but I'm not a fan of Andrew Yang anymore. The negative income tax, so the idea of being able to have a certain amount of money sort of guaranteed, and it was a high number. I don't think you can do that for everything, but that's one example of how we could provide better services more affordably, more efficiently to people without having to think about how we're going to send taxes through the roof in the process and give people more meaningful freedom in the process of how they use those benefits. So that's one thing. Another point is I think we have to recognize the problems that we have in society. I don't think American competitive enterprise is generally speaking the problem. Well, I can't speak to the sentiment that Vosh mentioned with respect to employees feeling just generally more satisfied and happier. I didn't really see a lot of that. I can say that I think that's something I could totally understand. But what I'm more I think that the problem to me with a lot of socialist solutions is that they seem to be about how do we change the means of production, and then those benefits kind of wash across society as a whole. And I don't think the lessons of history really support that kind of analysis. I think the best way to go is to have a capitalist economy that is as efficient and powerful as possible, and then we tax that capitalist economy as necessary to pay for social programs for the purpose of ensuring that we've got a society that people feel like they've got a stake in, that they feel like they can depend upon, so that we avoid the kind of abject hopelessness that a lot of people, rightly or wrongly, may feel in our modern society. So that's one point that I'd make there. Beyond that, I certainly agree with incrementalism. I mean, that's kind of the whole neoliberal way. But I think it's important to recognize, too, the nature of the problems that we have in the United States. I don't think they're really focused so much on business. I think the biggest problems we have in the United States, again, are housing, healthcare, and education. And those are the result of bad policies, not really the failure of, say, the capitalist system, more like the failure of Americans to live up to their own capitalist principles, trying to protect their home values, for example, against their neighbors, with no real moral justifiable claim on doing so. In the process, making it more expensive for everybody else in society to live, making it harder for young people to buy homes, all for the purpose of basically protecting the land values of existing people. And folks, if you've never been to a rezoning hearing, oh my God, that is the most racially repulsive experience I've ever had, in the sense of hearing people get up there and say, I don't want those people in my neighborhood in front of the people in their neighborhood. So that's another thing I'd say is I'm oftentimes very skeptical of the idea that democracy is always the solution and that more of it is always an unparalleled good. Democracy is an important thing with respect to government because with government, hey, you don't have a choice, right? It's real damn hard, unfortunately, to leave not only your own town, your own state, but your own country in particular. And so we need democracy for a variety of reasons, but for one important reason, because it's just so hard to governments have a lot of power over you and you're very much stuck with the government you got. When it comes to companies, it's a little easier to move around, and we should make it easier to move around with more of the kind of universal benefits that I mentioned earlier, instead of the problems right now where we tie people to their jobs with healthcare and with making housing very expensive. So there are a lot of things we need to do, but I don't think it's about the productive side of the economy. I think it's more about the distributive side and the regulatory side.
Before Vosh responds, I'll let the beginning of your response be able to respond to that, but I want to propose this because I want this to be sure to be covered in this debate. Why is it that your model, in comparison to the other, is better when it comes to preservation of certain civil liberties, like freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom to protest, and definitely in the age where people are having such a intensive debate about tech censorship, for example? I'll let the beginning of your response be about what he just said, but I want to make sure we cover that since we have 60 minutes left.
Of course. I can tackle those both, I think. Tempted as I am to talk about the ways in which I think a cooperative system universally would still be able to pay for the necessary welfare costs of a modern society, I think I might be putting the cart before the horse here because I have a feeling that many of the people in the audience wouldn't agree with me that welfare is something we should be investing in anyway. So I'd like to take a step back, if I may, and address what I think might be the more fundamental problem here, which is, again, liberty. With regards to liberty, the problem that I have with American libertarianism, as it's traditionally expressed, is that liberty is gatekept behind wealth. In this country, you are not free to do what you want unless you have wealth. You are free from many things, certainly. That old adage, what is it? It is equally unlawful for both the wealthy man and the poor man to sleep beneath the bridge. When laws are built in such a way as to discourage behaviors more likely to be engaged in by the working class, these are not laws which are fundamentally encouraging healthy guidelines to what a good society is. What we're really doing is socially determining the corral, the barbed wire, around where it is and is not comfortable to be. Now, most people in this country can't afford a small emergency. So I don't think most people in this country are able to really experience the incredible social and technological benefits of living in the 21st century. Now, I can, and I know a lot of people in this audience can, but I know there are a lot of folks who can't, who nonetheless advocate for certain positions because they believe that the freedom of the wealthy is the freedom of all. And to that, I would say, to me, this is nothing more than a contemporary defense of the aristocracy. Back in feudal Europe, to be a lord or a lady, I suppose, what you really, at the fundamental level, needed to do was have a large army and conquer a given bit of land, and you just asserted your will on the local population in a manner which is not at all corporate in the sense that it was directly and governmentally authoritarian, sure, but it was a freedom, wasn't it? After all, we're not directly talking about violence against common people. We're talking about higher level political conflict. And then as a result of it, an aristocrat has the opportunity now to control the land around them. And if you work there, that's you working for your rent, essentially. That's a type of freedom we decided was harmful to the freedom of others. The freedom of the few aristocrats was not more important than the freedom of the many, many, many serfs. Some people think this is hyperbolic, and to an extent it is. But I think that it's a similar logic. We should be promoting freedoms which are truly universal, absolutely and utterly without any requirements, because that's what freedom is. Freedom can't be conditional, because when freedom becomes conditional, you're only enforcing a class system. A class system, in the modern sense, perhaps, may be more defensible than that of the feudal Europe, or in times past, or the old Indian caste system, or whatever the Romans did, if one wanted to look that up. But it is nonetheless a caste system. So let's look to systems that are truly universalized, not just in who gets their money, but also in who has say over what is done with it. And when it comes to democratically run corporations, not only do you accrue the many benefits I spoke of earlier, higher happiness, lower turnover, greater capital investment, higher rate of return because of lower chance of being closed, and those are good benefits, by the way, you also get a common understanding. This society that I live in is mine. Every brick, every tile, every window, every roof tile, everything in it is mine and everyone else's. I have a direct investment in the well-being of myself and my neighbor, because when you believe that and your neighbor believes that, both of you are better off. It's the social contract. And while competitiveness is a valuable part, not just of the human spirit, but also of modern economies, it can at times lead us to believe that conditional benefits are the same thing as universal liberation. So I reject that. And I would hope that many people in the audience, who I'm sure would disagree with me on a lot of stuff, would agree that a truly fair libertarian society would be one where the benefits of all are ensured by the incentive structures and systems that we've built, not just a small privileged few. Because if you run down that road, I mean, eventually, and you've seen corporate towns, I'm sure historically, eventually you just get back to feudalism. I think everything gets back to feudalism with enough, time and free non-intervention engagement outside of some kind of broader power structure. You create a power vacuum outside of any intervention. So that's my opinion on that.
And I'm happy to address the point you mentioned earlier as well. I have to say I appreciate Vosh's discussion of private, or rather a discussion of the feeling of public property, because I have to say that just does not seem to be the way I think most people think about public property, except in the occasional idealistic type of sense. For everybody in society to own something is for nobody to own it. It's for the state to own it. It's for the people who are legally able to exercise power over that thing to own it. So I reject the idea that something that is socially owned is something you feel like you very much have a stake in. I feel like I have a stake, for example, when I drive past a military base, or when I drive past a public school. But at the end of the day, in terms of the authority I have over that property, it is very little to none. And I think it is important to recognize that while democracy is important, the democracy does not automatically really change that reality, right? You still have to go through the laborious process, and it is a worthwhile process, and I would say it is a noble process. But nevertheless, the process of exercising your will, convincing other people to get to your side, and then you can exercise change as you see fit, but certainly never alone, always with others. That's not a bad thing. That's how democracy works. But I don't think I think it's important not to overestimate the very real difference between public property and private property. Private property is a meaningful thing because, when you can acquire it, it means that you have the ability to exercise authority over that property. Not unlimited, of course, but certainly much greater than you would over, say, a form of public property that you have no ownership right in. So that's one point I'd say. Another point I would say is I reject the idea, despite all the problems that I've highlighted here, that our system does not still, perhaps more than ever in some ways, materially benefit most people in this country. The middle class. I saw this recently, actually, in a chart from a great guy by the name of Scott Lincecum, who works at the Cato Institute, where he showed that the middle class has shrunk, and also the lower class has shrunk because there are more people who are wealthy in the United States than there have been really ever before. Now, it's not an appreciably great difference, but there have been increases in wealth in this country in the past, say, 20 years. We've had some serious economic crises, unfortunately, and we're still arguably in the midst of one. But it is worth taking the long view sometimes, too, and recognizing that in this country, we've had not just a great amount of wealth accumulation, but a great amount of opportunity for a lot of people. And I mean, you can see it in the miracles in our friggin' pockets here, the kind of, incredible technology that provides all kinds of wonderful new jobs and opportunities. It's important not to lose sight of that stuff, folks, because when you do, you look at some of the societies that have given that kind of thing up in the past, and I think it's easy to forget just kind of how much we have in this country and maybe take it for granted. But it is also very important, and this would also, I think, go out to a lot of libertarians here, not to say, well, you see, you have the opportunity to make it just as well as I did, and therefore I'll just kind of sit there and stew in a principled starvation if you're not doing so well. No. You cannot argue people into suffering based on principles alone. And I really do believe that. You've got to give people some material basis for hope in a better future, some material basis for a sense of security, and a feeling that, if I try for a better life, I try something different, I'm not going to necessarily end up completely destitute and hopeless. It is important to account for that, because when that happens, and when it is not accounted for, it becomes a core of populist movements that we are seeing more vicious than ever in this country. And those kinds of movements are based often on false narratives, but there is always a core of genuine suffering in those narratives. And I think it is important that we recognize that the state has an important role to play to relieve what Milton Friedman called, justly, acute distress and misery. The state's got to alleviate that so that the rest of the competitive order that delivers all these benefits I've been talking about at length here has the room to work, and people feel like they've got a chance, got a stake in it, feel that the whole business of private property is something that they can be a part of too. Because if it's not, well, then you're in real trouble. So I think in that sense, I believe that capitalism preserves, or rather, liberal capitalism, liberal democracy. All of these things preserve not just the individual freedom that I talk about by respecting private property, respecting individual rights, but because they promote effective welfare states that I've talked about, for example, in Europe, those states add to people's positive liberties and, I would argue, reinforce the security of some of those negative liberties. Because while we give something up when we pay our taxes, when we pay for the aircraft carriers that I hope, as we speak, are making plans to defend our allies in Taiwan, or who should be our allies at least, we nevertheless recognize that's an imposition on our freedom, right? But it is an important imposition to make in defense of a free world writ large.
Yep. Okay. So we have 3 minutes left. So you're both going to have 1 minute outros. And afterwards, shout ourselves out. We'll wrap it up. Thank you both for being extremely civil. And I had to do nothing today. So I appreciate it.
Happy to make you irrelevant. There's a concept in philosophy called the veil of ignorance, where you measure, among other things, the worth of a society based on your average prospects if you were to enter as a member without knowing who you would become. It must be remembered that to the average American, while private property ownership is a delightful thing, to many of them, to most of them, this is not theirs, it's somebody else's. Their house, they rent. Their business, not theirs, that's controlled by somebody else. That lawn, that street, that city. Owning things is great when you're the one who owns them. But to the common welfare, the vast majority of people, just by mathematical certainty, do not. All the world belonged to everyone before we divvied it up and set property lines in place. And that might be a dreamy hippie notion, but in a way, when free land is taken
20 seconds.
The government takes it, and they divvy it up and give it off to corporate interests, something fundamentally there is lost, a common will, an inheritance, and I think that we can take it back. Whether you believe in revolution, reform, welfare or not, we should all here believe in freedom, and however we achieve that, we should be deliberate and universal in how we do so.
Bastiat?
I would thank you, Dylan, and thank you, Vosh. I really enjoyed this. I would only say, one, that I would reject the idea that Vosh posited of saying that most people do not. I mean, homeownership rates, for example, in the United States, I think show otherwise. Private property is something that's widespread and enjoyed on a wide basis in this country. One of the problems that we have, though, is that, for example, in place of a social welfare system, we have a system of easy access to credit, which is how a lot of Americans meet basic needs, but of course, which has some disadvantages, you might argue, I think very reasonably, over greater access to some of the programs I described, healthcare, a Friedman-esque basic income, things like that. So I would say this. I believe that liberal capitalism, particularly the American variety, has done more to drive the progress and advancement of humankind in the last 250 years than any other world historic force in history yet devised, and perhaps, who knows what the future may bring. But
20 seconds.
I think it's very much worth defending and protecting. And I would hope that for those of you who agree with me on the basics of that you would also agree with me that it is important we recognize that there are other important elements that must be protected, a strong military that can help us and our democratic allies defend one another against rising authoritarians, the People's Republic of China in particular, and also a social welfare state that can help Americans feel like, hey, you know what? Look, capitalism is great, but I also don't have to feel like I'm going to be flat on my back if I don't win out from it. It's important to remember that. So thanks again.
Thank you so much.
I was expecting a fight, and my brother leans over and he's like, they're not fighting because they're both logical. So thank you for a fantastic conversation. And all of you watching at home and all of you watching here, our other home, please know that Vosh will be back on this stage later with Destiny. But I just wanted to thank the three of you for doing a fantastic job.
Thanks for having us.
Raise your hand, by the way, if you agreed with everything that they both said. I know, same. All right. Okay, well, we're going to move right along. This next session is a good one, y'all. This is called Enemy of My Enemy is My Friend. I know there are bladders in the audience. People need to hydrate, but make it fast because you don't want to miss this next one. In fact, I'll say it as you're walking away so that you know what's coming next. Faisal, Saeed Al-Mutar, Lee Shuland, and Maria Bello. That will be moderated by Jorge Raisati. This is all about the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That is what's coming up right now. So come back soon.
And I want and you got it so much. I'm crazy for your touch, your touch, your touch, your touch. And I'll be good like I should. Waiting inside misery, I need your touch, your touch, your touch, your touch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to resume. Thank you.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. Electric word, life, it means forever, and that's a mighty long time. But I'm here to tell you, there's something else. The afterworld. A world of never-ending happiness. You can always see the sun, day or night. So when you call up that shrink in Beverly Hills, you know the one. Doctor, everything will be alright. Instead of asking how much of your time is left, ask him how much of your mind, baby. Cause in this life, things are much harder than the afterworld. This life, you're on your own. And if the elevator tries to break you down, go crazy, punch a higher floor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here for this session. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Today, we will be talking about how authoritarian regimes do censorship, but at the same time, in places as different as Iraq and Venezuela, Belarus, China, Russia, we want to find what are the similarities, what are the commonalities between these regimes. We want to also know their foreign policy, specifically how they exchange information on ways that they can circumvent diplomacy, the ways they circumvent US sanctions, for instance, which I think is really interesting, so we can make foreign policy that is effective at bringing democracy and freedom to all these places. My name is Jorge Gerizati. I am from Venezuela, and I have great people here with me from different places, as China, Iraq, also Venezuela. So please, we'll begin with Faisal, who will be speaking about his experience in Iraq. And he also wants to point out about the recent events in Afghanistan, events that should worry all of us, because after 20 years, then the Taliban are in power again. So we need to see what are the lessons that we can actually bring from this experience. Military lessons, political lessons, and specifically diplomatic lessons. So thank you very much, and please, you can go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. My name is Faisal, originally from Iraq. My work is focused on making censored book available in the Middle East. So our work is mostly focused on circumventing censorship and dealing with authoritarianism as a whole, because of the fact that Middle Eastern countries in many cases are aligned with regional powers like Russia and China and other places. So this is kind of an intro of how the situation right now in Afghanistan is really relevant. The reason why I picked this panel, is to focus on how authoritarians actually work with each other. So I grew up in Iraq under the regime of Saddam Hussein. We only had 2 media stations controlled by the states. And to give you an anecdotal example, we didn't know that Iraq invaded Kuwait. Most of the information that used to come from us, that used to export, and the technology used to be exported from Russia and former Soviet Union, is that they control all sources of information, including the education system. So in 2005, I was watching a documentary on National Geographic showing Iraqi tanks going into Kuwait. And I was like, what? That was not the story we were told. The story we were told that Israel and the United States invaded Iraq, and we won that battle. And it's called the mother of all battles. And when I asked my dad, it's like, did you know about the truth? Like, did we actually invade Kuwait and things like that? He was like, I did, but if I told you, you would be in trouble, because most of the people around him and in the country he grew up in are all in the intelligence services. And that most of that technology and most of that belief actually came from the former Soviet Union, in which they exported most of these kind of authoritarian mindset. Is authoritarianism not just in censorship, but also create a mindset of authoritarianism in which you're all afraid of each other. And that what brings me to Afghanistan, in which they imported something similar, but within a theocratic sense. And as many of you have probably noticed, the withdrawal, I've been contacted by really hundreds of thousands of people, of most of them who used to work with the US Army, US government, and many other freedom countries. And they saw that while the authoritarians like the Taliban have the support of Qatar, has the support of multiple authoritarian groups and countries, the people who actually love freedom are left to be killed like animals in the streets. And that is the difference between authoritarians standing for each other and freedom countries leaving other freedom people to be killed like animals in the street. And that, I think, why authoritarians are winning and people for freedom are losing. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you. Now, Maria Bello will speak about Venezuela.
Oh, well, hi, everyone. My name is Maria Bello. I came to the United States when I was only 17 years old due to socialism back in my country. In Venezuela, I used to do campaigns against the government because to me, if I did something to protect my country, I would be able to stay at home. At 17, I found out that I had to leave the country because something could happen to me or my family. I came to the United States all by myself, and then 8 years later, I'm still here and fighting for freedom. In 2019, I found out that people my age will go for socialism when they don't even know what that means. They don't know what socialism is. What they tell us every time we go into a college campus and talk about our experience, they say that was not real socialism. It is gonna be better this time. The reality is, it doesn't matter if you put the word democratic before socialism, it is the same thing. Socialism destroyed my country. Socialism destroyed my family. Socialism destroyed everything I knew. And that is why I'm in the United States fighting for freedom. And the CEO and co-founder of a new nonprofit called America's Momentum. We will be dedicating, our goal, it is to talk about human rights violations. What happens when you live in a socialist/communist country? What happens when people my age go out in the streets and they're fighting for freedom? I don't think Americans know what freedom means. I know a lot of people talk about what is the American dream to you. So many people will say, the American dream to me is to buy a house, to get a business. My American dream is freedom, and that's what America means to me, freedom. I have been going to college campuses, talking to people about my story. I have found that a lot of people will say, well, I did my research in Venezuela, and the problem with Venezuela is the US sanctions. That is their excuse. They think socialism, it's gonna come to the United States and it's gonna be so beautiful. In reality, it is gonna destroy this country. What I say is that socialists are gonna promise you free things, but they will never promise you freedom. But what do you do with no freedom? And honestly, I don't have the time to pack my bags and go to another country because I don't think there is any other country on earth we can go to. That's what America means to me, freedom. And that's why I'm here, still fighting for freedom until the day I die. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. Because yes, we need to preserve freedom where we have it right now. So Lee will not right now talk about China or the censorship of China. Many people from the audience do not understand the level of repression, for instance, that people live in China. So if you want to talk about it, please go ahead.
Okay. China, a lot of people have an impression China was bad under Mao. Now it's different. It's good. It's something that we can learn from, and we can use China as a model. But what I'm going to tell you is, no, China never changed. It's still a communist country, still dictatorship, and some aspect is even worse because under Mao, at least, it was a group of dictators ruled China. Right now, it's one dictator ruling China. And when I was growing up in China, 1950s, 60s, 70s, we have total, the government control our lives in every aspect of our lives. For example, you can take a bath once a week. You can get a haircut once a month. You can, if the husband and wife don't live together, you get to sleep with each other twice, 2-month period of the year. Government dictate every single aspect of your lives, from how much food you can get, meat, vegetables, matches, sugar, oil, everything, fabric, cotton, you name it. Not a thing is not government planned for you, for your lives. And then right now, it's a little bit better. Government let go of some of the controls in these aspects, but they never let go of the control of people's mind. They want the entire country, 1.4 billion people, think as one person. And that's why you hardly ever seen something invented in China. They're all made in China, including me, but they're never invented because you can't have a free mind to think. Everything you have an idea, every time you have an idea, you have to get approval first. You might end up in jail, you might end up being executed. So nobody wants to think, nobody dare to think. If they want to think, they want to be creative, they leave China. They go to other countries. So there's China, why people say Chinese people steal the technology and copy other people's products. That's the reason, because that's the only way they can survive. And right now, on the economic side, the government had lessened some controls on individual activities, but China is not a capitalist country. not like earlier the debater, one of the debater, I would totally disagree with him. He might think China is a capitalist country, a socialist style, or with Chinese characteristic capitalism. No, China is still planned economy. And government direct investment and government dictated, directed investment. Those are all part of the planned economy. And China is still exporting this idea, this planned economy through One Belt, One Road initiative to all over the world, Africa, Central Asia, and you name it. But because this is not true capitalism, so it's not sustainable. So Chinese economy is on the verge of bankruptcy and collapse. You go to today, last year, some of my friends went to East Africa. They saw all the abandoned, half-done Chinese projects there because they could not sustain, they could not continue. So Chinese still under dictatorship, it's just little in different appearances. And in China, even worse now. You can't say anything that's not favorable to the government. Not only you say something against it, you're in trouble. If you praise them, you don't praise it incorrectly, you're in trouble. It's that bad. And they have a social credit system, they have a camera everywhere. They brainwash the Chinese people, say that's better for your safety because we can catch criminals very fast. Everything is under the camera. What about our freedom, our privacy? Nothing. And Chinese people buying into that. They say, oh, it's better for us. And there's still people have no freedom to choose the education because education is 100% controlled by the government, textbook. And some Christians have their own schools, but then you cannot go into any Chinese universities if you didn't go through the Chinese government schools. And like you said, the histories all fabricated. Nothing is true. In China, we always say that all the media is also controlled by the government. We say a Chinese newspaper, besides the date, nothing is true. Nothing is real. Only the date printed on the newspaper could be true. It's not 100%. So that's the reality. And no, China is not a model for anybody, but unfortunately today, the whole world imitate China with the lockdown, with the mandate mask. There's no proof those things work. Will prevent the pandemic, but without question, all the government was so eager to copy China. And that's very dangerous.
No, yes, let me build on China because I think it also relates to the previous two talks about Iraq and about Venezuela. In the sense that when you read what people were writing in the 1990s, when you see the public discourse, the interviews, the speeches in the 1990s, you saw optimism for liberal democracy. You saw optimism for not only markets, the Washington Consensus in Latin America, the developing of Africa, the rebuilding of Eastern Europe, at the same time for democracy, for giving people the right to vote, for giving people a voice. Today, a generation after that, a generation after all those efforts, we don't see that optimism in liberal democracy. And in contrast, we see many people advocating for this type of chronic capitalism, central planning, authoritarian, manu militari type of economic system. And they see the Chinese model as the future. And I think that's something that all of us are against, because we believe in freedom, we believe in democracy, not even for a utilitarian perspective, but from a fundamental perspective. And in fact, I don't believe that the Chinese model is sustainable in its current form. That's something that I truly believe. And if you go to the all other Asian countries, They became democracies. South Korea, Japan, they eventually became democracies. And I hope that China will one day become a democracy sooner than later. Which again comes from something that you said about ways that these authoritarian regimes exchange information. I see that in Venezuela. In Venezuela, we had a huge amount of US sanctions on the financial perspective and the energy sector specifically. And what I saw is a deep connection and interchange of ideas and information between China, Iran, Russia, Turkey, and Venezuela. And I saw that, for example, in the energy sector, in which Iran found ways to circumvent the sanctions of oil, to bring oil and gasoline through the African Horn without their transponders on in the shipments. And for example, in the financial sector, the same with, for example, Rosneft, the oil industry of Russia. And you coming from Iraq, I'm sure you also saw that. So please talk to us about this exchange of information that exists between authoritarian regimes to circumvent diplomacy.
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes get asked two questions. What keeps you awake at night and what scares you the most about your work? And actually what scares me the most about my work is if China exports its censorship tools to the Middle East. China has an amazingly advanced surveillance techniques that does not exist in many countries in the Middle East. With all the authoritarianism in the Middle East, there was always that loophole of corruption. You can always bribe your way out of something. Many of these governments, while they can be authoritarian in some way, you hear a lot of stories of defectors. And how the stories come in is that you bribe the person at the government, you are able to find your loophole, and then you escape the country. Most of the technologies that are now being exported is a surveillance technology, in which that is mostly based on artificial intelligence, is based on tracking tools that didn't exist, that didn't apply before. So that means that many of the tools that we use, we call them freedom technologies, which are many like VPNs, which is virtual private networks, encrypted communications, etc. My biggest worry is that if that gets censored in the Middle East, it will be amazingly difficult to get them any of the ideas about freedom and human rights accessible. To give you like an anecdotal example, from research from the United Nations Arab Development Report, they said that there were more books translated to Spanish in 1 year than Arabic in 1,000 years. This is the ratio of cultural exchange it used to be between the Arab world and the outside world because of authoritarianism. And then things opened up a little bit in my country of Iraq. After the US war, Iraq moved from crazy authoritarian to crazy not authoritarian. It's mainly crazy, but the only thing shifted. But there was actually much higher exposure to information after the war than before the war. And now, as more governments are pro-Iran, are moving more to controlling Iraq, they're bringing some of the technologies that they're getting from China, which means forget about the protest in the next 10 years, forget about the ability for anybody to organize and form any opposition political party. Everything will be controlled by the state. Everything, they know who you communicate to, who you talk to, etc., etc. On the psyche that they create that I just talked about, is that growing up in for example, until today in Syria, out of 4 adults, one is in the intelligence services. Think about that. They make you even afraid of your best friend. So that creates not just you are worried about communicating to your friend, you also cannot even trust your best friend. Everybody is afraid of everybody. Nobody can actually organize. And this technology of authoritarianism is only increasing in magnitude. So that is really their biggest worry of 21st century. The other advantages of some authoritarians have nowadays is that they can learn from each other. So, for example, until today, Bashar al-Assad is in power. Many people thought, oh, Ba'ath Party is going to be done. Syria is going to be turned into a liberal democracy. All failed. Part of the reason is that many of Russia, unlike America, stood by their allies. When Vladimir Putin said he's going to stand with the president of Syria, he actually fucking did it. Unlike Barack Obama, who drew a red line and never fulfilled it. Bashar al-Assad learned that if he formed alliances prior to a war, prior to invasion, with authoritarian states like Russia, like others, who don't want to see any form of liberal democracy spreading, it actually works. China and many countries have the advantage They know how the Soviet Union fell. So they have learned from it. They know what other authoritarians are dealing with and what actually works and what actually doesn't. What do freedom countries do? They don't share any knowledge with each other. They don't support each other. And again, that's the point, is that if people don't fight for freedom, it will go away.
It's a very important point. Yes. It's a very important point, the one that you just raised, in the sense that democracies, we put red lines. And Obama did that with Al-Assad. And then they fold. Then they don't apply them. And in contrast, authoritarian regimes, they do a ton of engagement with each other. And they're together, and they exchange information. So basically, a quick question for you again, and a follow-up would be, should we do more engagement with these authoritarian regimes and seek like middle ways, and then from the inside seek long-term transitions, or should we simply apply the red lines? Should we go deeper? Should we go deeper in diplomacy? Should we go deeper in financial repression? There's a term called in economics called geoeconomics, which is the use of economic tools towards geopolitical objectives. And we try to do that, but then we are not effective. The US sanctions, for instance, they don't monitor the sanctions, the effectiveness of the sanctions, the desirability of the sanctions. And I assume that in the Middle East, it's exactly the same. So that's why then you don't see transitions to democracy the way we want to be. Because something that people need to understand is that we cannot leave these people alone. Like right now in Afghanistan, for instance, I was talking to a friend, a member of Students for Liberty. His name is Parawis. And he told me, Jorge, I have 3 sisters in Afghanistan. What can I tell him? No, we're going to do nothing. No, we have to do something, because these are 3 lives. And I hate that, for example, in the case of Venezuela, people talk about millions of refugees just as a number, as a cold number. These are families that are destroyed. These are lives that are fundamentally torn apart. Friends that I know that because, for example, they are in exile, then they know that they will never see their grandparents again, because their grandparents do not have a visa to come to the States, and they cannot leave the States. So that's why these panels are important. And I will follow up really quick with you. What should we do? More engagement, more red lines?
Yeah, so I come from Iraq, which is one of the countries where the intervention really failed, at least the military one, and which the idea was that if we're gonna kick off the dictator, then democracy gonna spread. Here is one issue. Most people there don't even what democracy even means. You cannot draw your way out of this. So military engagement, as we have seen in Afghanistan, I am actually, unlike libertarians, I'm actually for intervention. So I am for military engagement when it's necessary. However, I think the biggest form of engagement is, number one, be also a role model for these freedom values. In America, from my experience of living here for 10 years, how many people know what freedom actually means, as she said? Most even Americans know what this country is all about. Forget about foreigners know what this country is all about. So the best thing Americans can do actually on a local level is actually to be a role model for these values. That's number one. Number two, not necessarily through diplomacy, for example, like our work is to make the knowledge about these ideas accessible to the people who are living under authoritarian regimes. Many people there do not know about these ideas of free markets and free engagement and voluntary. They have been used and lived under authoritarian regimes their entire lives. And there used to be a time during the Cold War when the United States used to export its values. There was a time in which America had a coherent ideas of what they stand for, in which they had Radio for Europe. They had a lot of radio stations and TV stations that they had to support all of these, the values what America does around the world. America right now has a failed channel called Voice of America that no one watches except my grandma. China has a channel called CGTN, which is now one of the most watched channels in the Middle East. They do a lot of viral videos. They create very engaging. They actually have Chinese people who speak fluent Arabic. And by doing that, their videos go viral just because they are exotic. It's like there's this person from China speaks fluent Arabic, and people just share their videos all the time. So they have been able to circumvent most of the cultural nuances. And the other example is Russia Today. Russia Today Arabic is also one of the most watched channels in the Middle East. America, Voice of America, is no one watches it, as I said, except maybe the staff who actually works in Voice of America, are probably forced to watch what America stands for. That is, I think, is the best form of engagement, is America actually spreading its values. And the way for these values to actually succeed, they have to be adopted by the locals. America cannot be the one controlling the world and spreading the value. These values have to be believed by the locals, and that can only be happen if the locals there know about the existence of these values. And I think this is the best way for engagement.
That's true, and that will segue perfectly with Maria's work, because what you are doing is trying to explain and to encourage people to understand what socialism is about, and at the same time try to do it in an empathic manner, because we need to win the hearts of people. We need to explain to them why freedom is important from in the hearts of them. And I see, for example, we have different Venezuelans here. We have Esteban, Andres, many Venezuelans, and all of us share that we need to really explain, but not from an academic standpoint, from an emotional standpoint. We need to explain, again, why freedom matters. So please talk to us about how can we do that? How can we explain freedom? Which are the things that we should believe in, and how can we communicate them?
So one of the things will be, instead of telling people, okay, I read about socialism, this is what it means, people like stories. People like to hear stories from people that have actually lived through this. I mean, you might know about socialism when you go into a college campus and you talk about this is what socialism is. Where do you get that information from? From Google or from a book? But when you have people that have actually lived through that, and they can tell you, I have to do a line of 200 people to be able to get into a supermarket to buy food. And when I got close to the gate of the supermarket, there was nothing left. That happened to me, that happened to my mom, it still happened to my family. So one of the things will be educating people. You have to start educating them from the house. We have to start educating our kids and tell that at home, look, this is what I lived through. I don't want you to support that. We have to educate the next generation of Americans, because sadly, they're falling into this idea of how good socialism is, but then they have a MacBook, they buy a Starbucks, they're capitalists, but they like the idea of having everything for free. For example, free tuition. Where is that gonna come from? From our taxes. So my thing is, we have to keep educating people. We have to keep telling people our stories. Not just you, not just me, but every Venezuelan, every Cuban, every person from Nicaragua that have lived through socialism needs to step up and talk about what they went through and what their family's still going through. My family's still living through socialism. My family's still living through that hell of it's gonna work out this time. I mean, Chavez will always say it. Socialism is the best thing that will happen to Venezuela. And look at Venezuela now. Chavez would say, I'm following into what Fidel Castro said. Look at Cuba right now. They're a communist country, 60 plus years. Venezuela has been a socialist country for more than 20 years. So you have to start educating people. We have to start from home, and then we have to watch what our kids are actually seeing in school. It's not just enough when we're sending our kids to school. We have to look at the curriculum. We have to look at what people are actually telling them. I had a professor, one of my political science classes, and my professor said, okay, well, we are gonna write an essay about a country, and I chose Venezuela because, I mean, who's gonna know more than my country than myself? When he gave me my essay back, I had a 70. And I asked the professor, why do I have a 70? And he said, because what I said in that essay was not true. Venezuela was not a socialist country, and Maduro is not a dictator. So just imagine, this is happening in our school. This is happening in college. So what's going to happen next? Our kids are not going to go to school because they're telling them that socialism is good. Another of my political science classes, my professor said that capitalism will never work. And all of my assignments were about how good socialism is, why socialism works, why socialism is good. And I dropped out. I'm not going to take a class where I know I'm going to have a 0 because I'm not going to fall into that. So my thing is, Americans don't want the same people that destroy my country to destroy this country. Because where are you guys gonna go? Like all Venezuelans that we immigrated to this country, where are we gonna go? Are we gonna have America falling into socialism again? Are we gonna, history is repeating. We cannot let that happen.
That's true. And related to that, for example, Lee, what should we do with China? And what is the future of China? And what can we do? Because when you go to Washington and you talk to the foreign service community, and you ask them, okay, what are the threats or the challenges that we have in this world? Everyone's talking about China. Everyone is talking about this competition, this economic competition, military competition, and competition about geopolitical supremacy, in the sense that what happened with Hong Kong, for instance, there was no pushback from the Western world. We have the situation in Taiwan, for instance. There are people that are resisting, and I can imagine they're afraid right now, given the lack of support that they could see. So what can the West do with China? There are some people who talk about isolation of China. There are people who talk about tariff. There are people who talk about trade wars. And there are others who simply say, okay, we need to do more diplomacy. But what should the Western world do about China? And that's a normative question. And the positive question would be, where is China going?
I think I want to first comment about one thing. When Taliban took over Kabul and the whole Afghanistan, the Chinese people were celebrating. They said it was liberation, and they referred it to 1949, 48, when the Chinese army took over Shanghai and Beijing. And guess what? Before Taliban took over entire Afghanistan, on August 1st, the entire Taliban team went to Beijing, had a great meeting with the leaders in China, and got all kinds of support and directions, ideas to how to do it. Then they went back to Afghanistan, and very soon they took over the whole country. And then my Chinese friend was telling me, say, why are you helping Afghanis to leave? Because the Taliban want to keep people in, because they want to keep the smart people and educated people to help rebuild the new country. I said, wow, sounds so familiar, because 1950s, the Chinese Communist government said the same thing. And people, including my grandparents, my parents, stayed. Some even returned from other country back to China. In 2 years of the time, where did they all end up? In the concentration camp. The best, the smartest, the highly educated, most of them end up in the west of China. The environment is so harsh. They were locked down there and to survive on their own. And most people died within 2 years of time. They end up eating each other's waste. At night, they will go to dig up the dead body secretly and eat them. That's reality. Until today, that area is still forbidden for visitors. And because it was so horrible. And the Chinese people today even believed what Taliban said. That's the success of the Chinese government-controlled education system, because history was not told. Young people didn't know what happened. When I go there to talk about it, they all get mad at me. I said I was just telling my own story. And that's why when Hong Kong people start demonstration and very little support from mainland China, never mind the international support, in Hong Kong, that's the first time in history with the movement, people's movement is so spontaneous. No leaders, no central planning. There's no leaders. Everybody, 20 million people, they go to work, And at lunchtime, they take off their suit and tie and put on t-shirt and went onto the street, just like that. And thankful to Telegram, somebody will say, oh, I have an idea. We should do this. We should have this slogan, and post it on the Telegram. In few minutes, tens of thousands of people will say, okay, let's do it. Just like that. And but internationally, very, very little support, because people, big companies, businesses, they all had their stake in Hong Kong. They don't want to lose that. And Chinese government really watch all these businesses and threaten them. For example, all the fashion brands, on their website, they will say, we have stores in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and China, Shanghai and Beijing. Immediately, Chinese government said, no, you have to say China, Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, China, Shanghai, China, Beijing. All the fashion brands changed, including World Bank, because they're so afraid of the communist government. Of course, they're not supporting the Hong Kong people, but Hong Kong people is not going to give up. Right now, it looks like died down, but no. Hong Kong people, they're not Chinese, because they grown up in a free society. They know what freedom is. Just like you said, they know what freedom is. And now they lost it. They won't not like that happen. And also, Hong Kong have their own educational system. They have their freedom of choice textbooks, curriculums. So they're not brainwashed by the government, even though 1989 Tiananmen massacre happened 32 years ago. The Hong Kong people memorializing that for 2 years nonstop. So every Hong Kong students knew about it, knew about the horror of communism. They know not to trust the communist government. So even though they're quiet, they're not dead. So we really do need international support for the people in Hong Kong and Taiwan fighting to gain back their freedom or protect the freedom they already have right now.
Actually, I have a modern example about Afghanistan. Like, there's new generation of girls, for the first time they went to school, unlike their mothers. So most of the young girls, like who are 20 or 15, etc., many of them are protesting in Afghanistan right now, is that they want to go back to school, unlike their mothers who lived their whole lives without going to school. So they knew what freedom looks like. They knew the fact that them as women can get educated. Therefore, like one of the articles which on foreign policy, I believe, is that they say that Taliban is ruling over a different country. Like the country that they ruled before were mostly uneducated, illiterate. Most of them don't know what freedom looks like. But many of the 20 years later, the newer generation, most of them are familiar with, oh, girls have to go to school, equality is important, etc. So they're ruling over a different generation. And that's really the power of exposure. And unfortunately, America wasted $2 trillion on this country, and they withdraw, and most of the work has gone.
Yes, when I was talking, for example, with this Students for Liberty member in Afghanistan, he told me, Jorge, people in Kabul are not the same that 1996. This is different. And now that, for example, we only have a couple of minutes left, I think I will try to draw some conclusions and some things that we need to talk about these presentations that we have. Like, the first thing is that we need to re-understand the geopolitical institutions that we have, the international community. We need to re-understand how can we will, I will say it, explore democracy, how we need to do it. We need to re-understand the world as it is. Because the institutions that we have right now, when they were created, when you look at a map in the 1950s, the first thing you look was the Atlantic, was Western Europe, was the New England area of the US. Now you need to look at the Pacific. Now you need to look at Silicon Valley, Taiwan, China, Japan. And the institutions that we're creating now need to show that. because as long as our democratic efforts do not have a reach in that part of the world, which is the most vibrant economically, in that sense at least, then we will not be successful.
Yeah,
So
but I don't think democracy is the most important thing, because 4 years ago when I was in Afghanistan, I went there two times. They had a democracy 4 years ago. They have a freedom of speech because I watched somebody on TV criticizing the government, and I was surprised. But when I talked to their economic advisors, to their president, and they say, we like Chinese model. We don't like the United States model. I say, why is that? Because Chinese model government have control of the economy, have control of the people. That's their objective. And I was horrified. But now Taliban is a different story. Even then, when they had a democracy, they had the freedom of speech. The government, they love power. They love control. So they love Chinese style.
Yes, exactly. But we need to aim for democracy and freedom. And that's what I believe, and that's what I think we need to push. So, and the second, again, we are out of time. So the second really quick conclusion is that we need to work with people like Maria, for instance, in the sense that narratives matter, ideas matter, the ideas that people have in their heads about whether the economy is fair or not, whether democracy is fair or not, whether we have an inclusive economy, whether we have opportunities for everyone. And I think that's not technical issues. Those are narratives. Those are political questions that we need people like Maria on college campuses fighting for that. So that way, this country is free, which will guarantee that sooner or later, countries like mine will be free. So thank you very much.
You're back. Everyone's back. Bladders have been relieved. Food has been consumed. Thank you so much for joining us. And as they exit the stage, I do just want to give a shout out and a thank you to Faisal, Lee, Maria, and also Jorge. A lot of what we do in these conferences is we get in our heads and we talk about concepts. We're so good at getting academic. But what these four people just did takes an extra level of guts, because they're not talking about concepts and ideas. They are talking about their pain. You all just walked in and saw four people opening up right before you their scar tissue, their lived experiences in countries where there is very little liberty left. So I just want to thank them for being vulnerable with us and having a really great conversation. Thank you. Thank you. Also, someone lost a black iPad. I was waiting till someone lost electronics. Someone lost a black iPad. So if you have found a black iPad, please return it to the speaker tent, and that is located next door. Also, I don't know if you all have truly explored the expo hall. Raise your hand if you've walked through the expo hall. All right, now raise your hand if y'all got your drink tickets at the expo hall. Sorry, y'all at home, but we got some drink tickets here. There will be a lot of drinking, dancing, music coming up later today. So make sure that you explore all the tables, all the kiosks, and then get your drink tickets at the end. And now, our next speaker, talk about a badass. This is a woman you show up for. This is a woman that if you need to go to the restroom, you hold it. This is not the one that you skip out on. This woman is a true friend of liberty. She's the president of People for Liberty. And of course, she was the 2020 Libertarian Party nominee for the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Jo Jorgensen. Thank you.
Can I hire you to go around the country with me? I appreciate that so much. By the way, could I get the handheld mic? Would that be a problem? So I am so happy to talk to you today. And what I find a bit ironic is many of you are students. I am a teacher, a college lecturer, and here it's Saturday, and you are here sitting in the audience watching me. Thank you so much. So now that we got that out of the way, I am so happy to be here because while I do teach psychology at Clemson University, I've had so many people ask me, what do your students think of your politics? What do they say? And I explain to them, I'm not a liberal. I do not think that I should use tuition money to tell them my personal beliefs. So, in fact, one of the first times a student had found out about me, this was maybe 12 years ago, shortly after I started teaching, he said, did you run for vice president? He said, I Googled your name to see what your office number was so I could go over your test, and up comes a Wikipedia page. I said, yep, that's me. So I'm so excited to be here. The way I look at it, though, is while I can't really talk about politics to my students, I figure I can talk psychology to you. So you are going to get the best of both worlds. You're going to get my knowledge from both in the classroom, although I no pop quizzes, I'll try not to make it sound too much like a lecture. And you're going to get my experience running for office. So, and by the way, I love both fields very much. So one of the classes that I've taught and a section that I teach, and let me circle back to the, yes, we are going to be talking about opt-in marketing, opt-in for our lives, and we're going to be talking about modernizing the message. The first thing I'm going to do is kind of combine my psychological background with my political background. So one thing that I teach in the cognitive section of psychology, and by the way, again, hate to turn this into too much of a lecture, but cognition, or the study of cognitive psychology, is the study of how we acquire knowledge, how we acquire and retain knowledge. Now, there are two things that we know from extensive research, which is one, we grasp concrete information easier, and secondly, we also remember concrete information longer. This means in getting our message out there, which absolutely needs to be modernized. To modernize our message, we need to use what we know about science, so we need to use concrete terms when selling freedom. And when I first started out in my, I hate to say it, a political career, let's say my candidate career, I ran for House, in this U.S. House in 1992, and I would go around and talk to voters. And they would ask me, what are your issues? What's your position? And I would say, I'm for freedom. And at first, I didn't quite pay attention. I was too excited about the fact that I was running for office. But after a while, I began to notice that when I would say, I'm for freedom, their eyes would glaze over. And some of them would even say, we're already the freest country in the world. We're already free. Now, I do realize I am saying this at the Freer Future Fest. I do realize that, okay? But that's the point, is we're all here because we love freedom. We love the abstract idea of freedom. We want to live our lives free. We want to have liberty. That's us. If we're going to modernize our message and market it out there, we have to look at what they want, not what we want. We want freedom. They all say, we already got it. So we really need to talk in more concrete terms when talking to them. Again, not amongst ourselves, when talking to voters. And this goes for all abstract words. Again, the brain cannot handle, it's just how we're built. It's how our brains are wired. Our brains cannot handle abstract words as well as concrete. So all the words out there that we keep hearing, such as power, you know, by golly, I've never seen a voters poll out there where the top 10 issues was, yes, I want power. Or in the top 20 or even the top 50. Instead, it's items like education, healthcare, the economy, jobs, whatever. Keep in mind, with effective selling, and that's what we're doing, like it or not. And by the way, I start my first career after I received my MBA was I sold computers for IBM. And I look at selling as a very honorable and noble career if you do it honestly and if you are serving the people that you are selling to. Because think about it, you are a problem solver. You are making their lives better. And that's what we need to do, is make their lives better. So with effective selling, we've got to address their issues, not our issues. Imagine you decide you want to buy a new car. You walk into a showroom and the guy says, you know, great, I'm glad you came here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the power to get a new car. No, what the salesman is going to say is, oh, what do you want? Do you want, you want to look cool in a convertible? Or do you want a minivan to drive your kids around with their hockey sticks and soccer balls? Or do you want both? And then he puts you in the convertible and says, you look awesome in that convertible. He doesn't explain that he's selling the car because what's in it for him is a new vacation or a new car for him. Voters are looking for a better life, an improved economy, education, better education, education that they control, not the freedom to go out and get something or the power to go out and get something. So what we need to do is walk up to people and say, here, have a seat in my education plan. You look great in it. And by the way, it's exactly what you're looking for. We need to stop being ideological and philosophical. And I'm going to be the first one to say I was the guiltiest party. For 16 years after joining the movement, I went around telling people I wanted freedom and I wanted liberty. And I talked philosophy. And that's not what voters are looking for. Democrats and Republicans don't spend all their time explaining philosophy. Now, yes, those discussions go on. Yes, Republicans and Democrats do have their philosophy, but they talk about it in the back rooms, and it's secondary, tertiary. It's not their main message. So we've got to realize that in the pursuit of liberty, in the pursuit of freedom, we can't talk about what excites us. We got to talk about what excites them. So let's talk a little more about the opt-in thing. Back to psychology. People like choices. There's something, and I had to throw in some kind of psychological term here. There's a term called reactance theory, which says that people react negatively when their choices are taken away. It's kind of like reverse psychology. You may have heard of that term. Anybody, now this is before your time. When you look at the students in the mid-50s who were just trying to enjoy their music, up pops the Parents Music Resource Center in 1985. Anybody familiar with them? Yes. It was run by the Wives of Washington. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to supposedly give parents better control over their children's music, as though parents have no control over their kids anyway. And you know what? If parents don't have control over their kids, Tipper Gore certainly isn't going to give that power. But anyway, they went out and they said, okay, we don't like this dirty language. We don't like the sex and violence. So what we're going to do is and they talked about different options. One of the things that, or what they ended up doing was they ended up putting little stickers on the CDs that warned you of this stuff that if you're a teenager, you're not supposed to listen to. Okay, so you as a teenager, what are you going to do when you have the choice between buying a CD that says, this is great for you to listen to, or one that says, nope, not allowed? You're going to want the other CD. And many people have pointed out that, yes, it actually increased sales. In fact, some people have said that Dee Snider of Twisted Sister, who's one of the people on the other side, they said, perhaps he was crazy like a fox, and this was his intent all along. No, don't put stickers on my CDs that tells kids they're not supposed to read them. So humans are motivated to gain and keep their choices. If our choices are taken away from us, if our freedom is taken away from us, it makes us want to reclaim it. And by the way, sometimes a result when we don't get our freedom is aggression, and we've seen that going around in the world. Unfortunately, while we who love freedom, who love liberty, while we believe in the opt-in option, where you decide what to opt in, the government doesn't work that way. In fact, the government doesn't even use the worst option, which is opt out. They use nothing. They say you have no choice, and here you go. And unfortunately, it's really not helping our society. I've got a friend who, during the height of the mask season, she and her dad, by the way, is from Texas. I lived in Texas for 8 years. I understand the Texas spirit. I understand the spirit of people who love freedom, love liberty. And they were going to go into a restaurant, and the hostess said, "You've got to wear a mask." And he threw a fit and said, "I'm not going to wear a mask." And my friend was so embarrassed. She was like, "I can't believe my dad put on a scene. Like, my dad she just thought he was so awful." And I said, "But look, I've met your dad. He's a really nice guy. I can't imagine him doing that." You know, think about this. If there were choices, if it were like no shirt, no shoes, no service, okay, fine. I don't want to wear a shirt, so I won't go to that restaurant. I'll go to that restaurant that allows me to go without a shirt. He would have been fine wearing a mask. But the problem is he's not even given the opt-out option, let alone the opt-in. So I have 3 big concerns for liberty and freedom in our country. First of all, that liberty is being eroded for the general good. Secondly, that liberty is now up for a vote. And last, that liberty is for sale. So first of all, let's look at it being eroded for the general good. We don't get to opt in on many things. And we thought it was bad before. Now look at with masks and vaccines. In many cases, we can't opt in. In fact, we can't even opt out. And what's scary is this is what the Constitution was specifically written for. The Constitution was written to give us our individual freedoms. Now, some people say, well, but that seems reasonable to wear a mask. That seems reasonable to not spread a disease. But the thing is it's the reasonable that we need to be protected from. It's the reasonable that the Constitution protects us from. Unreasonable people, we already have protection against them. We've got criminal court, civil court. We can write contracts. So that's handled. It's the reasonable people who say it's reasonable to wear a mask, it's reasonable to get vaccinated, it's reasonable to put nutrition labeling on packages. And, you know, if you think about it, if you frame it a little differently, I know a lot of people say, well, you know, I guess it's nice to have nutrition labeling when I go to the store. I can look and see which one has more carbs and proteins. You know, how harmless is that? But think about the opposite. What that means is it is illegal for somebody to sell you something without nutrition labeling if you don't care or you don't want it. In fact, with restaurants around the country, they had where you had to label on major chains, you had to label nutrition information, including calories. What if you just want to go out and celebrate? What if you eat very healthy during the rest of the week and you just want to go out and celebrate and not look at calories that day? The government is telling you you can't do it. So something that might sound reasonable to give you information can be very unreasonable for some people. The second thing I'm concerned about is that now liberty is up for a vote. Our freedom is up for a vote. A lot of people have asked me, why do you think our country is so divisive? Is it because we're so corrupt? Because we keep hearing about the corruption in Washington. I don't think that's it. You know, a lot of people don't realize back in the 1930s and 40s, Congress was very corrupt, hugely corrupt. Some people would argue a lot more corrupt than they are today. And yet people weren't divided. We weren't divisive. Why is that? Because not everything went through government. Back then, people were just like, okay, fine, you guys go be corrupt. Meanwhile, I'll just live my life. I will opt into the school that I want to. I'll opt into the kind of healthcare I want. I'll opt into my retirement. But now everything goes through government. And to look at it at a local level, or at a, back to a concrete level, let's say you want prayer in your school, or you don't want masks, or you want vaccines, or you want school uniforms, or you want PE class, or you don't want PE class, you want art, whatever. Let's use prayer as an example. You want prayer in your class, in your kid's school, and your neighbors don't. What you have to do right now is you and your neighbor have to battle it out. By the way, talk about civility, talk about your dad not being able to go to any restaurant without a mask and throwing a fit. So you and your neighbor have to battle it out, where you each pick your own candidate, you donate money, you get all your friends to vote for that, you put out yard signs, and then on election day, you and your neighbor vote. And guess what? One of you is going to win and one of you is going to lose. And you're under a supposedly one-size-fits-all system that doesn't fit all. How are you supposed to be civil like that? So now politics has become a battleground. Again, you can't opt into the school you want that has prayer. You can't opt into the school in many places that don't require vaccines or don't require masks. Pretty soon it's going to be, okay, let's all have a national vote. Are we going to be steak eaters, or are we all going to be vegetarians? The government has gotten out of control with this. And some people said, yeah, but if the government doesn't do it, it won't get done. Well, first of all, my, let's say, philosophical answer is it shouldn't be against the law to be stupid. But the practical answer is, yes, it does get done. For instance, just recently looking back, Walmart had requirements that every customer, every employee, every vendor, anybody who steps into the store has to wear a mask. There were other players as well, Kohl's and so forth, before the government had such a mandate. So it was getting done. Now, many of you are young. You don't remember what it was like. I remember when there was smoking on airplanes. In fact, that's why it actually says no smoking, because that used to be an option and is still an option in some places. And then Northwest Airlines decided that they would have no smoking flight for all of their flights. And so that way, if you wanted to opt into no smoking, you could fly Northwest. If you wanted to smoke, you could opt into a different airline. And then the government came along and passed a law that there was no smoking. Now, notice, it was already being offered by the free market. The free market was already getting something done that many people say won't get done without the government doing it for us. Now, go back even further. Child labor laws. So many people say, oh, it's so good we've got the government. Without the government, we'd still have 6-year-olds working in factories. No. Once again, it was society that changed first. People could afford to not send their kids to school to work. And then what happened is government said, okay, let's outlaw child labor. The government wasn't about to outlaw child labor when, no family in their county could, or their state could afford to live without child labor. Now, again, I'm not saying it's good. What I'm saying is it was society that changed for the better on its own, people demanding it on their own without the government. So the third one, that our liberty, our freedoms are up for a sale. If anybody followed the Obamacare thing, the Democrats passed a law that requires us to purchase stuff, requires us to buy stuff. Now, no matter that that was against the Constitution, they passed it anyway. Now, the most frightening thing is it doesn't even address health care. It doesn't even address getting care directly to somebody or making it cheaper. In fact, it does the opposite. What does Obamacare address? It addresses insurance. It simply addresses insurance. And guess who one of the big proponents was? Guess who one of the big donors was to the movement? Insurance companies. So now we've got our liberty up for a vote. Instead of us getting to decide, instead of the free market giving us choices, we've got people giving money to the government, which, by the way, puts the power in their hands and not ours to make our own choices. The Constitution was not written rather, to enable. It was written to limit. In fact, if you think about it, our Constitution is kind of an oxymoron. It's written by government to limit itself. And that's what makes it so different from other countries. Our conception of liberty is much different than others. We realize that government is a different kind of entity, that it is inherently dangerous. In other countries, government has a potential to be dangerous based on what it does. Outside of America, government can earn people's trust. We, however, understand that the government does not give us the opt-in option. And we need to explain that in terms of people. And especially now, everybody has had spam email. Let's get back to the concrete. Let's get back to modernizing our message. Again, and part of this isn't finger pointing. If it is any finger pointing, it's finger pointing at me, because that is what I did for 16 years. So let's put it in terms that affect people's everyday life. I don't know anybody who likes spam. I'm sure there's somebody out there. That's the wonderful thing about our country, is we've got all types. We've got a wide variety of people. So most people don't like spam. They would at least like to opt out, although it would be much better. Most people think it's much better to opt in. How about having an opt-in government? It's been pointed out that America is both a nation and an idea. The other countries who say they are, the only countries that are based on an idea, such a core idea, are based on religious ideas. Ours stands alone in that the Constitution is devoted to the rights of the individual. And we've got to show people how we can achieve what they're looking for. So for education, this is a great opportunity for us to go out. And let me point out the differences that I have seen. So I'm not sure if you realize this, but I was the 1996 vice presidential nominee. And I would go around telling people, now keep in mind, education is a local issue, not a national issue. So presidents shouldn't be involved with education at all. However, we do have the Department of Education. So I was going around saying how we need to get rid of it, turn the power back over to teachers, parents, and students. And I would ask parents, but what we have is a government-run monopoly. Do you like monopolies? And parents would be like, oh, but I like my school. And I said, yeah, but you realize you're not getting much choice. And they would say, well, but that's okay, because I like the choices they're making. And it just fell on deaf ears. And here we get back to marketing, and marketing it as basically selling to sell what the people are looking for. In the 90s, they weren't looking at education because they liked what they were being given. Again, we are all here because we love freedom and liberty for its sake, regardless of how it turns out. That's not the average person. The average person said, I'm happy with my school district, but thanks for the chit chat. Now look at where we've gotten. I mean, I gotta admit, I can succumb to being, I told you so. I would love to go back to the 1990s and tell some of those parents, I told you so. You said no problem with the government-run monopoly. Look at where it's gotten us. A supposed one-size-fits-all that doesn't fit all. And it's got politicians who have the nerve to tell them how appalling that parents think that they have the right to say what schools should teach. You know, never mind that it's their own children. And the problem, of course, goes beyond education. If we look at what Biden is presenting right now, multi-trillion-dollar, and notice the lie that he's saying, which is, oh, it doesn't affect people making under $400,000 a year. Here's the thing. If you're making $400,000 a year, under our system, you've pretty much got two choices. You can give your money to the government, or you can buy stuff. You can buy more clothing, buy a new car, go out to restaurants, take a nicer vacation, renovate your kitchen. Apparently that's what everybody's doing these days. Everybody's been tired after being cooped up in the pandemic. They want different surroundings. So there's been a lot of remodeling going on. So you can spend that money now. You know, and they say, well, if you make $400,000, you don't need it. Okay, people with $400,000, they don't put it in a hole in their backyard. They spend it. And if they spend it on new kitchens, restaurant dinners, and so forth, that money is going directly to the person, as opposed to giving it to the government, which has overhead. Now, it'd be bad enough if we just lost money through overhead. That would be bad enough. And that'd be enough to say, no, this isn't a good system. But it's worse. When we spend the money, no matter how much you make, whether it's $40,000 or $400,000, when we spend the money, we are deciding who gets the money. If this contractor or this restaurant owner or this server or this clothing store can offer you better services, a better price, better quality over this one, hey, let's support that one. And let's encourage, let's put the money where it should go and let those people be the winners, as opposed to giving the money to the government and let them decide who's going to be the winners. Because you know what? The government's not trying to figure out who's serving us best. The government is trying to figure out who serves them best. It's Congress people, it's senators who are looking at who gives them the campaign contributions so that they can put the money where it does themselves best. Back to American freedom. American freedom is celebrated by people everywhere in the abstract, which is why we need to do a job selling it concretely. Notice the recent Cuban protests. Marchers carried American flags throughout the streets. And they weren't displaying the flag saying, we all want to become Americans. They were flying the flags as a symbol of liberty and freedom, because that's what America is, a symbol of liberty and freedom, and we need to keep it that way. Thanks so much.
Here you go. That's okay. I've got one in my dress. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, everyone. Wasn't that so good? God, it's such a good day. We're nourishing our brains. So good. Well, I want to thank Joe once again for that. And now we are going to welcome back to the stage Dr. Wolf von Lahr, who is going to moderate our next session. Our next session is one of those million-dollar questions. The question is Bitcoin a real threat to the dollar? Anyone here investing in crypto? Yeah, I hear some excitement. Bitcoin, what do you guys have? Shout it out, shout it out. Bitcoin, what else we got? Bitcoin, all right, stop yelling at me. All right, well, thank you. Our two speakers are, we have the Director of Growth Marketing at Kraken, which is a crypto exchange platform, and that is Dan Held. And we also have Bitcoin podcaster, yes, and Managing Director of Swan Bitcoin International, Stefan Livera. Thank you all for coming to the stage.
Thank you so much, and welcome to this very exciting session. I think it's probably the most important session. I mean, probably everyone would tell you this, but Bitcoin really has the potential to make a huge difference in the world. And today we will discuss actually if Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar. And it's especially interesting because Bitcoin now has reached again a $1 trillion evaluation. It's pretty big. It's pretty big. What does that mean? If Bitcoin was a company, it would be the 6th largest in the world. Bitcoin is already bigger than 87 currencies that are currently being used by governments around the world. And we do know that cryptocurrencies in general have over 200 million users, but the majority are in Bitcoin, and it's the most important crypto. And we at Students for Liberty, we are paying over 12 staffers in Bitcoin every single month. We do take Lightning donations on our BTC's Pay server, so you can donate to us in Bitcoin on-chain or through the Lightning network, which is much faster. So go to sfldonate.org and check it out there. And we have big plans in the future as well to potentially reimburse also some of our students in Bitcoin because it's so much cheaper, so much faster, and we believe it's the future of humankind. Now, we have got like already a brief introduction of my two panelists here. We have Dan Held here to my left, who is working for Kraken. He's the director of growth marketing, and he was at Uber and had like so many other different ventures. So give it up for Dan. And Stefan is also one of the most important people within the Bitcoin ecosystem. He's a Bitcoin podcaster, over 300 episodes right now. Just look his last name up and you will find it. He's a writer and he also represents Swan Bitcoin International. And so, gentlemen, let me ask you tough questions first, because there's still, how many of you have like a good understanding of Bitcoin? Raise your hand. All right, half of it. How many of you don't like have a good understanding of it? You don't get it so much. All right, that's good. It's like some people know it, some people don't. How would you define Bitcoin in a minute?
Well, as John Oliver puts it, it's everything you don't understand about money with everything you don't understand about computers. At least that's how it feels, right? When you first heard the word Bitcoin. Bitcoin, in its most succinct definition, is it's a cryptocurrency that is a digital gold. I think that's the easiest way to phrase it in like the least amount of words. It's digital gold because it has a precise number of units that can be calculated. We've got a 21 million. There will only be 21 million Bitcoin. Everyone can audit that. Everyone can see that. And it has other parameters as well that make it a digital gold. But that would be kind of my tightest narrative for it.
Very good. Stefan.
Yeah, so the way I normally explain it, if I've got 1 minute, I'll say something. I'll basically explain, imagine if you could have a money that was strictly limited and that anybody could opt into this system, and it's no more than 21 million. And if there was maybe just one term or one idea, think savings technology, right? Like our friend Pierre says, just think of it as savings technology, and you've got the right idea there. But there's all sorts of other important ideas that come with it, but you have to fundamentally understand what is the problem with fiat money before you understand why Bitcoin is the answer.
So before we can start discussing if Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar, we first have to establish what the value really of Bitcoin is. People say like it doesn't have like the intrinsic value of gold. You've heard that many, many times. Or fiat that is backed by the force of the government. Stefan, how would you address that question?
So there's I guess the technically precise ways to say there is no such thing as intrinsic value. All value is subjectively perceived, right? That's the technical way. But if you need something that's like a way to help somebody as a mental tool, you can explain it like this. You can say, look, Bitcoin has these monetary qualities. It's strictly scarce. It's divisible. It's open. It's permissionless. It has all these. And if you want, you can think of that like the intrinsic value is that Bitcoin gives us these monetary qualities or assurances that are simply not possible in the fiat banking world.
I approach it two different ways. The first way would be looking at appeals to existing authorities, the Fed. The Fed says the Bitcoin, like the US dollar, has no intrinsic value. It's all value is subjective. And so that's kind of the underpinning of it. And if we look at the TAM, so total addressable market, this is more leaning into my tech background. Like, what is Bitcoin competing against? Well, it's competing against the dollar. It's competing against the euro. It's competing against gold and even other store of values like real estate and art, which are used to preserve value and store value and transport value. So Bitcoin competes with all of these. And so if we look at what Bitcoin is competing against, its total addressable market is in the hundreds of trillions. So that's a good way to think about what is it worth.
That makes perfect sense. And so I can already see some of the audience ask the question, okay, Bitcoin is around for like one of the oldest ones. It's already outdated tech. Why should we focus on Bitcoin and not of like the 7,000 other cryptocurrencies that are out there? What would you say? Why Bitcoin and not the others?
Yeah, so Bitcoin's technology just enables social consensus to occur that around Bitcoin, that Bitcoin, all money is a subjective network effect. If we all believe that the dollar has value, and that's why the dollar has value. Same with any cryptocurrency. You can take Bitcoin's code, copy it, and add 22 million Bitcoin. But the thing is, no one's going to go use that cryptocurrency, that fork that you created, that different version. And so the social consensus is around Bitcoin being gold 2.0, and it has the largest network effect, most liquidity, most active users, all of these different metrics that signal that it is the strongest crypto asset out there based on its network effect.
And of course, I agree with Dan. And I would just add another useful analogy. If you get this kind of question, you could say, well, why is there only one internet? Why is there not an internet too? Isn't the internet really old technology? Well, there are some technologies that we just continue using and we continue updating them. You could even argue that things like language are technology of sorts, or various other things that they've been around for thousands of years. But we are continually updating Bitcoin. And matter of fact, we've got an upgrade coming in very soon in November called the Taproot upgrade to Bitcoin. And so Bitcoin is being continually updated over time. And so it is continually improving. And so the very important point to understand as well is that when you're using a money, you want to use the most saleable one, because there's every good out there in the world is in some sense competing on how good of a money does it make. And so you want to choose the most saleable one. And that's why Bitcoin is the one, because it has the biggest network effects. It has the most surety about that supply cap. It is actually credibly decentralizing further over time as well. So that's where you can distinguish between Bitcoin and altcoins.
And I'd like to add one more point to this, which is that, cryptocurrencies aren't these things that are just code. People interact with the code. And so there are go-to-market strategies with these different cryptocurrencies, and Bitcoin's go-to-market was perfect. It was planted at the exact right time with the exact right message, with the exact right architecture, and it worked. It's like a perfect rocket launch. A lot of these cryptos explode on the rocket, like right when it launches. Bitcoin already passed the moon and it's on its way to Mars. And so, there's a lot of execution risk and a lot of other things that are risky when it comes to creating cryptocurrencies. And Bitcoin had the most perfect launch.
I like that. And you're looking for money that has a believable monetary policy. That's the reason why you don't believe so much in the dollar or the euro anymore, because they can just print like the $1 trillion coin if they wanted to. But with Bitcoin, it's only 21 million. There will never, ever be more. And you can own a fraction of a Bitcoin, of course. Whereby, like all of the other cryptocurrencies, they are changing their monetary issuance all the time. And maybe they become like a good business of sorts. But if something needs to be money, it needs to be scarce. So I like the points that you're making in this regard. So, but let's be serious, guys. There's different percentages going around there, but people say like maybe optimistically there might be like 17% of Americans owning like a fraction or like owning some Bitcoin. How can that ever be like a threat to the dollar?
I mean, when I was in it, 0.0 were into Bitcoin. So like 17% is awesome. We've come a long way. I mean, I was out in the San Francisco Bitcoin meetup when there was only 10 people going to it in January 2013. It's awesome. I mean, we're at 17%, double-digit percentage owners, and we're at double-digit percentage market penetration, and we've only been around for basically a decade. Yeah. That's incredible. I mean, 13 years, but basically a decade. So I would say that's very encouraging. And Bitcoin's growth typically grows with the bull and bear market cycles. You probably heard about Bitcoin because your buddy bought it and it went up and he bragged about it. That's part of Bitcoin's marketing mechanism. For a money, this is a great thing because money needs more people to believe in it, more people to buy into it, and then it becomes a money. It's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, or reflexive. So, I think when we look at Bitcoin, like 17% market penetration is awesome. But what happens if we have another big bull run here later this year or in the next couple of years and it goes from 17 to 40%? It doesn't move in a linear fashion. It moves in exponential fashions.
Yeah, and look, I think ultimately it's maybe you could say in the short and medium term, it's not a threat to the dollar. I think it's really only in the long term that threat could even come. And we don't know, right? Dan or I and you, we don't have a crystal ball, but I'm thinking more on a decade timescale, 10 or 20 years. 30 years even, that could become an actual possibility. And the other thing to remember as well is that there are other people all over the world who have a very different need. So if you think of Nigeria, something like a third of the country has, Bitcoin, or various other parts of the world. There are, like, just if you zoom out of what the American story is, or even the Western world, there are hundreds of millions of people who live under some form of authoritarianism and some form of high inflation regime. And so you just have to take that into account and think about how many people have a reason to actually use this thing. And then pretty soon you'll have your answer on why we all anticipate a lot more people to come into this thing.
So that's all very uplifting. And we know already that Bitcoin is growing faster than the internet grew in terms of adoption. So that is remarkable to think about. That is interesting, but still, we're living in a world, at least here, with Square, Cash App, with Bank of America app, our credit cards and so forth. And the Federal Reserve will not allow us to not use the dollar anymore to pay our taxes. So realistically, how can it be a threat to the dollar? To walk us through a little bit how you would see that Bitcoin can ever become like undermining the dollar to extent that people would opt for Bitcoin instead of the dollar. How would that look like?
Yeah, I think one thing I've seen, at least today as we speak in 2021, if you look at some of the central bank governors all around the world, they don't really view Bitcoin like a threat. They sort of, if anything, they're actually more concerned about stablecoins right now. So it's almost like, oh, you guys can have your little digital gold savings technology, whatever your little thing, you guys can play around with that. It's not a security, it's whatever. But then stablecoins, oh, that's a risk. Because
explain what a stablecoin is.
Right. So a stablecoin, there are various products. Probably the most famous one is Tether, USDT. And so essentially it is kind of like a specialized token that is designed to represent, say, $1 or other fiat monies. And there are other stablecoins out there. But the big question that's happening right now in the regulation and legislative world is, what is the correct treatment of these stablecoins? Should they be treated as a security, and how much regulation should there be on them, as opposed to Bitcoin, which is sort of seen more uncontroversially as just, oh, that's a commodity. It's just capital gains tax in most of the world. That's how they're viewing it. So I guess to answer your question though, Wolf, I think what we see longer term is more and more people using Bitcoin, like digital gold, like savings technology, and they're stacking sats, as we say. So you can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin, and they are, over time, you're just going to see this number go up factor, right? More and more people are just going to buy Bitcoin, and they're going to be thinking, I can either hold my value in this thing that's going up, or I can hold my value in this thing that's going down. It's a very easy answer. So what happens over time is, I think we will see the institutions of our world change. And we will see things like, I suspect governments will have to change how they do taxation. They might move to something like not that I'm a fan of taxation, but in terms of what I think is likely, I think they might shift to more of a property tax approach.
Yeah, so I mean, for most of Bitcoin's existence, we were considered lunatics. We still kind of are. Yeah. We're the weird Bitcoin guys. You know, It's like you're into this weird fake digital money is how most people look at it, especially like the governments. I love it. They don't take it seriously until it is serious, and it'll be too late by then. I mean, 17% of the population owning Bitcoin, that's fucking crazy. Like that, like people are opting out of their own government's money to buy another money because they don't believe in their government. I mean, this is the libertarian dream money. This is what we've all been waiting for. This is the gold, but the gold that actually happened. The, gold ownership and people owning gold, and gold coming back as a new world reserve currency hasn't really happened versus like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is this new digitally native version. You can't bring gold to I can't email you gold, but you can email Bitcoin, right? Like you can send Bitcoin online. So I think, when we look at Bitcoin and its adoption and how it fights, or how it, is a competitor to fiat money, people buy Bitcoin for two primary reasons. It is hard to seize, sound money, and it's immutable, which means you can send it to anyone else you want and no one can censor that. So as governments print trillions and trillions of dollars or euros or yen, Bitcoin's value prop of the 21 million hard cap, the sound money nature of it is increasingly strong. And that's why we've seen adoption grow so much. So Bitcoin truly does compete with the dollar. And I would say, like, since it moves in exponential ways, people won't perceive it as a competitor to the dollar until it's at a bit higher market penetration, like 40 or 50% of the population.
And I just want to add one thing there to what Dan was saying. I think this is one of those things where, unless you've really dived deep into this, a lot of people don't understand just how scarce Bitcoin is. So if there's 8 billion people in the world and there will never be more than 21 million Bitcoins, and each Bitcoin is divisible, right? Do you guys have a rough idea in your mind, if you were to divide it equally, how many sats or a fraction of a Bitcoin each person in the world would have? It would be under 300,000 sats per person in the world. So if you hold more than 0.003 Bitcoin, you've got more than your fair share. That's how scarce this thing is.
Excellent points. And I think one additional thing what people don't realize until they use it, and I know, Stefan, you gave somebody Bitcoin and on Friday and we exchanged it and was like, it did not cost like a cent to transact it. Then people realize it, oh, I don't have to wait for the bank to open at like 9 a.m. in order to do like a transaction. I can do it whenever I choose to. You become your own sovereign bank. And that's really a fascinating thing. And while this technology is interesting, of course, there's still the problem with volatility. If you own stocks, you say like, oh, the stock market dropped by 5%. That's crazy. Just in the last 5 months, people who own Bitcoin, like it dropped by over 50%. Congratulations for everyone who has survived that drop, by the way. How can that be a threat to the dollar, which is, yes, it's going down. Inflation is happening. We can see always the prices going up and up and up in dollars, but it's gradual and people don't feel it as much and they don't understand how it's connected with money, but they do understand if suddenly like their net worth, because they have like one Bitcoin, is cut in half. How do you deal with that?
A lot of people don't know that money serves 3 functions: store of value, medium of exchange, and unit of account. Your dollar, your local fiat currency, solves 2 of those. It's the medium of account and medium of exchange and unit of account. Dollars are pricing the items in your grocery store. It's what you use to pay at the register. And people forget that money also serves that third purpose of storing value. Well, our fiat money is pre-programmed in to lose value over time through inflation. And governments hope that cattle prods you into investing into certain types of assets, and that's how they manage the economy. And so with Bitcoin is like a gold, where gold is a store value asset. To have stable purchasing power, or like, let's say the prices at the grocery store stay somewhat the same, that means you have a centralized authority controlling the price, which is antithetical to being a good store of value, because having a good store of value means that you don't have a government that's able to manipulate it. So Bitcoin inherently can have a stable price for a long time, just because Bitcoin is going through the price discovery phase of going from nothing to a world reserve currency. And it wasn't going to happen in a linear fashion. It was going to be pretty choppy. But that volatility is great. The volatility brings in new people. If Bitcoin was just this slow, methodical churn upwards, people probably wouldn't be interested in it. But it has these volatile upswings, and Bitcoin taps into that fundamental human nature of speculation and greed. And so a lot of people come into Bitcoin for the speculation, and they stay for the sound money. And that's part of Bitcoin's kind of viral marketing loop that pulls more and more people in. So I think the volatility is great. That's why we're here talking about it today.
Yeah. And so, I mean, the volatility is an obvious question. It always comes up. And I think people have to, when you're doing this, you have to really, when you're buying Bitcoin, you really think, you have to have a long-term thesis about what you think this is. Do you really believe this is going to be global money, and why? And if you've got that in your mind, then you're more capable to deal with drawdowns. And the drawdowns and that risk is the price you pay for the incredible returns. If you look at the annualized growth rate of Bitcoin over the last 10 years, that number is something like 140% per year. Literally more than doubling every year. It's just that once every few years, you're going to have to take a big drop. And that's just the price you pay for this.
As Bitcoin gets larger and larger, and as more and more people believe in it, eventually the price will stabilize. And in the next decade or two, Bitcoin's going to be boring. It's going to be like your grandpa's gold, right? Like, okay, grandpa, cool, you've got gold. Awesome. Like, Bitcoin's not going to have this massive price appreciation for forever. It's not going to go to infinity. It's a decaying function of returns over time. And eventually when Bitcoin gets big enough, it'll be boring and stable. And then it can transition to the medium of exchange and unit of account era.
Yeah, exactly right. And so I think of it like, it's not, obviously, you shouldn't expect that it's going to maintain 140% every year. It is obviously going to have to taper down over time. But we're still in an early phase of Bitcoin's adoption, globally speaking. We're something like 2 or 3% globally out of the 8 billion people. So there's still a lot of upside. And because of that, and like Dan was saying, it's not just going to happen in like an orderly fashion. We're not going to run to the lifeboats in a very orderly fashion. Everyone's just going to be like running like crazy for them when that time comes. So that's essentially part of dealing with the volatility until broader adoption. And at that point, then it won't be such crazy returns, but it also won't be such crazy drawdown from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, and of course, all of that, what we're saying here today, is just educational. It's not investment advice, and you should do your own research. But that's what we're saying. Like, this is probably one of the most exciting things that you can spend your time on learning about, and it has a lot of potential. So, but there's a lot of economists specifically saying, like, hey, we need flexible money, because there's like different money demands. Sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up. The Great Depression, it was the fault that we were not able to be as flexible with the money supply. So why is a hard money like Bitcoin, which arguably is the hardest money ever created, better than soft money?
Yeah, so this is one of the points where even amongst libertarians, people will disagree, right? So this is one of those areas where the Austrian school of economics will really disagree with people like Milton Friedman, whose Friedman's answer was that, the government didn't print enough money during during those past times in the past. Whereas Austrians are looking at it from a different point of view. They actually have an answer for why a fixed supply money could work. And so in the Austrian understanding of it, it's actually more like the understanding is more like you don't need to be able to stimulate the economy. That actually part of what caused these crazy bubbles was actually fiat money inflation in the first place. And so it's looking back to the root cause. And so this is obviously, if you read people like Mises and Hayek and Rothbard and Huntham and Hopper, people like that, they explain it this way. Or Joseph Salerno, Guido Hulsmann, Bob Murphy, all have been very well-known proponents of this idea that you don't necessarily need a government to step in. That's actually a very Keynesian or potentially a monetarist paradigm to be looking at money from. And so essentially it's this idea of a free market money that doesn't actually need the quote-unquote government or central bank stabilizing the economy or trying to stimulate or etc. to try to counteract it. Because in that conception, it's like, these booms and busts, they just naturally happen. What was that? Whereas in an Austrian understanding of that, it's more like, no, central banking, government monetary intervention, what caused that problem in the first place?
And I've got a bit more of a tactical interpretation, which is that it's an information problem. Okay, so let's say you're a big central bank and you want to plan out the economy. All right, well, you've got to start ingesting data points to go, ingest data, analyze it, and then press different levers to induce an outcome. So let's say that you hypothetically wanted to do this. How are you going to ingest trillions of data points a second? Every Uber, every hot dog purchase, everything about the economy in real time, process it properly, and then press levers perfectly to create some sort of effect. It's an impossible data problem. This is more of a computer science problem than anything else. It's impossible to ingest, parse, analyze this data in any sort of adequate or reasonable function. What the government has is like highly aggregate numbers that are delayed. Sometimes they take 6 months to be compiled. I mean, they're essentially, a good analogy is that imagine the Fed is driving the car and the car is the economy. Well, you can't see out the front windshield because you can't see the future. So they're looking through the rear view mirror, looking at historical data, and then pressing the gas or brake or steering the steering wheel. And there's like a 5-second delay on those because they have like huge lag and it's not an exact science. And so the car is careening all over the road. What Bitcoin is and what sound money is it's a method of creating an autonomous car. You don't have someone behind the wheel. The car reacts to the road and self-corrects by itself.
Excellent points on there. So what I found always remarkable also as an economist is that all economists say like, if you manipulate prices, it's bad. If you reduce the price artificially of milk, then people will not produce it anymore. And then you will have all kinds of different knock-on effects. But suddenly, when it comes to the most important good that influences all other goods, like money, they say like, of course we have to control it, we have to manipulate it, because we know so much better about everything in the economy than about the control of milk. That struck me always like as a remarkable hubris from the side of the lawmakers.
And I've got one more point on this too. Anyone ever read iPencil or watch the video? It's about how no one knows how to make a pencil. It's true. There's not one person on earth who knows how to make a pencil end to end in terms of like the eraser and every single process of creating an eraser or the rubber in the eraser to the graphite to the wood. And they have to know how to build the machines that cut the wood. And they have to know about the fuel that goes in the machines to cut the wood. Each person in the economy plays a part of knowing what they know, and those all come together, and those are all coordinated in a decentralized fashion using prices. That's how the economy works. And the fact that no one on earth knows how to make a pencil, then how is the government going to know how to make everything and influence prices adequately for any type of asset or any industry? It just highlights how complex and how crazy this decentralized capitalist system we have is. There's just no information, no way you can process all this data.
Now, right now, you said, Stefan, you mentioned that most central bankers and governments don't see this as like little plaything, and they're not too worried about it. But at some point, they might get worried about it if more and more people opt into Bitcoin instead of like saving in dollars or asking to be like paid in Bitcoin instead of like fiat currencies. So what do you expect the reaction to be of government? Because like they can print as much money as they want. They can go as much into debt as they want. They can finance all of the wars that they want. And they can do it without any boundaries due to fiat money. That's a hell of a lot of power. Why would they ever like give up on that? What do you think the reactions will be? Will they regulate it to death? Will they try to put like 80% capital gains tax on Bitcoin? What do you think is coming? Can they stop it? What's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's possible. They could do these things. But I think it is also important to see that there's a jurisdictional competition aspect here. And that applies within, like, between the states of the United States of America or broadly countries of the world. And so it might well be that this kind of challenger nations or challenger states or states who have more of a reason to try to be self-sovereign might be the ones that actually support Bitcoin. It could also be, like a quick example, Texas as a state might have, well, they do have their own energy grid and they've got a lot of Bitcoin mining coming there. That could be seen as an opportunity for the state. And so the legislators and of that state might go into fight for that idea a little bit more. And so we might see this idea as an example, people like Ted Cruz fighting against other senators and other congressmen who might want to try and put in these kinds of punitive tax rates and so on. But yes, certainly it is possible that governments try and do a very high capital gains tax. I think that is, whether Bitcoin or not, I think that's coming, right? I think because sadly, the socialist masses of the world are just continually going. And so in many countries around the world, this conversation about capital gains taxes, or even worse, unrealized capital gains taxes, is simply coming. And so Bitcoin or not, I think it's coming. I think what people should be focusing on is stacking sats and getting into Bitcoin and building this open source monetary revolution to give people an option outside of that. And so that's really the focus. And so I think it really, for people here, people watching on the stream, libertarians, people who are interested in liberty, fellow travelers, I think this is the most important thing you could be doing. Like, it is literally the most important. It's just a long game though. It's the most important thing in terms of reducing the size of the state longer term, because they can't fund themselves without cheap debt. What happens when more and more people start holding their value in Bitcoin and the number is going up on this side and down in the fiat side? Well, it will erode the ability of governments to do cheap debt financing for warfare and all these other punitive and high taxation schemes. It really is going to change things in the long term. It's not going to happen tomorrow. That's all.
Yeah, Bitcoin, to reiterate, Bitcoin is the perfect libertarian money that we were all looking for. I mean, I was a libertarian gold bug before I found Bitcoin. And then I found Bitcoin. I'm like, this is it. This is the perfect digital gold. And this is how libertarian ideology spreads. If you have freedom of speech, but you don't have any freedom over your money, it's kind of worthless. Like, if you have no ability to have any property rights, but you've got freedom of speech, who cares, right? It all starts with money. Money is the most important thing in this world. Whether or not we like that or not, it makes everything move, and it motivates people. It makes wars happen and wars not happen, and everything is around the transfer of different value to build goods and services and move economies. When it comes to governments attacking Bitcoin, I think that it's very unlikely that they go out and ban it, because you could tax them. That would be the more ideal case, because then you can kind of milk them for their capital gains. I think as Bitcoin ownership goes from 17% to 30 to 40 to 50, maybe even 60 or above, Bitcoiners as a voting class become very, very powerful. And let's put it this way: these Congress and all these politicians, they don't give a shit about you. I mean, look, what they want is they want to have this nice bureaucratic career where they get paid more and more money, have a nice pension, maybe get a lucrative job in the private sector after they go sell all their contacts, basically. We see this happen all over the government, all over different positions in the government. They care about making money. and they care about their career. So if Bitcoin becomes a powerful method to get them elected, then they'll start to pay attention to us. So I think that that's a very likely event to happen. And we actually saw this happen a few months ago, where the infrastructure bill had some crypto carve-outs that were pretty odd, very kind of ridiculous regulatory, different regulations they wanted to implement. And our voice was loud. We were the most loud element of that bill. So I think that demonstrates the power and the voice of the Bitcoin community. And I think that that's only going to get louder.
Excellent. And I guess I already sense that you think that Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar. Is that fair to say?
That's its entire point.
Yeah. And I also have to admit, I don't know if you've noticed it, but I'm slightly biased towards that viewpoint myself. But now, walk us through this. Like, how was this de-dollarization, or as some people say it, hyper-Bitcoinization unfold? What are the signs of the war? What would you see and say, like, in the one Paul fashion, like, it's happening? Like, what do you need to see that really this is going to be, like, more and more amplified and more people would on the bandwagon?
If I had to give you a two-word answer, it's inflation expectations. When people anticipate that the money that they are holding becomes effectively like monetary hot potatoes, as it has in various countries around the world, that is the point that people start to think more clearly about where they're storing their value. And so if you look to other countries where this has happened, examples like Zimbabwe, talking about hyperinflation gorge moments. And so some of these moments are things like stores running out of stock for food, or businesses and everyone just trying to get loans wherever they can because they want to borrow and store their value into assets that are not so easily inflated away. So there's a crack up boom in the stock market, or people are all out trying to buy physical property rather than keep money in cash, because they know the longer they hold that in physical cash, the more quickly that ice cube is melting. And so these are some of the things that you'll see on that pathway. Now, do I think we're going to hyperinflate tomorrow? No, I think we're going to just be in a bit of a sustained high inflation environment for a little while. And eventually, more and more people will wake up to this idea of Bitcoin as a better store of value. And so they'll switch over. And so it'll just be that monetary hot potatoes, right? You'll earn your money, however you do it, and then you'll flip it into Bitcoin because you realize that's how you can actually keep it.
I mean, I got a pretty simple answer for this. It's the price of Bitcoin. You'll know when governments are printing trillions and that more and more people are believing in Bitcoin, because the price will reflect that. The price is a signal to the markets of aggregate network effect and belief and liquidity that all believe in Bitcoin. And so when you see Bitcoin print, we see Bitcoin prints, $100,000 a Bitcoin or $1 million a Bitcoin, those levels are reflective of aggregate shared belief in it and stages of its, I would say, market penetration or its market adoption. So that's the simple answer to know how we're in hyper-Bitcoinization or not. It would be the price of Bitcoin.
And you can see this already in the market because, like, since fiat money is absolutely not scarce, people try to find like more ways how they can buy what is scarce. Art prices have gone up, mortgages, like housing has gone up, stocks have gone up. All of these things are being bought up because they're relatively scarce compared to like the dollar or the euro or the yen. And I think that is a clear sign, which then would translate into the price, of course. But let's also address the audience here a little bit. Like, many here in the audience are students. You don't have any money. Like why would they care? Like, they're not going to invest anything right now, or very little, most likely. Why should they even think about Bitcoin at all?
I think savings is always something you should think about. Even when I was young and barely had any money, I had like allowances and mowing the lawn, I still had a savings jar, and so you can invest any amount of money into Bitcoin or anything else you'd like to invest in. I mean, so saving is a thing you should do even when you have very little. I would say the most important time to start that too is now. And I understand that people might have student loans and everything else, but savings is a core fundamental part about being an adult. And I think that everyone should do it.
Yeah, so I think for anyone in the Western world, you've got no excuse, right? If you're in the Western world, you can pretty much afford to cut out on your spending somewhere else and start saving into Bitcoin. And if you do that for long enough, basically you'll see that basically everyone who's done that has basically come out the other side with having grown their savings a lot more. I can understand for people in developing countries. I was born in Sri Lanka. I was there recently. I was talking to some of my cousins, and yeah, it genuinely is hard to save in some of those countries when your income is just literally that low. It's just hard to save. But I think for the most part, if you sort of really try to scrimp and save and really look carefully and critically at where am I spending my money right now and where could I save more of that, right? You can, Dan's at Kraken, I'm at Swan. Like there are places you can go to stack sats, and basically, I think for a lot of people, once they started stacking some sats, then they started really thinking carefully about where am I spending, and so they would all of a sudden start being like much more laser focused on where they could save more. So. And in fact, as you're saying, Wolf, like even for students, there are a lot of Zoomer Bitcoiners who we see on Bitcoin Twitter, and a bunch of them are really stacking hard, and they're doing everything possible to try to lower their expenses and save more. So I think it's just the importance of saving.
And it's a remarkable sociological things that also is happening, because people see suddenly, hey, I can save in something that is not going to be diluted. I can save for the future, and it's actually going up most of the time. And you get like a complete long-term horizon instead of just like, oh God, if I don't spend my money right now, like 3 years from now, it will be only like 1/3 what it's worth now.
And let's be real. You're either going to put it in like meme stocks or something like that. So it's better to put it in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a real asset that's going to be around for a while and has great potential, especially from like a libertarian perspective. Versus, don't go put it in AMC or something like that. You know, it might be fun for a little bit, but that's not real saving. That's not real investing. And I know for younger folks, it's a lot of fun to do. But look, Bitcoin has a lot of volatility. It's got a lot of upside. It's equally entertaining if that's what you're looking for. But this one comes with an education on sound money and builds a savings platform for your future.
And just to add to that as well, a lot of people who get into Bitcoin, once they really have orange pilled themselves, they lower their time preference, essentially. You see a change in the mindset. So there are people who were not big savers when they were young, but once they started getting into Bitcoin, they turned into savers. So that's also a mental shift that you might notice in yourself once you start doing this.
Yeah, that's where the term hodl, everyone heard that term? Like hodl? Yeah. Hodl is a meme in this space talking about how you hold on to Bitcoin despite all the volatility. And I won't go into the origins of it, but it really teaches you the basics of investing. Right? Like you don't go in and day trade it. You go in with an investment thesis, whatever that asset is, you buy it and you have a long time horizon. You don't try to trade it intra-week, intra-month, intra-year. You're not going to beat the hedge funds. But if you do careful thinking, you have a good investment thesis and then go try it and you know your risks you're taking, this is a great way to build a investing mindset. I mean, we're not just going to own Bitcoin for the rest of our lives. Eventually we will own other assets. I mean, right now, it's basically all Bitcoin, but maybe someday in the future it won't be. And so I'll approach that methodology the same way. Why am I entering this investment? Am I willing to hold this for 5 or 10 years? And I think that's a healthy way to think about investing versus a more panicked, anxiety-ridden buy, sell. It's not good for mental health, and it's typically not good for your portfolio.
And it's a different way of thinking about it, because you diversify away from anything else that is like dollar denominated. Because I have a friend, grew up in Venezuela, affluent family. They had houses, they had properties, they had factories, and they had stocks. They were completely diversified, right? But everything was tied to the currency in Venezuela. And because they had inflated, 95% they've lost of their value. And Bitcoin is now a life raft. I mean, it might be nice for us here in the Western world because we do have access to banking, but for some people, it's absolutely essential. If you live right now, like in Lebanon, or in Afghanistan, like you have at least have the potential, you have maybe the clothes on your back, but you have a piece of paper where your seed is on, and this seed can represent like billions of dollars, which is just like 24 words, has never existed in the history of humankind. If you had to schlep that in gold, you would not be able to cross the border, you would be robbed. But a piece of paper you can hide more easily, or you can just put it in your head. So that is really the unique aspect of it. But we're getting here on time, but one question that I often also hear is, there's also something else that's coming that people should know about and educate yourself. Even if you think Bitcoin is stupid, fine. But you should definitely know about central bank digital currencies, because that is most likely to come, which just means that the dollar, the euro, the yen is going to be digital and will be run by government. So is that competing with Bitcoin? Will that be destroying Bitcoin? What kind of future do you see regarding CBDCs, or central bank digital currencies?
So really, they compete with fiat, right? Australian dollar, US dollar, and understand there is a war on cash, and COVID, and the hysteria around COVID accelerated that war on cash. So if you want the ability to spend privately, and if you want the ability to spend on things now, or even in 5 years' time, things that might be okay now might be a cancelable offense in 5 years' time. And so the social credit system is coming for all of us. And so you need a money that's open source. The tooling has been built in a way that you can use it in a permissionless way. The central bank digital coin, or rather the surveillance coins, are not going to be good for your liberty or your privacy. So this is another reason, another imperative for those of you out there who haven't gotten into Bitcoin yet and you're interested in liberty. It's time to really seriously think about Bitcoin.
So 1984 is probably too old for a lot of the people in this room, for us boomers on stage, us 30-year-old boomers. 1984 is a book that describes a very dystopian world with an authoritative government. CBDCs are an abomination as a currency. I mean, these things, you can censor individual transactions based on any parameter. Oh, we want to divert money from certain ethnic businesses to other ethnic businesses or tax them at a higher rate. You can do that on a per transaction level. You give complete control over the economy of every transaction to a central bank system. This is insane. I mean, this is worse than 1984. I think they even had cash in 1984, because what they'll do is they'll abolish cash and then have CBDCs come in. So CBDCs, I think, are a threat that most people don't recognize, and most people are like, oh, it seems like it's innovation. That's how they typically frame it. It's not about innovation at all. We already have a digital dollar. You use ACH, wires, you use money on Venmo. That's all the digital dollar. That narrative is completely BS, that like this is about innovation. It's about exercising absolute control over the economy. And I think that's super dystopian, and Bitcoin is the beacon of hope in sharp contrast to CBDCs. So CBDCs are an extension of fiat money and fiat control, and Bitcoin is a way out of that.
And I'm sure you have all kinds of hard-hitting questions. We will be out there in the tent, so please come visit us and ask anything. Also about like, what about the energy usage and all that kind of stuff. We would love to answer any of the questions that you have. But really, in the last 5,000 years, the world has not seen a money emerge. The last thing that we've seen was gold. So even if you don't believe us, which is fine, then you still have to understand that the skeptics, they don't have a reference point either to understand this really new emergent phenomenon. And it's a really radical new thing. And I personally believe that Bitcoin is the single best shot at achieving liberty in our lifetime. And so I encourage you to learn more about it, and find these gentlemen in the tent or later. We love to talk about it. And with that, Dan, Stefan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And every time it rains, and it's from heaven. Shooby-dooby. Don't you know each cloud contains Spanish from heaven? Shooby-dooby.
DJ, I like that. Please keep that on. Thank you, gentlemen, for that talk. Did anyone else check their shares of Bitcoin during that talk? Was I the only one? Okay, cool. All right, well, we're going to switch gears a little bit now. We're going to go from financial and economic open borders to geographical open borders. If you all heard the Vosh talk earlier, I think it was he who said that the world once belonged to everyone before we created the construct of borders. So here to now unpack the case for open borders, we have, first of all, Sloan Frost. So she will be the moderator for this. Sloan, please come on stage. She is the chairwoman and the director of Students for Liberty. This is a very big deal. Please come on stage and join us. And admittedly, we just met in the restroom earlier, and you know that someone is an extraordinary woman because by the time you're done washing your hands, you basically want to hug them. That's how good our small talk was. Would you like to introduce the rest of the panel, or would you like me to do that? All right. Well, we have Director of Immigration Studies at the Herbert A. Stiefel Center for Trade Policy Studies, Alex Narashti. We have Professor of Economics at George Mason University. We have Professor Brian Kaplan. Yes, give them some love, y'all. Associate Professor of Economics at Duquesne University, Anthony Davies. And of course, we have Sloan. Thank you.
Hey there. For everyone else who wants to look really cool and or is high risk like me, we have these masks available for $0 at the SFL table. They say, don't tread on anyone. Alrighty. So thank you all for being here today. As I was saying in the ladies' room, this is a very emotional day for me because it's the longest I've ever been not around fellow SFLers in like 2.5 years, which is crazy.
So thank you guys all for being here, for making the trip, for watching, engaging us online. We're very excited to be welcoming you all today to this discussion. So my goal for this panel, because I think it's pretty obvious that not only are these three experts, but that they kind of are a little close to the same page, is not to trip you up. I'm not going to throw you like a four-seam fastball, but I'm also not going to throw you a really crazy slider. We're at a baseball stadium. I'm attempting. All right, so I know that everyone has different viewpoints. We're going to try to understand them, and then at the end of the day, when you go back to your college campuses, your schools, hopefully you'll be armed with some more ideas that you can in turn engage with your fellow classmates and professors. So let's start with a definition of our topic today. How would you define open borders?
Well, I did a debate for Intelligence Squared, and the thesis was, or the resolution was, let anyone take a job anywhere, and I think that's a pretty good one. Another one that I sometimes say is, it's the claim that unless you belong in jail, you should be free to live and work anywhere you want. So that takes care of murderers, for example, but otherwise anybody else. So if you don't belong in jail, you should be free to live and work in any country on earth.
Yeah, and yeah, I'd basically say if you're not a violent or property criminal, if you're not a national security threat, and you don't have a very serious communicable disease that you could spread to other people, then there should be no rules, no government laws that restrict your movement. You should be allowed to live, move, and eventually become a citizen, if you want to, of basically any place in the world. In other words, the presumption should be that anybody should be allowed to move wherever they want, and the government should have a very, very good reason to stop you, and it should be particular to you as an individual, that reason.
Yeah, I don't have anything interesting to add to that. I think peaceful people should be free to come and go as they please.
Clearly, there's resounding disagreement in the audience today. So I'm going to try to start with a few of the kind of academic or philosophical questions. Then we'll get into a policy debate. Then we'll end with a sort of a rapid fire, how would you debate with your friends questions. So to start off with, libertarians often talk about the distinction between a positive liberty and a negative liberty. So the freedom to have something versus the right not to have to do something. So this has been applied to borders because some people will say that you have a right to the freedom of movement, but that doesn't mean that you have a right to come into this country. How do you think that applies to the take on open borders that you have?
Yeah, so the idea that it is the right of a country to restrict access to the country is based on the socialist idea that countries are collectively owned by their citizens. I'd say if you think that, you should not be a libertarian. Like, really? So in the same way, you could say, well, like free trade, does that mean the right of people from other countries to sell goods here when the people of this country don't want them to do so? Well, yeah, exactly. If most people in the country are opposed to Japanese cars coming, but some Americans want to buy Japanese cars, free trade means they can still buy them despite the majority view. And similarly, open borders means that even if some immigrants are unpopular and most people don't want to deal with them, that those of us who do want to deal with them are free to do so. So that is my main view on that. So I'll just stop there.
Yeah, borders are meant to restrain governments. They're not meant to restrain individuals. Borders are rules at jurisdictions between governments where they act in different places. I think it's totally legitimate for the government to try to stop the movement of other governments into the United States to take over things. Borders are lines in the sand to stop that. They're not supposed to stop peaceful individuals moving voluntarily to new opportunities and new places that where people want to hire them. I mean, and then the opposite, right? The opposite side is, and it's related to what Brian said, but every immigration restriction is a restriction on the right of native-born Americans or people natives in any country to deal with foreigners in the way that they want to individually. So every restriction on a foreigner, entering is a restriction on a native-born person dealing with those individuals in the way that they want to. And we often forget that too.
This is one of those questions that baffles me, because if we are to accept that there are certain truths that are inalienable, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, for a right like that to be inalienable means it is not bestowed by government. It applies to all humans everywhere, regardless of nationality. And to argue that a government could step in and say, okay, you may not cross this border, to me sounds a lot like the claim that at least liberty and happiness are not indeed inalienable at all, but they're somehow bestowed by government. And of course, the great danger there is that which is bestowed by government can be rescinded by that same government.
Yeah, just one other thing on that. So occasionally I've been taunted on Twitter. Someone said, hey, if Brian really believes in open borders, then he should let all the immigrants in the world move into his house. And I wrote back and I said, that's a great idea. I will charge rent, buy more houses, and soon be the richest man in the world. And the response was, no, you have to let them in for free. Like, I never said anything about free. Look, all that open borders means is that anyone on earth is free to rent a place from a willing landlord, free to take a job with a willing employer, free to shop with a willing merchant. And as you might have noticed, it is actually totally normal for landlords, merchants, and employers to be very opening to hiring people on earth because they care about the money.
And that's the nice response, Brian, so I commend you for that. My response is to say, you're going to let all the Border Patrol agents live in your house? Because we all have to pay for them anyway.
I hope that wouldn't violate the Third Amendment, but I like it.
It did not go viral.
Yeah. So as much as we might agree with the arguments that you guys have made both today and in your previous appearances and writing, not all libertarians support open borders. Some have quoted Rothbard's Nations by Consent. In 1994, he changed his mind on all of his previous arguments, and he had said, well, if you have this privatized country, and I'm paraphrasing, if you have a privatized country, then everything is private and you can't just let people in who might want to come into your country because they're encroaching on your private property. Do you think that argument holds any water?
Well, what I'd say is if it starts off as totally your land, then you should be free to let people in or out. The key mistake Rothbard is making is thinking of countries are the collective property of their citizens, which is, by the way, a premise that he was never willing to follow to any other conclusion except on immigration. Right. So again, if you really believe that countries are the collective property of their citizens, then free trade goes away too. If most people in a country don't think that people should be able to go and trade there, then it shouldn't be allowed. Freedom of religion goes out. If most people in a country don't want a religion there, then the religion shouldn't be there. So it really is an odd argument that I think he actually wasn't sincere on, right? And I did not say that lightly, right? What's particularly striking is back in 1980, Rothbard did write a critique of, I believe, Ed Clark's argument against open borders, where Ed Clark had said, well, as long as we have a welfare state, then we can't have open borders. And Rothbard back then in 1980 said, like, by this logic, then we can have motorcycle helmet laws until we get rid of socialized medicine. No. We will not allow one act of government to become the justification for other acts of government. And then I think he really did drop the ball on this one, unfortunately.
Ball has been dropped. All
No,
right.
that was excellent.
And Mike has been dropped. All right. So in schools today, many of the attendees here, and probably some of you attending online as well, you go to a college campus, you think you're opening your mind to all sorts of ideas. Maybe not. Those cover the concept of open borders. You guys all have talked to students before. What do you think college campuses and college students aren't learning about open borders that they should be learning?
So I'll put it up. There's a slide deck that I have up there. If you can bring up the first slide, this is the thing that I wish college students and everybody else would learn. This is a highly simplified legal map of one small part of the U.S. immigration system. When I speak to people across the country, it's happened, I talk to audiences of Republicans in Arizona and college campuses. I get this question all the time. They say, why don't the illegal immigrants just go down to the post office and register and become legal? What do they have to hide? And it's my sad duty to inform them that actually the borders are functionally closed. And what's remarkable in my mind is so few people actually think this. They think that there's some system like Ellis Island still open, where it's very easy to come to the United States if you just follow a handful of rules, and just explaining to them that no, that system was replaced with this monstrosity of a legal system where it's virtually impossible for the vast majority of people who want to come to this country to do so legally. So this is something that I wish college students knew, that every American knew, and I think it would be the number one thing that I'd want to teach them because it frames a debate, right? When you talk to people, if it were really easy and simple for people to come here legally, and you saw 11, 12 million illegal immigrants, you would ask, well, what do they have to hide, right? That would be a legitimate question. Why can't they just get legal if it's so easy? And you got to sadly explain to them, well, there is no way for them to get legal. There is no way for them to come lawfully. It's been replaced with this mess. So this is the number one thing that I want to teach people in the United States is that immigration, by and large, is illegal. And that's why we have the issues that we do today.
Yeah, I want to underline this because I've spoken to people who have gone through the process. And I've heard these words before, that we effectively have closed borders. It doesn't hit home until you talk to someone who's gone through the process. That the cost, just in terms of the lawyers and the paperwork and all of this, if you're lucky, is in the tens of thousands of dollars. And again, if you're lucky, is measured in years. And by law, you're required to be here while this is going on, and you can't have a job. I don't think there are any non-immigrants who could live up to those criteria, let alone someone who's come in from outside the country.
Yep. What I say is that when I talk about those students, I don't find them to be at all touchy about it. Most students are very receptive, but it basically goes in one year and out the next. And what I really want to tell them is this issue I just talked to you about, open borders, is much more important than all the issues you care about. All the issues that upset you, all the issues that people are sharing on social media are a rounding error by comparison, right? We really are talking about laws that say that most people on earth are not free to live or work in the first world, right? Compared to the complaints that people have about the treatment of other groups, the treatment of foreigners, or especially people that are born in the third world, is vastly worse, right? I have multiple papers saying, look, that immigration restrictions are much worse than Jim Crow laws, and I really do mean that. Like, Jim Crow laws said that there are some restrictions on the kinds of jobs that blacks are allowed to have, some restrictions on where they're allowed to live. It does not compare to what we do to immigrants in the full light of day, and in a way with very little actual sense of guilt, right? So as to why it is that it is so hard for people to take it seriously, partly it's just that most people are nationalists, whatever they call themselves. So when bad things happen to foreigners, they're like, well, they're just foreigners, what's the difference, right? Then again, another part of it, just sheer numeracy and just not realizing how big different magnitudes are, right? So one of the main things that I teach when I do open borders is just to say, let's get an estimate of how much higher the production of humanity would be if everyone could take a job anywhere, right? And the answer comes down to something like doubling the production of humanity, doubling the production of mankind if anyone could take a job anywhere, right? And then if you say, all right, so how does that compare to the kinds of issues that people are worried about? It's like, it is many thousands of times larger than that, all right? And yet, generally, people decide how much to care about an issue not based upon the numbers, but rather based upon the vividness of the examples. One YouTube video can change people's minds a lot more than a pile of statistics, right? And I find it my unfortunate duty to say, well, yeah, but the statistics are more important and actually count more, and it's important to calm down and think about what is really important rather than what actually is getting people upset.
And to link that to sort of the previous question, right? Look at this chart and tell me what's libertarian about that. Tell me what's libertarian about these rules. And next slide, please, because we hear nonsense from people all the time. The libertarian path to open borders is very easy. The libertarian path to closed borders is a bunch of nonsense. Doesn't make any sense. So don't pay attention to that crap.
Reading. I went to public school. It takes a while. Interesting. So going off of this this thread of what is libertarian or not libertarian about that diagram and the lack of familiarity people have with that diagram, one notion that I've learned about quite a bit recently is the difference between people who are coming to seek asylum versus people who are not coming to seek asylum as immigrants. Is there a distinction in your thoughts between those two groups of people, and do you think that that has an implication for what our policy should be?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that the people who are coming here and actually fleeing for a well-founded fear of persecution by governments in their countries or violence certainly face a larger cost of us not allowing them into the United States. They could lose their lives. Their families could be killed, and that's terrible. But I also want to say that we didn't used to have these distinctions about asylum and refugee in American law. It used to be just people could come here. And in doing so, like in the late 19th century, the population of, for instance, Jews in Eastern Europe who are fleeing pogroms, who are fleeing all the oppression from the Russian Empire and other lovely nationalist governments in Eastern Europe, coming to the United States, 1% to 2% of them would come per year. Now, they weren't classified as asylum seekers or refugees in the law because that didn't exist, but for all intents and purposes, most of them were. And that abruptly stopped in 1921 when the US government closed borders, and then, 20 years later, you had the Holocaust. So I always think about how many hundreds of thousands or millions of other people would have been able to get out of there and come to the United States, except for lack of an asylum law or just for keeping the borders open for a few decades longer than they would. But it's something where if we have free immigration, open borders, these distinctions between asylum and refugee doesn't really matter anymore. People will come to decide to what to do. But if I had to have, it's hard to think about this, but if I had to let some group of people in around the world, right, into the United States without restrictions, I could only have like open borders for one other country, I'd probably take a look at, okay, what country has a lot of people that's pretty poor and they're facing a lot of oppression? If I had to make that calculation. So probably something like China, I'm not sure. But so it's valuable, but it's something that's solved by having free immigration.
And to your comment, Brian, about the images, I think there was a lot of immediate reaction to some images we saw around Haitian migrants who were being brutally, inhumanely treated at the border, and not to mention all the other images of which there are too many on the internet that you can find of people being treated inhumanely. I didn't even queue it up, but that's another example.
The next photo.
One would think that an image like this would have an effect on our policy discussion, and yet it doesn't seem that we've moved the needle on our policy discussion. Why do you think that is? And do you think that will change? Do you think these images will have an impact?
I think the images have the opposite effect. So there's some findings in political psychology where when people perceive chaos occurring someplace, my reaction when I see chaos is, well, the government policy is probably causing this. We should have some liberalization. Most people, when they see chaos, their reaction is to throw more police officers and more border walls and to crack down on that thing. And there's a lot of findings in political psychology across countries when there's more illegal immigration, more perception of chaos along the border or in other areas, people want to crack down. So although, I see this image and my reaction is, why is there a Border Patrol agent who's a unionized government employee paid by the government and taxpayers to, harass people who haven't been accused of any kind of crime? But the reaction of most people when they see something like this is there's chaos, it's out of control. We need to crack down and get control with this. And you see it with drugs, you see it with crime, you see it with all types of things. So unfortunately, I think things like this probably have the opposite effect amongst normies.
I mean, Alex may be right on that. I do think about the famous image of the dead Syrian boy, which seemed to be very important for increasing the number of Syrian refugees that were led into Europe. So, and again, this is one where I say that one photograph had a lot more influence on the world than anything I've written. And on the one hand, it's like, well, why? Why can't people just be reasonable about it? On the other hand, people are emotional, and that's what seems to be something more effective.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a range of images, right? You have the dead child on one side, blocked from arriving, and then you have the grown adult who's committing a very minor misdemeanor by crossing a border without permission. I think that reaction is correct, right? When there were some images famously of of a Central American man and his young daughter, I think she was 2 or 3, who had died also crossing the Rio Grande. That got a lot of, stirred a lot of hearts. And it's a horrible, horrible picture, right? I don't recommend looking at this stuff for very long. But that got a lot of sympathy. But then people see this and they flip out. And they think that, these guys are coming here to kill them or rape them, or there's chaos on the border. And people they don't generally like chaos.
Yeah, I think the other part of this image that we usually don't talk about, though, and you started to mention, Alex, is the Border Patrol agent. And that there is also a human who is committing this act. and we may dehumanize them. Oftentimes, I think a lot of people who are pro-open borders will say that every single Border Patrol agent is a negative thing. But how do we humanize the people who are the ones carrying out the border enforcement? And how can we either increase our rhetoric around it or do more outreach so that the people who are the ones putting in place and enacting or making real these policies either can understand the extent of them or have a better way to change?
So that's a difficult question, but in the 1950s, the United States had a big problem with illegal immigration too. There were about 2 million or so Mexicans leaving the US illegally. And what happened is the Border Patrol, in combination with Eisenhower, basically went on this giant campaign to say, we need more visas. We can only control illegal immigration by having a lot more visas. This created the so-called Bracero program. It decreased the number of illegal immigrants in the US by 90%. They were able to get these visas to work lawfully. They could go back and forth. Border Patrol had a lot easier time. They didn't have to track people down like this. They could focus on a much smaller pool of people. They felt like they had control of things. They could take a policy victory, right, by legalizing the flow. But there's this sort of catch-22, I think, in immigration policy, where you have this chaos. The only way to reliably solve the chaos is through liberalization, but you can't get liberalization until people think the chaos has been controlled. So what you really need is sort of some brave guy like this. His name was General Swing. He was a World War II general who was put in charge of Border Patrol. He said, I'm going to get as many visas as I possibly can for all the farmers in the Southwest so they don't have to hire Mexicans illegally. And Eisenhower was cool with that. So like, what are the odds that you get two like politicians and generals agreeing on something like that? It doesn't happen very often. So, I would try to convince Border Patrol agents of that, but I mean, good luck. I don't know how to do that. I've been working in policy for like 12 years.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say this is a complicated issue in the following sense. Border Patrol agents are doing something very wrong. They should stop. They should quit their jobs. Like Joshua. Right? And I actually did persuade one such person to do so. So former border agent Joshua Childress, I believe, he actually blurbed my book, Open Borders. So he said he heard these arguments and he said, yeah, they're convincing. I'm not going to do it anymore. I do think that it is true that you're not going to change other people's minds by demonizing them, however bad they are, right? I think it's much better to focus on immigrants being good, even if it is in fact true that people carrying out the orders are doing a bad thing. That's the tough situation we're in. So, right. And in general, I will say it is always a bad idea to make enemies, even if the people are doing something bad. Right. So talking to people very nicely when they're doing something bad is unpleasant, but it is very important to be an ambassador for your viewpoint. And that is the way that you can improve things. So I'm a big fan of the classic book, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. Right? It's one that libertarians need to read. I always tell libertarians when they say, how can we improve our arguments? So our arguments are really good, about as good as arguments get, but people don't like us, and they're not wrong to dislike us, right? We have many bad attitudes. We don't talk to people very well. So rather than focusing on making the arguments better, I say it is better to focus on being friendlier to other people. In fact, to max it out, to become known as ultra friendly. If people heard libertarians and their image was very much like Mormons, they're so nice, they're so kind, they're so wonderful. That's the best thing we could really do to make our cause more successful.
There's one, and I'll say one good thing about Border Patrol agents. One good thing, they're the most corrupt federal law enforcement agency. And when the laws are really bad, corruption's a good thing. So thank you for that, Border Patrol.
Not touching that. Okay. So if we think about the image that you had projected actually first, Alex, and the general process of people the general process that people are actually legally taking to become an immigrant, what in that giant chaos would you say is one thing that could be changed tomorrow? Or what is the lowest hanging fruit of the numerous changes that you would like to do?
You mean like what's politically...
What's politically expedient?
Well, right now, nothing, because nothing's going to happen. So I guess that's by definition. But I think that the thing that's probably most popular right now, there are two things. One is when it comes to the green card system, employment-based green cards, which are for highly skilled workers and their families. 140,000 a year, there are per country caps. So only 7% of these green cards can go to people from any one country in any year. So from India, 7%, from China, 7%, from Iceland, 7%. So as a result of this, the backlogs for people in India waiting for the employment-based green card category 3 is about 170 years. I mean, it's like something out of the Soviet Union, right? It's like a joke. So the good thing is you have a lot of these Indian immigrants who are here. They're on H-1B visas, temporary work visas. You can adjust and get a green card from those who are, they're well off, they're connected, they're highly skilled, they speak English as well as I do, and they are just banging the drum about this injustice where they have to wait, but they're never going to get a green card because of this line. And so you have had bills, S386 has been one of them, where it passes the House, it'll pass the House, HR 386, so it'll pass the House like 410-3 and things like this. It's just everybody holds it up because they wanted to sweeten the rest of the immigration reform that other people don't like so much. Another thing that people are pretty positive about is legalizing the dreamers. These are sort of young people who are brought here when they were young as illegal immigrants by their parents. They've basically grown up here. They speak English. They're as American as anybody else. Culturally, they're appealing. They know how to appeal to Americans using, American tactics because they basically are. And most people want to legalize them. Like 70% of Republicans want to legalize them. We were really close in 2017, 2018 to do this. They were going to do a bill, exchange a border wall for legalizing around 800,000 dreamers. And the last minute, Trump said, oh, and you have to cut this green card category for family members. And that blew it all up because nobody would go along with that. So those are the two things that seem like the most likely in the near future. Pretty small potatoes, though.
Yeah, I don't know that there is any low-hanging fruit here, because you're suffering from the classic seen and unseen problem that we can see the cost to immigrants coming in. They're going to take my job, or they're going to be using public resources or whatever it is, and you don't see the unseen, which is that immigration itself is a filtration mechanism. I mean, think about what sort of person would leave a culture that they're familiar with for a culture that they're not, for a language that they're familiar with for a language that they're not, for people that they're familiar with, friends and neighbors, to people who they aren't, all in the name of bettering their lives. Those are the attributes of entrepreneurs. And if you look at the numbers, it bears it out. Look at the either immigrants or children of immigrants. Amongst Fortune 500 companies, 40% of them were founded by either immigrants or children of immigrants. Amongst small businesses in the US, 20% of them were founded either by immigrants or children of immigrants. And if you go by the numbers, you end up with something like 50 million jobs in the US being directly attributable to either immigrants or the children of immigrants. They more than proportionally represent the creation of jobs in this country. And that's the unseen part. You don't see that when you talk about opening borders. What you do see is my job's going to be taken by somebody who's going to do it for cheaper. And I think that unseen part is the part we have to drill home.
Yeah, so I hesitate to ever go against Alex on what's really going to happen in Washington, but here is at least something that sounds not crazy to me. If we were to go and just get rid of all COVID regulations at the federal level in one fell swoop and just say we are turning back the clock to the good old days before then, this would actually by stealth restore immigration to much higher levels because so much immigration was eliminated or prevented as a result of COVID. So if you just imagine it being a general anti-COVID deregulation, and then immigration just gets thrown into that general category without a lot of thoughts, that, in my mind, is the lowest hanging fruits. But maybe I'm wrong, Alex.
Well, yeah, so you're not wrong. The problem is so in March and April of 2020, President Trump ended processing of visas and green cards overseas as part of COVID. And he did it in his executive action to protect American jobs. So it's not, it doesn't actually say for the disease purposes, it says it's funny to protect the American economy and all this stuff. So what happened was visa processing for green cards dropped by 90%. And for non-immigrant visas, it dropped by 93%. Now, the Biden administration is slowly reopening that stuff as it is right now. And last month, the green card processing overseas was up to 40,000, which is about what it was prior to COVID. So it's not there yet. But the problem is all the green cards that weren't issued in that time period, because of the way the accounting works, are gone under American law. So you have to pass another law to get those green cards that are gone. So unless we do that, we're not going to get them back, and that's not going to happen. So we're getting back to that. The non-immigrant visa stuff is still pretty closed off. We're not back to where we were yet. But eliminating a lot of these COVID stuff, that would certainly help, and that could happen. I mean, one of the corollaries, we wrote a piece about this. Basically, immigration law doesn't exist anymore. It's mainly up to the whims of the executive branch to do whatever it wants. He has total control over who to allow in or not to allow in functionally. There's a law behind it, but the president does do whatever he wants, and we're dealing with that world right now. So
it sounds like a lot of the changes that we had, either because of COVID or ostensibly because of COVID, are things that maybe President Biden could be changing now, and you mentioned some that would be changing. It doesn't seem to me like he has changed quite a bit of things. Is there view on the horizon that President Biden is going to change some of the things that President Trump did?
He's like 80% Trump. So on this issue, maybe 90%. I don't think Trump, I don't know. It's all counterfactual. Like, I don't know if Trump would have reopened the border as quickly as Biden has. And Biden has been dragging his feet like crazy. It's really inexcusable how long it took him. I mean, they wasted about 100,000 green cards this year, Biden did, that aren't going to come back because of how long it took them to reopen the consulates for overseas processing. So, very rapidly, Biden could probably become the worst president if these restrictions, maintain. Now, they're going away. They seem to be going away. But Biden is awful on immigration. I mean, he ran on a platform that was the best platform, pro-immigration platform of any major party candidate since 1864. Liberalizing immigration across the board, every category, great stuff, just about for almost everybody. And he's done basically none of it. I think it's the widest difference between what a politician says he's going to do and what he actually has done in office. Because Trump said he was going to cut legal immigration by 2/3 when he was running in 2016, and he exceeded those expectations. The difference between what he said he was going to do and he did was very small and in the right direction. Biden said he's going to liberalize. He hasn't done a damn thing, really, except for kind of reopen some consulates overseas later than he should have.
So this is all very depressing.
Politicians lie about stuff sometimes.
That's shocking. It's brand new information. What is something that we in this room, maybe not policymakers, could do to either make marginal progress or get involved in the broader discussion about moving towards open borders?
Stop perpetuating myths. And the number one myth in my mind is that immigrants take jobs. And the data is very clear. They create far more jobs than they take. And many of the jobs they do take are jobs that Americans don't want anyway. That's myth number one. Myth number two is that they're net drains on our tax system. Immigrants spend, now I'm talking about non-documented immigrants, spend about $16 billion a year on state and local taxes. On payroll taxes, they pay about $18 billion a year. And notice something interesting here when it comes to federal taxes. They're paying into the system, but they will not receive Social Security benefits. They will not receive Medicare benefits. Actually, every non-documented worker that comes in extends the life of Social Security and Medicare because they're net contributors. Second, when it comes to federal income taxes, at the low end of the range, and by low end of the range, I mean like the bottom 60% of Americans are net recipients at the federal level. They receive more back in transfers than they pay in taxes. And here we have a situation where the immigrants are not, the non-documented immigrants are not showing up on the income tax roll. They're showing up at the payroll tax roll. They're not showing up at the income tax roll, which again is a net positive. So I think one of the lowest hanging fruits when it comes to what we do is start poking holes in these myths.
Yep. So this may seem self-serving, but it's true. I think you should give kids my book, Open Borders: The Science and Ethics of Immigration. So, as you may know, it is a nonfiction graphic novel, and part of the reason why I did it, I mean, most of the reason why I did it is, look, we have all these ideas that are so important, so cogent, and yet almost no one is ever going to read any of the articles that actually express the ideas. So I try to figure out what is a better way of introducing a larger audience to these ideas. All of my other books, I have tried to expand the audience, but I never really got to anything wider than the range from research professors to good undergraduates. And with Open Borders, I actually did. I actually did have my 5-year-old reading over my shoulder. I know of a lot of families where kids were stealing their parents' book. So it is definitely the most persuasive thing I've ever written. And as you may have heard, young people are much more persuadable than older people. So I really would like to get copies of my book in the hands of as many young people in the world as possible.
So if we could go to that slide again with the legal map. I mean, this is the number one myth that I would debunk, is that the United States has pretty free and open immigration. And I think, especially in countries like the United States, Canada, Australia, other immigrant societies, we do have sort of a myth. I think it's part of our values that we at least tell ourselves, right, that we're pro-immigration. That's at least something that has appealed to people in the United States. The United States is not a nation state. It is not a state based on ethnicity or tribe or blood or anything like that. We have this ethos where it's like our ancestors came from other places and that was pretty good. Isn't that something that makes us special? It's part of our culture. It's part of our myth. And a lot of people think it really hasn't changed that much. It's kind of surprising when you ask people about this. So if you can change people's minds about that, I think in this country and maybe in a few others, just knowing what the reality is legally and how impossible it is probably the number one thing that I would express to people. Like when these dumb politicians say things like there's open borders right now, and they talk about like 10,000 people apprehended by Border Patrol, I'm like, wait, there's Border Patrol apprehending people and the borders are open. What's going on is nonsense. I mean, there wouldn't be any Border Patrol if there were open borders. And just pushing people's minds in that way, just to get them to understand what reality is right now, I think that's, voters are dumb and ignorant mostly. Well, not dumb, right? They're ignorant. And they have a lot of silly things. Brian wrote an excellent book about this.
And irrational.
Rationally irrational. And so just, if you just convince them with like, oh, this is the way that the world actually is right now, I think you can go pretty far.
Yep. So I think I'm going to push back on that. So it is true that occasionally you have the very naive person who thinks that immigrants can just go and get permission at the post office. But most people, when you ask them, even now, will say we should not have more immigrants. And if you ask them the distinction, what about more legal immigrants is more illegal? I have found actually most people do not think we should have more legal immigration either, right? So, I mean, the way that I think about it is this. So it is a standard open borders talking point when someone says, oh, I'm just against illegal immigration, to say, yeah, well, I'm against it too because I don't think it should be illegal. And I have convinced exactly 0 people with that argument. And you know why? Because when they say that they're against illegal immigration, they are also supporting the laws making it illegal. It's not merely saying, I don't like it when they break the law. They are saying that they think that the law as it exists is either as limiting as it should be or insufficiently limiting.
So I get that question a lot too. And I take a different tact. I always ask them, how easy do you think it is to come here if you have a high school degree from Columbia and no family in the United States? And the answer I almost always get is, well, you just have to wait in line for a number of years. So I think they have no idea.
Infinity is a number.
What?
Infinity is a number.
Yeah, but they think it's like, oh, well, they should just do what my ancestors did. I get that all the time. People should just wait in line like my ancestors. So I think I think for once, Brian, you are overestimating the knowledge of the typical American voter.
We could both be right. People are rational enough just to hold incompatible beliefs, and they usually do.
Is there a country that you think is doing it right?
So the best countries for migration in the world are absolutely the Gulf monarchies. Absolutely. Right? If you just take a look at the foreign-born share, you can see United Arab Emirates, 85% foreign-born. All right, does this mean it's perfect? No way. There's a lot of bad things that they do to immigrants there, but they let them in, right? And it is not just bait and switch. It is not like you let them in and enslave them. Rather, what's going on is that people who are in the Gulf monarchies are calling home and saying, I can figure out a way to get you in here. We are making 5 times as much money as we would back home. We work here for 10 years. It's really tough. I'm not going to kid you, but when we go home, we'll be the richest men in the village. And that's what's going on in the Gulf monarchies. So in particular, they let in low-skilled immigrants to work. Almost no first world country does that. First world countries will sometimes let in low-skilled immigrants for family reunification or let them in as refugees. But to let them in just to get a job, that is something that is almost unthinkable in almost any first world country. And the Gulf monarchies do it, and it shows in their foreign-born percentage. It's really high, and again, it's not just petroleum engineers. They're letting in janitors and maids and other people who transform their lives by virtue of having this opportunity. After them, I say Singapore, right? So if someone says, what is the best democracy for immigration, then I will say Singapore. I also have a paper saying it is false that Singapore is a dictatorship. It is rather a democracy that has policies that are unpopular with Western political scientists, and so therefore they say it's not really democracy, but it is. International observers say Singapore is fair and free elections. But if it is true that the very open immigration policy in Singapore is not that popular. So, but yeah, I'll say out of all the democracies, Singapore is the least bad, and the Gulf monarchies are the best overall on this one issue. On this one issue, not overall. They have lots of other bad stuff, but on this one issue, Gulf monarchies, awesome.
I could pick and choose from a few places. So on low-skilled immigration, I take the Gulf monarchies. On family immigration, I take the United States. And in terms of high-skilled immigration, I take Singapore. And in terms of immigration with your neighbors, I take any country in the EU.
Yeah, and let me give what sounds like a trite answer, but it's a serious answer. And that is Pennsylvania and Arizona do it really well. You can move from Arizona to Pennsylvania, and nobody thinks twice about it. And despite the fact that the culture in Arizona is much more similar to the culture in Mexico, the language, the economy, everything, than it is to Pennsylvania. We don't think twice about people moving from Arizona to Pennsylvania, but somehow we lose our minds when we draw a line on a map and say, well, people going across this line, that's something different. But notice we do the same thing with trade. You referred to this earlier. Somehow, my buying something from the store down the road, well, that's exchange. That's perfectly fine. But if you draw a national border between us, all of a sudden, oh my God, this is something different. No, it's not. It's the same thing. All you've done is altered your perception of it in your mind. The reality hasn't changed.
But yeah, it is worth pointing out there is one major U.S. state where they're getting a lot of people from other American states going there, and the natives are complaining about it a lot, and that is Texas. All right, so in Texas, when I spent 3 months during COVID there, you do spontaneously get a lot of people complaining, especially about Californians moving into Texas. I know there's actually very interesting work saying that overall, the people that are born in Texas are in fact less Texan than people that are not born in Texas. People on average move to Texas because they like it there, even though there are plenty of Californians who move there and then complain.
It's actually, to your point, Anthony, also about state lines. It's true in Illinois, where I'm from, Chicago versus the rest of the state. Even within the state of Illinois, it's like having 2 different states. And some people from downstate want to secede, which is always a fun debate. Okay, so we only have a few minutes left. And what I'd like to do is pretend that you are having a debate with your either roommate or friend or peer or professor, and they throw an argument out against you that I'm going to very quickly say, and you have, let's say, less than 30 seconds to respond. So high notes. What do you say to, but there's a pandemic right now and we don't want to let sick people in?
So first of all, there is already so much COVID in America, it barely makes any difference whether you let in foreigners who have it. Yeah, so look, it really, there's a big difference between having a COVID-free country and letting one person that can affect the whole country versus having a country with 100,000 cases a day and then you make a big deal out of it. It's crazy, right? Now, the other thing is there are obviously a much cheaper and humane way of dealing with the problem if it is real than saying that you can't come at all, which is saying you've got to be vaccinated or there's a quarantine or there's a test.
I can't top that.
Great. All right, so the next potential argument you might hear is, But if we have open borders, then we can't stop people who are criminals, who you said shouldn't be coming to this country. Don't we want to stop people who are violent criminals?
On the contrary, we can stop them a lot better. If anybody who's not a violent criminal or national security threat or sick can just go in through a port of entry after waving hi to a border patrol agent, then that means that people running through the desert probably actually do have something to hide, and you can focus very scarce law enforcement resources on those folks.
And by the numbers, immigrants are incarcerated at 1/5 the rate of non-immigrants. So if your concern is crime, we should be deporting the non-immigrants.
Love that. We have a debate in this country right now about universal basic income and trying to guarantee that every human has some basic level of subsistence. If we let more people in, isn't that going to tighten the purse strings and try to make us even more poor?
The universal basic income is one of the worst ideas in the world. I've debated on this.
Okay, would you say that to your friend,
yes.
though?
Yes, absolutely. So, but I've got 30 seconds, so here it goes. If you were a billionaire and you had $7.5 billion to give away, would you give $1 to every person on earth? What a stupid idea, right? Look, if you have finite resources, it makes sense to target the resources where they will do the most good, and the universal basic income just says don't do that. The astronomical cost of the universal basic income is something almost no one wants to deal with, but anyone who looks at the numbers will tell you when you give money to everyone, either you give a very small amount per person or it breaks the bank. It's just a silly and childish idea.
UBI makes Social Security look like a responsible program. And UBI, if you want to liberalize immigration, let people in, UBI is a great way to convince more people to be opposed to immigration, because then you're definitely going to be given welfare people as soon as they come over the border. Boy, it's a great, Ron Unz, who is this nativist in California who runs a place, he says he supports raising the minimum wage because it'll punish immigrants the most and force them out of the labor force. I wouldn't be surprised if he's also in favor of UBI, because it's a great way to convince people that all these immigrants are freeloading losers who are coming here for welfare. So if you support that, that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, all UBI does is to spread around the stuff we've already produced. If you want people to live better lives, the answer is let's produce more. And how can we do that? So I give you an example. Apple, Google, Amazon, eBay, Intel, Tesla, Yahoo, Capital One, and Kohl's. Those 9 companies were formed by either immigrants or children of immigrants. The total market value of those 9 companies exceeds all of the income that we have paid to undocumented immigrants over the entire past decade. You want to produce more stuff? Let more immigrants in.
And if you really want to help poor people, you don't give UBI to rich Americans. You let in more poor immigrants.
All right, last rapid fire question. You libertarians, shouldn't you be opposed to a federal policy? Shouldn't states be able to make their own policies on immigration and whether or not individual states have open borders?
This comes back to my first point, which is the question, is happiness, is liberty, are these things inalienable rights? If they are, no, you shouldn't leave it to the state, shouldn't leave it to the federal government either. These are inalienable rights. If they are alienable rights, then we should all be checking our pockets.
I favor liberalization, and I don't care on what level of government it's on.
I will say that if it were up to states, then you would just get more variation. And since we do not have hard borders within the U.S., it would really be a covert way of getting immigration liberalization. So basically, you would just have to find what is the easiest state to get into, and then you fly there, and then you move over to whatever state you want to go to. So it's it is a fine strategic idea, but it's not really a particularly relevant idea.
We actually wrote a bill for Senator Ron Johnson that he introduced in 2017 on this, and Representative Curtis reintroduced it in early 2020 to create a state-based visa program modeled on Canada that has one. So, I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's not relevant. Brian's right. It's not really relevant.
I would love to see that bill get debated on the floor. All right, so we just have a minute left. What is your hottest take on open borders that you want to make sure people have heard, or something that we haven't brought up that you want to make sure people walk away from this panel knowing?
Yeah, we are sitting here in the richest country on the planet precisely because nobody stopped our parents and grandparents.
If you're a nationalist, you should support open borders because it will make the United States a stronger and wealthier country. If you're an egalitarian and you want fairness around the world with all human beings, you should support open borders because it will increase that. If you're a conservative, immigrants tend to have a little bit more socially conservative values, especially when it comes to family formation. You should be in favor of open borders. If you're a progressive, you should be in favor of it because it increases the prosperity and equality around the world. And if you're a libertarian, you have no reason to oppose open borders except a lot of nonsense that doesn't make any sense.
I can't top that, Alex. That's great.
All right, thank you so much to our panelists, to all of you in the audience, and all of you joining us online. Let's keep this discussion going.
That was so good. Like, I feel like throwing my water bottle. Like, that was so good. That was so invigorating. Sloan, fantastic moderating. Gentlemen, wow, that was fantastic. Let's open the borders. Everyone run through. All right. The next person everyone in here has heard of. He is a legend in fiscal policy. He is a legend in political rhetoric tactics. The next person is the man behind Americans for Tax Reform. And I will say that while on paper he is impressive because of what he does, because of what he fights for, because he's been published in all of the literature, he's been featured on all of the networks, I will also say that from human to human, he's also kind and humble and intellectually honest, which are some of the best values that we can contribute to politics. So I would like to now introduce my friend, Grover Norquist. Everyone give a warm applause for Grover. And he goes to Burning Man every year, and if that's not good enough reason to like the guy, then I don't know what is. Thank you, Grover.
I was told to give a shout out to the now 500 people who are joining us online. Karl Marx once said that philosophers have tried to interpret the world, but the point is to change it. And I would argue that libertarians who've done a very good job of talking about what the future could be, of why liberty works in theory, of where there are examples of people being more free, doing better when it's less free, and that's the direction we should move in, that we need to spend more time on the business of getting from here to there. So I want to talk about political organizing, specifically from a libertarian perspective. A lot of books have been written by union organizers or by folks who do political organizing on the right or the left. My favorite citizen is a self-employed homeschooler who has a 401k and a concealed carry permit, because that person doesn't ask anything from the government. That person doesn't want anything to the government. And it's very easy to convince that person he should work with you on the next libertarian project because they get it. And what I want to argue is while there are probably millions of Americans who fall into that category, they're not enough to carry significant numbers of electoral votes. They're not enough to win the House, not enough to win the Senate. But the difference is, if you use the word or instead of and, I would argue that we can build and have built a majoritarian case for a free society. So instead of saying you have to be concerned about the Second Amendment and your 401k, meaning the value of stocks and bonds and health of the economy, and homeschooling, and self-employment, you say or. Because I would argue that the key issues that move votes are the ones that move votes. And for any one person, they may have 21 things. You ask somebody questions on those polls, and you ask questions about, what do you think about this, and they give you a list of 20, but there's one answer in there that moves their vote. And what for homeschoolers, it's often that they're a homeschooler, and then they have lots of other thoughts as well. And if we identify which are the vote-moving issues, I think libertarians will find that you can put together a very significant majority in this country of people who will be with you on moving towards liberty. Not that they've signed off on some 20-point manifesto, but rather that on the issues before them, the one that moves their vote, okay? Not the one they talk about, not the one that gets discussed on talk radio necessarily, but the one that moves their vote. So if you think of who is the potential audience for moving in a libertarian pro-freedom movement, I'd go, and you would put them around the room. Homeschoolers. There's somewhere, we used to say there are 3 million homeschoolers. Now I'm not quite sure what that number is, but it's evidently 2 or 3 times higher than that, thanks to COVID and the incompetence of the public school system in the last 2 years. And now all sorts of other things that the public schools are thinking of doing to or for us and children. But there are at least 3 million homeschoolers, maybe double that, and then the number that's growing. And that is it's a lifestyle issue. If you've met somebody who's a homeschooler, they're a homeschooler very quickly in the conversation, and it moves their vote. You don't have to convince them on the importance of free trade with Singapore. You don't have to convince them about immigration reform. You've got their vote, one fish, one hook, for somebody who says, we will protect your right to be a homeschooler. And you may think, well, isn't that obvious? 40 years ago, in 48 states, it was a crime to homeschool because you were contributing to the delinquency of a minor. The child was not going to school, and the law, except in 2 states, said they have to go to a government-run school. So not too long ago, people in the homeschooling movement would have gone to prison and did in our lifetimes. Add to that concealed carry weapons. People have permits for concealed carry. That was, again, it wasn't until 1986 that the first state that had stoplights actually passed a concealed carry shall issue law, Florida. There were some square states out west that had done that, but in terms of significant larger states, now it's 44 states have passed shall issue concealed carry. And for people who've made the very significant position to go get that permit and carry a gun with them, they have a very personal relationship with their firearm. I like hunters fine. I was on the board of the NRA, National Rifle Association, for 18 years, and hunters are an important part of the coalition of people who care about the Second Amendment. But hunters tend to keep their weapon locked up in the basement, and a couple of weekends a year they annoy Bambi's relatives. And while guns are important to them, someone who has a personal relationship with their firearm is the person who carries it in their car, in their purse, in the small of their back. That is a person who, when you say to them, we want to protect your right to protect your family, to protect yourself, says, that is, for me, a vote-moving issue. Not every gun owner, but a great number of gun owners are move their votes on that issue alone. So as you look and say, instead of saying, to work with me, I want you to say you are good on gun freedom and homeschooling and self-employment and the gig economy and all the various issues, the words or. And when you find someone who says that is my vote-moving issue, or they start getting animated and talking to you about it, or they bring the subject up first, letting you know it's their vote-moving issue, you don't continue to talk to them about 10 other issues. You engage them in whatever the campaign is, whether it's electing someone or an initiative or getting involved in political work in general. We can and have been building a coalition that is much more freedom-friendly than the 2 political parties have offered in the past. And I'm not suggesting everyone's going to join the Libertarian Party. I think they'll work within necessarily the parties they're for, but vote for the candidate who has the more collection of freedoms. Charter schools. It's a baby step away from public schools with 3 million people. Charter schools were illegal 30, 40 years ago in almost every state. They're a new thing that was created. 3 million people are there, and the Biden administration has said their goal is to shut them down. People take that very seriously, and people can be animated, and if you put the time and effort to get your kid into a charter school, it is likely to be a key voting issue for you. One of the things I discovered recently was vaping. Not discovered the issue, the concept of vaping, but the fact that it is a vote-moving issue for about 13 million adults. Again, vaping didn't exist 20 years ago. Now it's an alternative to smoking cigarettes, and the government, the FDA, wants to shut them down. Bloomberg is spending hundreds of millions of dollars to ban vaping because follow the logic. Vaping is 98% less problematic for you, better for you than smoking cigarettes. So you think harm reduction would be an argument for that. But he thinks that the reason people have stopped smoking so much is that we made it appear tacky, and vaping kind of looks like smoking. And therefore, if people vape, cherry and vanilla and so on, enough of them, and they'll all switch back to smoking tobacco rather than vaping for some reason. Anyway, it's, you know, collect all the underwear, get $1 million. I mean, the logic, there's a leap of logic there that's kind of missing, but they do believe that you should be against vaping for the same reason that the Baptists used to not like dancing, is that not dancing isn't sex, but it looks like sex, and vaping isn't smoking tobacco, but it looks like it, and therefore must be opposed. There are 13 million Americans who vape, who find that reasoning offensive, stupid, not terribly reasonable. And you can, a senator, U.S. senator, was elected on the vaping vote in Ron Johnson in Wisconsin. They organized every vape store. And what happened was on election day, people had been to every one of those vape stores, knew that Ron Johnson was the senator who was saving vaping from the FDA. And he ran ahead of Trump in the state and won his race, and said on television, I was elected with the vaping vote. So again, as we put together those issues that are key to given constituencies, you don't need a collection of people, 51% of the population, that agree on 12 points. You need 51+% of the population going into election that is voting for the candidate who will leave them alone on their issue, and somebody else is voting because they'll be left alone on a different issue, and you add those up and put them together. I remember early on up in Massachusetts and other states, people who opposed helmet laws were a vote-moving constituency. Not a lot, but it's a number, that was not negligible and important. Self-employed people, people in the gig economy, Uber drivers. This administration wants to shut down self-employment, Uber drivers, the whole idea of the gig economy, independent contractor law, to change it to where 10 million plus people would not be able to organize their life the way they want to. They talk to an Uber driver, a Lyft driver, they know that their job and their flexibility is on the chopping block. Remember, that was put on the ballot in California, and California voted no, do not take away the right of people to be independent contractors. Legislature cheerfully took that right away. People went to the polls with an initiative to take it back. Self-employment in the same category. Now, the other team, so if you go around the table, you can get a majority of Americans who, I didn't even get to the people for whom the most important thing is practicing their faith and transmitting it to their kids, freedom of religion. They want to be left alone. They're not asking for Baptist stamps. They just want to be left alone. The gun owners are not asking, they don't knock on your door on Saturday and say, you should come out and go hunting. They just want to be left alone. They don't hand out books entitled Heather Has Two Hunters and make you read them. They simply wish to be left alone with their Second Amendment rights. And that's why you can have in our coalition somebody who wants to go to church all day, who looks across the table at the guy who wants to make money all day and says, that's not how I spend my time. And they both look over at the guy who wants to fondle his guns all day and says, that's not how we spend our time. It's not important that a freedom movement agrees how we're going to spend our time, but that we all agree that we want to elect a persons who will leave all of us alone and leave me alone and you alone. And I care about your issue in the sense that I may not care about it, but I'm glad my candidate's with you because that means more votes for the guy I want elected, who happens to be the same person. On the left, we have a takings coalition. I don't know, left is the wrong word. There's a freedom coalition. There's a takings coalition, the coalition of people who view the proper role of government as taking things from some people and giving it to other people, usually them, usually money. But that's the counter to a leave us alone coalition. And on the takings coalition, you've got the trial lawyers who want to be able to sue everybody, the labor union leadership who wants to be able to collect everyone's dues, the government workers that at the federal level are paid twice what people in the private sector make. The the two wings of the welfare issue, people who are dependent on welfare and the people who get $90,000 a year, managing the dependency of others, making sure they don't get a job and get off welfare and stop voting for them. And then all the coercive utopians who are better than you and me, and they know how to run our lives, and they invented and mandate the toilets that don't flush completely and the light bulbs that convince you have glaucoma. And on the Sabbath, you have to separate the green glass from the white glass from the brown glass for the recycling priests. And they have a list of things that you have to do or can't do that is slightly longer and more tedious than Leviticus. And it goes on and on and on about how you should structure your life. And we've made a list of things on that. So again, those two competing structures, one, people who want to use the government to do things to and with other people, and those who on their vote moving issue. Again, there are some people that are very good on the Second Amendment who have what I view as rather odd views on free trade with China. But as long as they're voting on the Second Amendment, they're in our coalition. You do not need to go and browbeat that person and explain to them comparative advantage and not quit talking to them until they understand economics. We can build a coalition where not everybody is a full-fledged libertarian, but at the end of the day, the candidate that they work with, the candidates that they work with, and the parties will start gravitating towards a majoritarian position, which is put forward that way. As we talk about organizing, a couple of other thoughts. Whining is not work. People who talk to you and whine that the world is not perfect yet, that somebody had sent Bush a letter and he hasn't done it all yet. Whining is not work. It is a waste of time. And the other is we Americans for Tax Reform, the group that I organizes a meeting in DC. About 100 people sit in a room every Wednesday for an hour and a half, and 25 people present for 3 minutes. And I recommend to you some outlines of when you're going to have a political meeting and you're going to talk to people. Our meeting and the 44 state similar meetings, you talk for 3 minutes, period. You have more to say, write it down, hand it out. Do not take up everybody's time. 3 minutes. And two, you talk about the future, not the past, not how everything's gone wrong since the Reformation or whatever the turning point was in your view when things started to go into decline. And lastly, what are you doing about it? We have all the time in the world, or at least all of 3 minutes, to listen to you talk about what you're doing about something in the future and getting things done. And it may not be the project I'm working on, but it's important to me to know what the other people moving towards freedom in their zone are working on, because maybe we can collaborate. One of my favorites is the gentleman who was organizing the legalization of hemp, showed up with his hemp tie and his hemp briefcase a number of years ago and said, we're going to legalize hemp, which was illegal. And then he would come by every few months and say, well, we just did this in this state. And then at the end of the day, Mitch McConnell, the Republican Speaker of the House, has just decided to co-sponsor our bill, or to be the lead sponsor. And at the end of the day, after a few years, hemp was legalized, and now you don't go to jail for having hemp anymore. Small victory, but an important victory to him and to people focused on hemp. And it was somebody else's focus, no, you should drop what you're doing and love and are competent at and become a private in my army over here to reduce the capital gains tax. People that are fighting for the zone in their life on liberty that matters to them, that they understand, are exactly where they need to be. When they win, or you could ask them on Saturdays to help you on your project, or you could work together, but we should never belittle or underestimate the small platoons of activists that are working on things. Oh, that's not the big picture. I have the big picture here. There isn't one big picture. There are lots of fights for liberty, and lots of areas we can lose, lots of areas we can do better at. And so I'd argue, as we move forward, constantly be looking for new allies. And we discovered the vaping issue because one of our activists was out and said, there's this rally about vaping, whatever that is, tomorrow. It sounds like a big deal. Should I stay? And the answer was yes. And discovered that going to a vapor rally is talking to a bunch of people who care deeply about liberty and protecting their own lives and making their own decisions. And they might as well be small L libertarians on that issue. And that moves them on other issues to better understanding. And you can either ignore it and think it's, well, that's just one product, or you could recognize that what moves people is desire for self-control, for bettering themselves, and the government's getting in the way. The government says, you're trying to save your life and we want to ban the product that's doing that. Imagine the energy that gives 13 million people, okay? They feel virtuous about what they're doing. They want to do this. And the government says, we'd rather have you die of cancer. That's a motivating factor to say, just leave us alone in this zone and others. The other thing we need to do as we talk about liberties, realize you're talking to everybody at once. If you just, sometimes people think they're talking, if you're talking just to a gun group, you can talk about guns, but in life, you're never just talking to one group. You need to be able to speak to the freedom issues in a larger group and touch on them all, but also not necessarily go down the road so far that you scare, frighten, confuse people who don't know and follow each of those issues. So understand that a lot of the times you'll be talking to some people in the room, know exactly what you're talking about on the vaping issue or the tax issue or capital gains. But if you start drilling down too far for everybody else, they can get confused. Talk to them separately, offline on that issue. And the other is that everything we do is going to be in coalitions. Okay, libertarians, whatever percentage of the population we are not 51%. And so if we're going to win, we need to work with other people who have flawed understandings of the world, okay, on important issues. If they have a correct understanding of the one issue that is nearest and dearest to them, you are so far down the road on getting their help and being able to work with them. And you can, over time, chat with them about, you know, you should be allowed to do what you want to do with your own life. What about the guy over there who has odd views about how to run his life, unlike yours? He wants to be left alone too. And it is amazing, I found, how people recognize when they see the fears that they have or the hopes that they have with getting government to leave them alone. They recognize that other people who maybe I read in the newspaper, those guys are no good. Well, yeah, but they say the same thing about you in your fight for liberty in the zone you're focused on. So constantly looking for coalitions, and we win with a coalition of people who care about lower taxes and homeschooling and religious liberty and being able to start a small business and being able to be self-employed. If you do you do the Venn diagram, and there's a little piece in the middle where the guy understands the Second Amendment and vaping and, you know, whether vaccines should be mandated and all these other things. And there's a small group in the middle of 20 circles in your Venn diagram of people who get the and right every single time. Those are the members of the Libertarian Party, okay? And if you're planning on taking over by grabbing the airports and the radio stations, that might work. But if we're going to win elections, you really need the or part, because this spot on the map with the or, which has all of these large and small circles together with a little overlap, the amount of the electorate covered by them, if you say, you're with us if you want your Second Amendment rights, or your First Amendment rights, or your ability, your property rights, or to be left alone on taxes. You add the ors together, then you've got a much larger coalition, one that can win elections and move us forward. A couple of thoughts. When people talk about coalitions, they often talk about bipartisan compromise, which I think is, first of all, since there are at least three parties, but what they mean is bipartisan compromise is beloved in Washington, D.C. by the establishment, because that's how we got to the present mess. The conservatives had some stupid spending ideas and the liberals had stupid spending ideas, and each one thought the others were destructive, so they decided to pass theirs and the others. So now you have a large collection of stupid spending ideas, half of which the conservatives go, oh, we weren't for half of that stuff, and the liberals go, we weren't for half of that stuff, and the taxpayers are paying for all of that stuff, and that's their idea of bipartisan compromise. Or when Nixon wanted the government to get somewhat bigger and Ted Kennedy wanted the government to get much bigger, they would compromise between bigger and somewhat bigger, which was sort of bigger. And if you do that 20 times in a row, you've got to be pretty large. So because the compromise was always how much, oh, but Nixon didn't let them go as far as Kennedy went. And Kennedy would say to his team, oh, I was thwarted and I didn't get to go as far as I wanted. But at the end of the day, if you play that game 20 times, you keep moving towards bigger and bigger government. Good compromise, principled compromise, is when you agree to move more slowly towards your goal of liberty than you had wanted to. So I want to go to Japan from Boston, and if I only get to Missouri, that's not treason. Missouri is on the way to Japan from Boston, okay? But if on your road from Boston to Japan, your feet are wet and everyone's speaking French, you've been moving in the wrong direction, and that's called losing, okay? So if you want limited government and you just compromised on slightly bigger government, that is not a compromise. That is losing, okay? Even nicking government a little, that's hardly worthwhile. It's at least not losing. There's a big difference between moving in the wrong direction and moving however fast, and the right direction slower than you'd like, not as quickly as you'd like to. And so we've actually had some very good left-right coalitions on term limits, where Ralph Nader and I agreed we should both have term limits. I thought I'd get more pro-freedom people elected if they cycled out more. He thought everyone would want more socialists if they cycled out more. And to give you some idea of where the establishment is in Washington, D.C., 2 weeks before the election in 1992, when I think it was 15 states passed, 12 states passed term limits with an average vote of over 77% in each of those states. No state defeated term limits on popular vote. We held a press conference, and not a single Washington press agency showed up to cover that. And after we won everything, the New York Times 10 days later wrote a story in the bomber pages, B11, okay, which talked about what had just happened. So the left, the establishment, not the left, Ralph Nader is quite left, the establishment that's happy with the status quo wanted nothing to do with term limits, and yet it passed with 77% support average across the country in the various states, with support from people who thought of themselves as liberals, conservatives, left, right, socialists, not. Transparency, again, another issue I worked with Ralph Nader on. Ralph Nader thinks if everybody saw how the federal government spent their money more clearly, they'd say, let's do more of this. And I'm pretty sure if everybody saw how the federal or the state or local government spent their money, they'd be a little slower on the draw to join up with some new spending program and more open, perhaps, to spend less on what they are doing. But again, nobody gave up on principles. Ralph Nader didn't agree to anything in working with me on transparency he didn't want to do. Ditto with me. I didn't say, oh, Ralph, you've got a really stupid idea there, but we'll stick it in with my good idea and we'll call it a compromise. Neither of us compromised on principle. We'd have passed a bill differently or written it differently if we were the sole owner of it and could make somebody eat it. But in order to build a coalition, we worked, you saw this on criminal justice reform. Criminal justice reform, we had all sorts of odd duck people in the room in terms of where you think they'd be politically, but on the idea of civil asset forfeiture, that perhaps the government shouldn't come and take your car and your money without a conviction, without even charging you with a crime, but because they think it might be with a crime. And then if they take $2,000 in your cash, are you really going to hire a lawyer for $3,000 or $4,000 to get your $2,000 back? Perhaps not. If you went to public school to learn your math, maybe. But you have a real problem there. And Washington Post did a very good article pointing out that more money 2 years ago was taken by police than burglars in the United States in the previous year, about between $3 and $4 billion. So this is not something that's a small number, but you can get a very good left-right. ACLU is very good on stopping civil asset forfeiture. All the center-right property rights groups, limited government groups are very good on civil asset forfeiture. And again, nobody compromised, nobody supported a bill that they weren't happy with. Each of us might have wanted other things in the bill, but that's a different question entirely than something that you didn't want. As you do politics, a couple of last thoughts as I'm coming up on time. Bifocal vision. Bifocals are the things they give you so you can see properly long distance and also right in front of you, okay? Because your cornea or whatever it is doesn't move around as much as it used to. And when we do politics, we always need to have bifocal vision. You need to keep an eye on your feet so you don't trip, okay, near vision. You also need to make sure you're heading in the right direction long term. If you spend so much time looking down at today's fight, you can get turned around and be going in the wrong distance longer. So are we heading in the right direction? Check. Am I tripping? Check. And make sure that you haven't drifted from your goal, and also make sure that in focusing on your wonderful goal, you don't step on a pothole. You don't make a mistake right in front of you that's going to make it difficult to keep going towards the other. Focus on the here and now and long distance. What's the vision of where we're going? What are we trying to do? How do we get there today? And never get frustrated or mad that we seem to be taking baby steps right now if you're moving in the right direction. And certainly don't get excited about taking long strides if you're moving in the wrong direction. You need to constantly, again, do those two things. And let me leave with two thoughts. One is, I've heard a lot of politicians go, you know what? Politicians, good, pro-freedom people who get frustrated that we elect somebody to office who said he was going to be good on everything, and he has a weak backbone, okay? I wish we'd elect more people with good backbones. Here's the problem. You can't see the backbone. It's inside, okay? People have endoskeletons. Mammals have endoskeletons, skeletons inside. You have no idea under pressure what's going to happen to this politician mammal that you sent there because you can't see the backbone. What you need is an exoskeleton. That's what clams are and all the shellfish, right? The skeleton's on the outside. The inside of a clam's not terribly interesting. I mean, it's not, but the outside is strong. And when you go down further into the water, the clam can go down further and the lobsters can go down further than people, because people get crushed by the pressure. But if you have an exoskeleton, you don't get crushed. We are the exoskeleton for the idiots, for our heroes that we elect into office. We hear them promise that they'll be good on this stuff, but politically, what keeps them strong, what keeps them moving in the right direction is constantly hearing from the people who helped elect them, and then keep, not just, I'll get you next time, but constantly encouraging them, talking to them. Be that exoskeleton, because the pressure in every state legislature and in Congress is they're going to meet 20 people who want them to steal your stuff and give it to somebody else for every one person from back home who writes and says, hi, have a nice day, vote no, don't steal stuff, okay? They just don't hear regularly. And the exoskeleton are all of the structures and organizations and all our communities that remind them, you know what we want you to do? Leave us alone. We want you to leave us alone. Don't be adding to our burdens in life. Let's get those and make them a little less horrific. And while you can't convince everybody to join you, not every person, everybody can come and join on you. Sometimes you'll run into people who really are just the other team, and them you want to introduce to cocaine or golf, which are two ways to take up a great deal of their time and money when they're not fighting us. But be polite and cheerful and spend your time being part of the exoskeleton for both candidates, elected officials, and appointed guys to remind them of where we hope that they will stay when they ran promising to be pro-freedom on the issues that we talked about. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Freedom's worth fighting for.
The legend himself. I think he just took, thank you so much for the music. The Latina in me really appreciates the musical transitions. The legend himself just took the last 40 years of his political experience and gave you all the cliff notes. So thank you once again, Grover. All right, next up, we have a session called Words and Numbers. Please welcome to the stage Anthony Davies and James Harrigan. Thank you.
You guys are coming through? It's a little strange because we're literally looking into the light of the sun right now. But anyway, hi, I'm James.
And I'm Anthony.
And this is Words and Numbers, brought to you by
us.
Well,
if any of you would like to sponsor Words and Numbers, we're open to the suggestion.
Anyway, this week We're going to be talking about freedom, obviously, why we're here, why you're all here. And I've got a simple question to start us off. I'm just going to ask you to do a thought experiment. Just think about the question for a minute and how you might answer it. And notice that I'm not asking, how free are you? I'm asking, how are you free? And the phrasing of that question makes a big difference. So, how are you free exactly? I can't ask each of you, but I can answer in my own terms, right? So, a couple of days ago, not the time that I'm here, but a couple of days ago, I woke up at my house in what I think of as regular time. And I woke up, and the first thing I did, of course, I walked into the bathroom, splashed a little bit of water onto my face, and I realized that my regulated life was already in action, right? That the water coming into my house, highly regulated. And the fact that I live in Tucson, Arizona, a desert, makes it even more so. I push the thought away, and I kind of make my way to the kitchen, where I turn the coffee maker on. And well, the maker itself was regulated, as was the coffee. And you're starting to see a theme emerge here, right? Because then my wife and a couple of my children walked in, and I realized my wife was regulated. She had to be of a certain age before I could marry her. I'm not saying it's a bad thing necessarily, but she was regulated. And those children are unbelievably regulated. Right? God help me if I ever, beat them where there are rules. All right, so maybe it's interpersonal things, but then I walked out and got in my car, which is the most regulated thing any of you will ever own, unless you happen to own an airplane. I drove on regulated roads. I went to a regulated job. And before you know it, I'm sitting back and I can't name a single thing that I did in the space of an average day that wasn't completely regulated. How free am I? Well, how am I free is the better answer, because it seems like I'm not free at all.
And you can see some metrics for this. The Code of Federal Regulations, which embodies all the regulations to which we are subject. When it was first published, was a couple thousand pages. It's now close to 200,000 pages. These are all regulations that hit us. Probably the one set of regulations that impacts us the most is the tax code. The tax code is so large that no one, not the people who wrote it, not the people who administer it, not the people who even publish it, know how many pages it is. This is the sort of regulation we're subject to day in, day out. And yet, oddly, you would think that this is a recipe for stasis. How can any of us do anything if we're subject to that level of regulation? And yet, life kind of goes on, right? We all have a sense of what's the right thing to do and what's the not right thing to do. And you notice something interesting, that there's this undercurrent of spontaneous order. We understand how we should behave with others, and others understand how they should behave with us. And we tend not to have to consult the regulations except once in a while, like on April 15th, or if you're going to buy a new coffee maker or something of that nature. But generally speaking, people conduct business with each other via spontaneous order.
If I can just jump in for a second, there are a couple of things that we can point to make you see that the regulation, Federal Register, is absolutely ridiculous. The first one that I like to think about is that if you're in San Francisco with a pet dog in a public park, the way you must clean up its mess is specified in the Federal Register. Also, if you decide you want to build a spacecraft and fly it into space, all the rules for that are also specified. So from the tiniest, most ridiculous thing to the most massive undertaking that human beings do, you're kind of screwed no matter where you go. And it's interesting, because you're right, we do kind of know what we're supposed to do in broad terms, right? It's when we drill down that it gets so difficult. But broadly speaking, most of us go about our business never even thinking about this sort of thing.
And we're talking here simply about federal regulations. Of course, there's state and local regulations that go on top of all of this. But what's interesting is to step back and think about how our federal government was designed. The things that it is allowed to do number maybe 8. And they're listed there in black and white in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. These are the things the federal government is allowed to do. It's not allowed to do anything else. And what's happened is we've broken through 3 barriers, we, the federal government. The first barrier was the voters, where, look, if the federal government starts doing things it shouldn't be doing, what do? You vote the guys out. Yeah, except we didn't. Because we and they, the politicians, discovered that they can buy us out. Now, it's illegal to buy somebody's vote unless you're using taxpayer money to do it. So I can say to all of you, elect me, and I will take their money and give it to you. And lo and behold, you elect me. And then the next election cycle, I say to you people, elect me, and I'll take money from them and give it to you. And you elect me. And I just keep doing that over and over again. And what happens is the barrier of voters breaks down. And then you've got another barrier, which is the Constitution. And we rely on the Supreme Court to hold the federal government within the bounds of the Constitution. It stopped doing that at the dawn of the progressive era. And so what you get is a Supreme Court that does backflips to argue why the federal government should do the sorts of things it should do. And then finally, the last barrier that would hold back the federal government is sound money. Something like a gold standard that prevents the federal government from printing as much money as it wants. And we blew the doors off of that, starting back in the 1940s and ending in 1970. And so what have we done? We have unleashed this federal government. It's broken through all 3 of these barriers. And the consequence is what we talk about every election cycle. This time, a $28 trillion debt. That's the numeric value of a federal government that has grown beyond its bounds.
It's interesting, too, because Ant and I, and probably all of you, sat around and watched all the Democratic debates as we made our way to Election Day. And not once, literally not once, in any of the debates, all the people who were speaking, not one of them even used the word debt. It never came up. And when you look at things that are as bad as they now are, and surely we're over 30 trillion now, I can barely keep track of how fast it accrues. When you realize that we're in this much trouble, every politician will run away from the word, which should be all the evidence you need to understand that they will not fix this. They don't want to, they don't have any interest in it, they will not do it.
They didn't talk about the federal debt at all. And we're talking about, we watched this carefully from the primaries all the way through to the debates between Biden and Trump. Nobody talks about the debt, right? Probably the largest problem, chronic problem facing the federal government. None of them talked about the impending insolvency of Social Security. And yet the Social Security Administration itself tells us that Social Security will be insolvent within the next 10 to 15 years. Not a word, not a peep. Why? Because all of us, from the politicians down to the voters, have become addicted to unlimited federal government. And so the thing grows. And how is it we can become addicted? We justify it. We say things like, we want to do something to, and then fill in the blank. I'll give you one fill in the blank. We want to do something to help the poor. And so we create, to date, over 100 federal programs aimed at helping the poor. And I don't mean 100 sequentially, like this one didn't work, so let's try something else. I mean 100 existing simultaneously. 100 federal programs designed to help the poor.
I took the opportunity when Ant and I wrote a book. It's called Cooperation and Coercion. I listed each one of those things individually. And it took about, 4 pages?
Yeah.
Of the book. It's the most boring 4 pages you'll ever see. I can't believe the editor let me get away with it, but it's a 4-page list.
It's like it's the 4th longest run-on sentence in the English language.
That might be right, actually. And all I can see when I look at it is failure. And it's the willful kind of failure that you really can't have any patience with, right? These are people who do something every 3 months and it doesn't work. Sooner or later, you would think that this type of human being would say, well, this isn't working. Let's try something else. But honestly, that's how they make their living. And human beings have this habit of letting things run well past their timeline. And I give you the March of Dimes is the perfect example, right? It was to give a dime to discover a cure for polio. Well, polio was cured. The March of Dimes lives on. The Mothers Against Drunk Driving, another great example. They got a universal 0.08% limit on a breathalyzer, and they still exist. Why? I don't know. They got exactly what they said they were going to get. It would seem time for them to disappear, but that's not how human beings do their business.
Yeah, and this is predictable. This is a public choice outcome. That's what the economists would call it. In other words, there are incentives in place to keep these programs running. In fact, I would go a step further and say that there are incentives in place not to solve the problem. Because so long as the problem, whatever it is, drunk drivers or poverty or whatever, as long as the problem persists, politicians can use it at the next election cycle and say, elect me. My opponent couldn't solve this problem, but I can. I have a plan. And 4 years later, I haven't solved the problem. He comes along and says, elect me, and I'll solve the problem. And we keep on falling for this every 4 years. And so you end up with, as we have now, over 100 programs aimed at helping the poor. Add up the numbers. We have spent, since we started our war on poverty in 1967, adjusted for inflation, we have spent $24 trillion fighting poverty. And what have we gotten for it? If you look at the poverty rate in this country going back to 1967 up to the present, sometimes it's a little higher, sometimes it's a little lower, but it fluctuates around 13%. 13% plus or minus 2 or 3%. It's pretty constant. And so a critic would point to that and say, $24 trillion? And that's all you could do, hold poverty at 13%? To which the politician responds, yeah, but imagine how bad the problem would be if we hadn't spent that $24 trillion. That's hard to argue with until you do something kind of common sense. You ask a question, what else could we have done with that $24 trillion? Well, it turns out for $24 trillion, we could have cut a check to every poor person, not every poor family, every poor person in the United States, cut a check every year for $10,000. So a family of 3, mother, father, kid, they would receive every year a check for $30,000. That would have eliminated poverty. For the same $24 trillion, we could have lived the past 60 years with a 0% poverty rate. Instead, we have this constant 13. Why? Because of all of the elections that are won, because of all of the federal jobs that are involved, because the welfare system has become a mechanism that uses the poor as an input to create jobs for the middle class. Oh, and wins elections for politicians.
And honestly, we have to think about the other 2 wars on nouns that the United States is engaged in. And the first one is the war on drugs, followed by the war on terror. And what you find is that these things end up working exactly the same way as the war on poverty did, right? So year after year after year, you just spend all this money. And we actually took all 3 of these wars against nouns and added the outlays, the expenditures together, and they cost $23 trillion.
28, as much as the federal debt.
So the federal debt that we have year in, year out is perfectly explained by these 3 programs, or these 3 thousands of programs.
Right, yeah.
And what ends up happening, I want to underline this, we do fall for this hook, line, and sinker every 4 years, right? We get a batch of candidates who will say, just elect me and I'm going to solve poverty, the drug problem. They give the big long list, and like a bunch of fools, we go and vote for them, and they take office. And 4 years later, somebody else comes along with exactly the same argument. And this has been the case every 4 years my entire life. I don't know about older people's lives, but I can tell you about mine. And when you ask why you keep falling for it, they just answer in hyper-partisan terms.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's even worse than what you're describing, because if my party is in power, whatever money is being spent well, and I'm happy with it. Whenever your party is in power, now it's a problem, even though your party is doing the exact same thing that my party did. And so neither one of us becomes focused on the problem. we just become focused on rooting for our team, whichever it is.
I mean, does any rational person really think there's a lot of difference between the Biden administration and the Trump administration it replaced?
I think a lot of people think there's a difference.
They do, but is there a difference? And I'll be damned, I can't see it. It's not that I'm not looking. And I suspect we will see a difference when it comes time to nominate Supreme Court justices. But apart from that, I'm not so sure I know. I hear about the border problem that we're having in the Biden administration, and it sounds like exactly the same things the Trump administration did, but they were evil then and now they're not. But they're the same damn things. So I don't even know what to say about it. When you really sit back and take a look, there's just never any real difference.
I want to shift gears and go back to where we started, where you asked how free are we? And all of the arguments we've been making seem to point toward government as a problem, that if we just got rid of it, things would be better. And before you go there, I think there's an important question that we need to ask that I don't think we ever do. And that is, what do we owe each other? We're members of a shared society. Do we owe each other something? And I think there are two things I can say for certain. One is, whatever it is we might owe each other, it's not 100%. And I think I can also say, whatever it is we owe each other, it isn't zero. We are members of a shared society. We have obligations to each other as human beings. Now, I think there's a limit on what that is. There are a lot of people who think that the limit is way higher than what I do, but there are some people who think it's a lot lower. But that question, and I don't know how you get an answer, but I think that's the question we need to be asking. What do we owe each other?
There are probably anarchists within the sound of your voice that want to kill you right now.
Yeah, probably.
And that's fine. But I actually agree. And I agree for good reasons over a very long period of human experience. All the way back to Aristotle, you are going to hear about how men are social animals. We must live together because it's in our nature to do so. And if you think about that, that's exactly right. If it weren't right, we would all know hermits that only came out of the mountains to get food and go back. And we don't, right? So yeah. And then by the time Thomas Jefferson writes the Declaration of Independence, it's funny actually, because what he says is that government exists to secure your rights. That's all. It exists because of the consent of the governed. That's all. And whenever it fails to secure your safety and happiness, it's your right to alter or abolish it and replace it with another government. Jefferson says you can wash away a government as often as you might want, but you can't replace it with nothing. That there's going to be another government. And I think that's a tacit admission that that's just what's going to happen whether you want it to or not.
Yeah, and let me throw a bone to the anarchists amongst us. You are near and dear to my heart. I think anarchism is a wonderful idea. I think it requires a level of maturity that the human race hasn't achieved yet. But as an economist, I have to notice something, and that is every time humans come together, we form government. Never has there been a society of humans that hasn't evolved some form of government. And so if I take spontaneous order seriously, I have to kind of admit that government itself is a product of spontaneous order. That tells me, at least from an empirical standpoint, if not from a philosophical standpoint, that maybe we do owe each other something.
And that's the heart of the political question, right? I mean, how much? And when you ask people, it's kind of funny because Ant and I have been straw polling people for at least the last 10 years now. And they almost all say exactly the same thing, which is very curious. They say, I think it's about 20%. They always do this.
Some say zero.
Some say zero.
Some say 100.
Well, some don't say 100, but they say like 85 or some idiotic number like that. But this interesting bit in the middle, this 20%, it's telling because people are willing to understand that they do owe something, and it's roughly 20% of everything they earn in 1 year, and then we'll see what happens next year. And I would submit that this is, if we could capitalize on it in some way, the way out of the governmental morass that we now have. Because if we could actually write a tax code, we would start with 20%. because that's what most people are only too happy to concede. And once you say, okay, we're going to tax everybody, literally everybody, at 20%, maybe put in an exemption for the very poor, now you can approach spending in a completely different way. You can say, we've got this much money. What are our priorities? And how do they fall in list form? And you could just go through until you run out of money, and then anything below the line just doesn't get done.
Yeah, and notice how that differs markedly from the way we do things now. And you'll hear politicians talking about this even now. You turn on the news tonight, you'll hear them saying things like, well, there's this program, and we need, to make housing more affordable, or healthcare more affordable, or college more affordable, whatever it is. And to achieve this end, we need to raise taxes. Notice the calculus that goes on in the head. It's always, we want this, therefore we should take more. Never is it, we want this, and therefore we need to take less of that. There's no trade-off, the same kind of trade-off you would make in your household of, you want Netflix and Amazon Prime, you're going to have to give something up. That thought process never goes through the heads of politicians. It's never giving something up, it's always taking something more. And so this suggests that, I'm going to be bold here, that our founders may have made a fundamental error in not writing down that the federal government may take X% of the economy and no more, period. And so consequently, we're in this state now where the federal government just takes as much as it wants.
I want to give the founders a little bit of credit here. They did write a constitution that had the income tax as unconstitutional. Right? This was a mistake that we all made later on when we ratified an amendment that gave us this monstrous tax. And honestly, if you ask me what percentage of tax I pay, I don't know. I never know. I know that they take some out of paychecks. They don't take some out of the other sorts of work I do. And then on one miserable day, my accountant comes and says, okay, write a check for this much. I know one day a year what I'm paying. And I dare say that's how it's designed. If you really wanted the tax regime that we have, if you wanted it to operate on honorable principles, you wouldn't have withholding. You would, at the end of every year, send somebody a note saying, you owe this much. And I know the IRS can do this because whenever I make a mistake, they send me a letter saying you made a mistake. They already knew how much I needed to pay them. They just made me go to an accountant anyway. And as long as that's true, you know that there are nefarious purposes going on here. This is not right. And if we had to have people cut a check at the end of every year, they wouldn't be able to, because they would have spent the money that they earned thinking fantastically that it was theirs to spend.
Yeah, so there are two things to think about here. One is this idea of withholding. And I read somewhere that this, I would be cautious saying this because I can't recall where I read it, but I read somewhere that this was Milton Friedman's idea early on, that income taxes be withheld from the paycheck so you don't notice it. And there's an interesting psychological phenomenon. If we all had to write a check to the federal government on April 15th, we would have a much, much smaller federal government than we have. But we don't notice the money is taken out because it's taken out and we never see it. So that's item number one. Item number two, we talk a lot about simplicity. Politicians will talk about simplifying the tax code. Nobody actually wants to simplify it because the more complex it is, the easier it is to hide what they're doing. So I'll say, look, you all elect me and I'll give you a special tax break and I'll give you a special deduction. I'll give you special something else. And this gets written into tax code. And before you know it, the thing becomes incredibly complex. Why? Because I bought off people. I bought off voters by promising that I would give some of your money to them.
It's a lot like what the Oprah Winfrey show sounds like. You get an exemption, you get an exemption. But there was a guy a while back, his name was Phil Gramm from Texas, U.S. Senator. And he came out, this would have been in the 90s, he came out and said, I have your new tax form. It's a postcard.
Yeah, Forbes did this too.
And
yeah.
all it required was the amount you made, the percentage you taxed, the amount you taxed, the amount you send back in. And that thing was dead before the ink was even dry on it. It was so perfectly simple that children understood it. And that's exactly why we can't have it.
I want to point your attention to, I'll pick on Elizabeth Warren, but she's not the only one, talking about a wealth tax. And the rhetoric that she and others will use is this wealth tax is only on billionaires. You all don't have to worry about it. And of course, we all cheer and say, yeah, well, let's tax the billionaires. They can afford the money.
3%.
3%. Anybody know how much Elizabeth Warren's worth, by the way? $12 million. Now, she hasn't suggested that she be taxed 3%. It's the billionaires. But nonetheless, listen to that rhetoric. The tax doesn't apply to you. It applies to the super rich. We've heard that argument before.
Well, in fairness, nobody in this room heard that before.
We heard this
we
argument.
As the people did hear it before.
Yeah, we heard it when the federal income tax was being debated as a constitutional amendment. And politicians arguing for a federal income tax back then said, look, this income tax, it's only going to apply to the rich. In fact, there was one politician who in these debates got up and said publicly, look, this is only going to apply to the rich, and this is what you claim, and you're claiming it's going to be 1%. That might sound familiar too. He said, before you know it, this tax will rise to, and he named a number. And people laughed at him. They said, that's ridiculous. There's no way the federal government would ever tax people that much. The number he named, 5%. Today, the poorest Americans are taxed at double that rate. So this is a warning when you hear politicians saying something like, well, it's a wealth tax, it only applies to the billionaires. Getting a new tax passed is a very heavy lift. Once that tax is established, ratcheting down the cutoff for it is very easy. So in the case of the federal income tax, this was passed in circa 1913, early 1900s. It was passed. Top marginal tax rate, I think, was 2%. It applied to the very rich. It took 7 years for Congress to quadruple the income tax rate and to extend it all the way down to the poor. Within less than a decade, Congress was imposing this income tax that they promised was only for the rich. They were imposing it on people who earned, in today's dollars, under $15,000. That was the tax on the rich.
And it gets worse, right? You realize when you think about these things that tax dollars are kind of like heroin or crack to the politician, right? They just, once they start getting it, they can't stop getting it. And I remember when I was young, I lived in Connecticut where I was born and raised, and Connecticut had a very high sales tax. It was about 7%. But we didn't have any income tax, so okay. And by the time I was a teenager, they started talking about how we needed an income tax. But they said, look, we can raise so much with an income tax that we can back way off on the sales tax. And the income tax passed. It was never in any doubt that it was not going to pass. And what happened to the sales tax? It stayed exactly the same. It was never repealed. And there you go, right? The minute the new tax gets on the rolls, we don't live in a world in which a tax disappears.
Notice something interesting that happens. James is talking about state taxes. There's a fascinating dynamic that occurs at the state level that does not occur at the federal level. And that is the states have to compete amongst each other. In a very similar way, the businesses have to compete. If Amazon is going to charge you less than eBay, people are going to leave eBay and go to Amazon. So too with the states. If you've got a state that is taxing more and not offering enough in return, people will leave, as they're currently leaving Connecticut, as they're currently leaving California. And there's a natural mechanism built in that's going to force these states to compete. That mechanism doesn't exist at the federal level. I mean, people will say, well, sure, if you don't like it, leave. A, that's really expensive.
Where the hell am I supposed to go?
Well, exactly. B, you need the government's permission to leave.
It's interesting when you look at the states, though, this ability of exit. And you look at all the New England states, and the people there are moving south and in very, very clear patterns. And you go out to California, and those people, the ones who leave, and they're leaving in droves, are coming to my state of Arizona. And they're kind of pissing everybody in Arizona off because They leave California because of the taxes, and then they come to Arizona and agitate for the same programs that caused all the problems in the first place. So there's no real easy answer here, but we do see negative growth in some states. California, New Jersey, I believe, maybe even New York at this point. And in the other ones, you get significant outflows, even though you don't get negative rates.
Yeah, and something else interesting happens. California is a good example of this. As the state starts building not just higher taxes, but more progressive taxes, its tax revenue becomes unstable. California's income tax is so progressive that if they have a downturn and a handful of their multi-billionaires have now lost money, all of a sudden there's a significant reduction in tax revenue. Or if a bunch of billionaires decide I've had enough, I'm leaving, all of a sudden there's a significant reduction in revenue. It's as if you took your retirement portfolio and put it all in Bitcoin. There's no diversification amongst the population.
And this really looks ridiculous by the end, doesn't it? Because what you find is that really state taxes, 3 or 4 people can shift the entirety of the problem.
Yeah, with a very progressive tax, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I lived in California for a while. I was there for about 4 or 5 years. And I had to fill out my taxes, and I was at a total loss. I had no idea what the forms even meant, right? And that's how complicated tax systems have gotten. So on the one hand, I couldn't figure out the California taxes, not to the point where I thought I might not get arrested, and I couldn't figure out the federal taxes. I just had to hire people to do it. And that's exactly why Phil Graham's postcard is never going to work, because it's going to put an entire class of people, accountants, out of business.
Oh, the accountants, the lawyers, the estate planners, yeah. Yeah,
So-
there's a whole constituency of people who now rely on the complexity of the tax code to earn a living.
Right, and we write all the time that politicians purposefully make the tax code more complex than it ever had to be. And of course they do. Why wouldn't they? That's how they keep you on the hook. There's no way to get around it.
So where does all this take us? So we start with asking, how free are you? And the answer is, well,
Not terribly so.
in some sense, not terribly. And this comes about because these 3 barriers we put on the federal government have been broken down: the voters, the Constitution, and sound money. And so you get a runaway federal government. You get this debt that we have. We had our first $1 trillion deficit under Obama. And very quickly, voters became comfortable with $1 trillion deficits. It didn't take long before we had our first $2 trillion deficit. And then 3. And I would imagine that moving forward, I would be surprised if our deficit is only $1 trillion going into the future.
Well, welcome into the party, the MMT people.
Yeah. And that brings us to an interesting conclusion. And that is, I claim, politicians are aware that they have run out of places to raise money. They've taxed the rich about as much as you can do. And if you want to put it in perspective, forget about taxing the billionaires 3%, tax them 100%.
Well, take all their wealth.
Take their entire wealth, not their income, take their wealth, everything they have, from all the billionaires in the US, and you'll raise enough money to fund the federal government for 8 months. And then you have no billionaires. This is the magnitude of the spending. Politicians have realized that they can't go back to that well anymore. There's not much to be raised. And I give you as evidence, if you look historically at the top marginal income tax rate, so it's some places back in the 1950s, it was high as like 92%. In the Reagan years, it comes down to like 27 or something. It goes up in the Clinton years, right? So it's up and down from the 1950s to the present. Top marginal income tax rate. If you then ask, what fraction of the economy did the federal government collect in tax revenue? It's a pretty constant 18%. Doesn't matter whether we tax the rich a lot or a little. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you tax capital gains or income. The total amount of money the federal government collects is about 18% of the economy. That's all they get. So what politicians are doing now, I claim, is they're looking for a new source of tax revenue. And that new source of tax revenue is a group of people who collectively earn twice what the 1% earn and are currently taxed at 1/2 the rate that the 1% are taxed. That's the middle and upper classes. That's who the politicians have their eyes on. And if you read Joe Biden's proposed tax plan, and I'm not arguing for or against specific legislation here, I'm just saying read what's there. There's two interesting pieces. One interesting piece is that if you have assets and you die and you leave it to your kids, like a business or a farm or something, they must pay tax on that immediately. And they must pay tax even if they don't sell it. So whatever the business is worth, it's worth $1 million, you got to pay tax on that $1 million, even if you don't sell it. The politicians are talking about this as if it's an estate tax and a death tax and a death tax on the rich. I claim that it's neither of those things. It's actually a tax on the middle class. It's a tax on middle class businesses. It's a tax on middle class farms. And if you look at the code, you'll see things like Biden saying, well, okay, but we won't apply this to farms that are worth less than $1 million or to family businesses that are worth less than $1 million. He's not suggesting the tax doesn't apply to them. He's suggesting that you don't have to pay it until later when you decide to sell the business.
And notice the backflips and the cartwheels that we're willing to do to complicate the tax code. And yet, Ant's right. This 18% business, it holds over very long periods of our history, so much so that we wrote about it a few times, and then we did a podcast or two on it as well. And the result of those things were a group of congressional staffers asked if we could all have a call, and we said, sure. And we took the call, and the first question they asked was, how many people are working in your shop to figure this out? And we laughed quite a lot before we told them it was just us, really. And they said, how on earth can you make these calculations? We said, it's easy. Take GDP and multiply by 0.18. Just do that every year, and you're going to come pretty damn close to exactly the right number. And you could have heard a pin drop, right? I don't know that they ever bothered to think it through past that. I hope they did. But it was just shocking to them that a couple of guys with the podcast could have just figured this out, because we were up against the Congressional Budget Office, who routinely gets this very, very wrong.
So this whole conversation isn't complete unless we talk about MMT, modern monetary theory.
We don't understand it, by the way. So,
right. Modern monetary theory, in my opinion, boils down to we're going to print money, and don't worry about inflation. It won't happen. And if you press MMTers on this, they'll say, well, but if you do get inflation, you can counteract it by taxing. So the game is we're going to print money that the government can spend, and it can spend as much as it wants. And if prices start to rise, we'll tax to siphon some of that money back out of the economy so you don't get inflation. Now stop and think that through for a moment. What they just suggested was replacing your decision as to what goods and services should be produced with politicians' decisions as to what goods and services should be produced. So we might end up at the end of the day with the same GDP we had before, but instead of that GDP comprising things like video games and guacamole and houses, it's going to comprise things that the politicians want, right? So like nuclear codes and border walls and tanks or whatever it is. The fact is, you might get the same amount of GDP, but what it is that we're producing is markedly different. It's no longer decided principally by us. It's decided principally by politicians and bureaucrats.
Whenever I hear about MMT, I kind of feel like Homer Simpson when they asked him if he wanted the extended warranty. And he looked and he said, how can I lose? And there you go, right? This is snake oil that's being sold, and we'll all pay for this. Because whether we call it MMT or we call it something different, the debt that we owe is so colossal that it's literally impossible to pay off at this point.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. When we talk about the debt, we both mentioned the number 28 trillion. That's the official debt. What that number ignores are promises that the government has made, promises in the form of future Social Security benefits, future Medicare benefits, future federal worker benefits, promises the federal government has made to current and future workers that it will not have the money to pay. We give that a special name. We call it unfunded liabilities. The official debt's 28 trillion. The unfunded liabilities, nobody's quite sure, but the estimates range from, oh my God, to holy crap.
Which is 100 trillion
100
and 200
trillion to 200 trillion.
And if your delta is 100 trillion,
there's probably a problem.
Yeah, the number's so large that the uncertainty is actually larger than the economic output of the planet. That's the magnitude of the unfunded liabilities. So what is the point? The point is that the government has finally bumped up against a fourth wall that we haven't discussed yet. And that fourth wall, it can't break through. And that's simply the laws of mathematics. The math just doesn't work. If the federal government were to put 100% of its tax revenues toward making good on the promises it has made to current and future workers, if it put 100% of its revenues toward that, it still wouldn't be able to fulfill its promises.
So what are we going to do to fix this becomes the obvious question. And the only answer we can give is that we really don't know, right? We honestly think the debt is too big to repay at this point.
We don't know, but we know where the answer lies. It lies starting with the question, what do we owe each other?
Well, and it's interesting too, right? Because we're going to leave here, and I'm going to go to my regulated hotel over the regulated roads, and I'm going to go to the airport, God help us all, right? If I bring a thing of water past a certain point, that's a big incident we have to deal with. The airports are incredibly regulated. So too the airplanes that fly from one place to the next. So too the roads in Arizona. I can't escape it. No matter what I do day to day, I cannot escape the touch of government. And that was where we went wrong. It was when we got to that point and looked around, and a bunch of us said there ought to be a law, because there were a bunch of people that were only too willing to walk that road. And now we all pay for it. And I think we don't get anywhere good until people realize that they themselves have been the problem for quite some time. They're never going to want to hear it, but it's always going to be true. And that's about where we land on these things. We'll keep pointing out the problems, but until all the regular people, not the people in government, but the regular people, understand what we're saying and decide to do something about it, no good is going to happen. And I don't think they'll ever come to that realization. So there we go.
Thank you for your time. If you've enjoyed this, we have a weekly podcast, Words and Numbers. You can find us on all the podcast players. And our book, Cooperation and Coercion, you can find on Amazon.
Thanks for coming, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for that. That was insightful and very sobering. A couple notes. If you haven't already gotten your drink tickets, the drink tickets are available outside. The table has been relocated toward the right, this way. Also, after 7 p.m., we are done in this room. Everything else will be at the very big stage outside. Lots of music and cocktails. I think we've earned it, as we've been trying to solve the world's problems all day long. Also, how's everyone doing? Yeah? All right. So this next segment, I am really looking forward to it, and I can tell that you are as well. Like, the next segment is the one that later is trending on Twitter. The next segment combines some of the most brilliant brains from academia and from the internet to essentially talk about the world's problems. I am not going to introduce the speakers because I will allow the moderator to do that. But a little bit about the moderator, wearing the Cuba shirt over there. We just met outside and I swore he was Cuban because A, the shirt, and B, he speaks Cuban slang way better than me and my brother. He's not Cuban, although I'd say he has a Cuban soul, and he's been working for Cuban human rights for a very long time. His name is David Gay. He's from Liberty Memes. David is a force of nature in the liberty movement. He began his career by helping Cuban baseball players defect from communist Cuba. And just a couple months ago, as Cuban and Cuban Americans around the world were rallying for human rights and protesting, he was the lead organizer, not just in any city, but in New York City for those protests. So on behalf of my entire family, I thank you for the work that you do for my people. Thank you. You're about to have, thank you, he deserves that. You are about to have a kick-ass moderator, and you know that the speakers are brilliant. David Gay, get up here.
I got a million ways to get it.
Choose one. Choose one. Hey, bring it back. Bring it back. Let's double your money.
Walk-up music in a baseball stadium. That's what I've always wanted. I don't know the song though. It's kind of that kind of bothers me. So I'm wearing this Cuba jersey actually because a friend of mine played here for the Nashville Sounds just actually this season and a couple of years before. And he had to escape from Cuba. His name is Andy Ibanez, and I just wanted to show some respect to Andy, who has played baseball here, and he had to escape from a communist country to be able to do that. So I'll bring him up later in the discussion. We have panelists, and I would like to warn the participants right now. I'm going to try to be fair, but I know we all have our own political ideologies. I'm going to try to moderate in fairness, but I'm also a participant, so I'll throw my 2 cents in every once in a while. Just want you to know that ahead of time, because I didn't think the power structure was very fair. We have Professor Kaplan, professor at, I believe, George Mason University, and Vaush. And Destiny. I love that guy. I didn't want him far away from me, but now he is. So I'm going to take one of those microphones from him. So I guess we'll start off. Vaush, I would like the panelists to introduce yourselves and let us know what message you hope you can convey by participating in this panel.
Hey, well, my name is Vaush. I'm a YouTuber, which is, as you all know, right up there with academia in terms of consistent and reliable truth-telling. If there's anything that I want to hit on now and always, it's the absolutely essential nature of democracy, whether it be in our government or our workplace. I don't think any society can survive and flourish without those things.
I'm Brian Kaplan. I'm a professor at George Mason University. I'm the author of The Myth of the Rational Voter, where I say democracy is much worse than most people imagine and markets are much better. I'll leave it there.
And my name is Destiny. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I do politics and philosophy, and I'm going to be taking some position in between these two. I'm not sure which one I'm siding with yet, but I guess we'll find out in the next few minutes.
So, as many of you know, today is the 54th anniversary of the death of Che Guevara. So, you've already done my work for me. I was going to ask everyone to take a moment to remember why we're here to celebrate. Sorry. It's just I have a little bit of freedom, and some friends gave me some substances that I'm very happy that they gave me, little natural stuff, don't worry. And the organizers of this event told me to drink. They're like, we already paid for the bar, so get yourself some drinks. So I had a few gin and tonics and hungover. Why would capitalism do this? Anyway, on democracy. This discussion, I wasn't really prepared for everybody to just say, I'm here to defend democracy. I'm here to defend. I wasn't ready for that. So on democracy, I'm a libertarian. I advocate for libertarian solutions to make us more free and prosperous. I'd like to know from you, let's just go in order, I guess, or whenever you want to jump in. What policies do you think we need to be advocating for right now in our current system that have chances of success, or that you're an advocate for, that you really think has a chance of success or becoming popular in society to the point of being successful to defend liberty?
Well, I think a big one, first of all, is we need to make third parties viable. We need to get rid of first past the post voting, introduce some alternative, of which there are many. The founders of this country weren't even so sold on parties themselves, and now most Americans, the largest group of which are independents, more so than Democrats and Republicans, very often feel like they don't have a voice in the political system. I think we need to work on that. I think we need to work on better districting, because we know that gerrymandering has screwed to hell a good many of our districts, leading to disproportional electoral results between the general and the specific vote. And on an economic level, I think that we need to really, really work on making sure the wealthy, which I include myself, I think here, are paying a fair share. There are a lot of systems in this country that if break down will hurt everyone, including business owners. Trust me, nobody is going to benefit from infrastructure in this country going kaput. That is a universally bad thing. We need to find money to pay for that, whether we're taking it out of the military or drawing it further from our coffers. We need to find a way.
Yeah, so normally I work on topics where I think it is quite politically hopeless, but someone needs to say it. So I have my book, Open Borders. So I think that is a very important policy to totally deregulate immigration. I'm working on another book on housing deregulation. We got to totally deregulate that. I have my book, The Case Against Education, on defunding public education. Now, in terms of policies that I favor that I think have a prayer, here's my number one such policy. Pause. Just rip every COVID law off the books today. Deregulate, return to normalcy now. I don't know if it has majority support, but it's not crazy to think that it does. And if it happened, then I think that it would, after the fact, be supported, because this is the kind of thing where people are just supporting whatever exists.
I think there's a lot of like dream policies that we could talk about. Green energy is a big one. Immigration reform is a big one. Some people like to talk about foreign policy. I think in terms of what's accessible right now in our current political landscape, the two biggest ones that I would like to see big improvements made to, that I think are politically feasible and possible, would be a big healthcare reform and a big reform to education. If anybody in this country is sick or needs to get checkups or needs to do something to enable them to be a productive member of both the economy and society writ large, I think that it would be good for them to be able to do so without having to file medical bankruptcy or take on other massive debts to do so. And I think that if any student has the ability to succeed in a higher education environment, the cost for that should never be a prohibitive factor. Our workforce needs to become more educated so that they can compete on a global level. And we've seen more and more and more how much our economy is moving in that direction. And we've also seen large swaths of society getting left behind, which is something that I hope we can change going forward.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. Appreciate that. I'd like to know, because this topic of this discussion is also equality and how that ties into democracy. And you were just mentioning gerrymandering and how it's difficult for some people to feel represented in government. I'd just like to know, do you feel that there are particular demographics that are underserved in our democracy as it is right now?
Yeah, absolutely. The largest of which is the poor. There's no getting around it. The greatest discontinuity we've seen between the common will and what actually gets done is the disproportionate control that the wealthy people have over the means to power. When we're talking literally about gerrymandering, of course, there have been efforts to directly gerrymander communities of color, for example. There have been efforts to do that historically, which have kind of bled into the present. There are some districts which are very obviously an effort to get one more seat in. But as I understand it, gerrymandering is a universal issue. There is gerrymandering, which negatively affects Republicans in California. And what's more, the Electoral College ensures that if you're one of the millions of alternative or red voters in California, your vote means nothing on a national level, at least. That is a form of, removal from political life. That is a kind of gerrymandering in a way. It's something that we need to work against if we want people to feel involved in the outcomes of this political community.
Anybody else want to add to that?
Sure. So if we're just going to talk about dream possibilities, foreigners are greatly underrepresented in our democracy. Would we have immigration restrictions if foreigners could vote? I don't think so.
I would agree with Vosh for sure. I think poor people are underrepresented in more than just our democracy. They can be underrepresented in education. They can be underrepresented in access to, as I mentioned earlier, healthcare, job markets, ability to move to different states. And I think that we could probably do more to accelerate poor people's access to whatever they need to climb kind of the ladder of wealth.
Okay, so I'm a participant, and I'm going to give my 2 cents on what I think is happening in adversely affecting particular demographics. When I look at the recent election in California, and a black man who went to Crenshaw High School is told that he's a black white supremacist, and then egged in public by a person wearing a gorilla suit, a white person wearing a gorilla suit, and there's absolutely no outrage about that. I have questions about who's directing the narrative in this country. I'm sure some of you have these questions in your head where it just doesn't seem right. So many things they can put out there and say, okay, this is going to start a riot. This is going to bring change. But when someone's actually trying to change things, they do things like that. They manipulate information. And makes democracy feel a little bit hopeless when the media is able to control absolutely everything. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, it'll come as no surprise to the audience that I wasn't the biggest fan of Larry Elder. He, as well as I imagine every political candidate given any mainstream attention, is going to be a fair recipient of disinformation. However, I think that the California voters' opposition to him was fairly earned. I think that many of his policies were bordering on ludicrous, and that he's unfit to serve as a governor of that state. Not to say that its current leadership is impeccable, mind you, only that when we look at disinformation and when we look at the unfair ways in which candidates are represented, we should feel outrage at that. But we should look past that as well and look at the fundamental things people are angry at. When it comes to Larry Elder, was he at times the victim of racism? I have no doubt. But I don't think the majority of the opposition he saw was a product of racial bias. I think it was his ideas.
So I will say that left-wing media bias seems to be especially egregious recently, although let me just take this time to say that news has always been terrible, right? News is there to go and try to inflame people's emotions and to get people upset about events that are logically very minor, but are nevertheless very easy to show and get people to see what's going on. So my main thing is you should not watch news. News is terrible. Read books. And articles, academic articles, also good.
I'm going to take an unpopular stance. I actually don't like the demonization of the media. I think the media shows us exactly what we want to see. I think that if I were to quiz the audience on what the latest Marvel movie was or what happens on whatever reality TV show, I think that like 95% of people would raise their hand. But if I were to ask you a question like, who is the mayor of your city? Or do you know more than one or two of your elected state officials? Almost nobody has these answers. I think that we very much want to jump up and blame like, the media shows us this, the media shows us that. There's a ton of information about there about all sorts of stuff. Nobody's going home to watch that. Nobody's turning on the TV to watch that. You can have, C-SPAN, you can have any type of TV show that's going to show you the most blasé, like we're going to go line by line through the tax code and see if we can optimize the EITC to adequately affect poor people. Nobody wants to watch it though. They want to watch a guy in a gorilla suit throwing something at, somebody running for governor. They want to see, what was the last crazy thing Trump said? When was the last time Biden tripped over himself? Like these are the things that sell. I think that we can hold the media responsible a little bit, only insofar as much as we're willing to accept responsibility ourselves for the type of content that it is that we want to watch. And I think that if you want to look at a perfect example of that, look at what gets popular on places like Facebook and YouTube and these other massive social media conglomerates. They have one agenda and one agenda only, and that's to make money. YouTube doesn't care if it's serving you left-wing or right-wing content. You might think that, but the reality is they just want to show you whatever's going to keep you watching the most amount of ads. And when you go to these platforms where you can see whatever you want to see, you're not getting the nuanced, granular takes of, foreign policy or tax affairs or anything. You're just getting the most ridiculous culture wars, whatever type of content people can sell you to get you the most angry.
Yep. Wait, can I say something? Sure. So I actually agree with most of that. I would say the media is not responding to me. I don't watch them because I don't like what they do. But yes, if you are unhappy with the media, then you should stop watching them. Right now, most people are unhappy purely for ideological reasons. I say there's a more fundamental problem with the media, which is that they are pandering to public irrationality, that they do actually try to appeal to the lowest common denominator. And this is exactly what you should expect, but it's also a reason why we should not take the news seriously. When you realize what's really going on, the fact that people in the media care about something, it does not show that it is actually an important problem. The fact they're ignoring something does not show that what they're ignoring is unimportant. Right? So, just to step back and realize that while this is mostly driven by supply and demand, that is not actually, but nevertheless, once you realize what's going on, it does undermine the legitimacy of the media intellectually or epistemologically, even though, yes, it is primarily a business. At the same time, it is true that even the most profit-driven business can still sometimes have an agenda where the people in charge say, well, we're not going to be purely based upon profit. We're going to do some other things. And I think probably a lot of the ideological bias in the media is there. And you can see this in the rise of Fox News and other right-wing media. Regular media didn't adequately serve people that didn't have left-wing views. And then this created profit opportunities for other places to go and tell those people a bunch of wrong things that they believe, which is really what media does, is to find audiences and tell them things that are at best greatly oversimplified or probably just wrong.
Go ahead. Oh, and I'd like to jump on that, both of you, actually, if I may, because I think what you're describing is a perfect example of the need for being the constant radical. You folks in the audience, we care about politics, obviously, if you're here. Maybe this isn't how you live your lives, but for most Americans, politics is nothing more than a once in 4 years, 18-month WrestleMania match that concludes with 2 hours waiting in line outside of a ballot box. That's really about the limit. Now, that is not unique to America, but there are other countries that don't have that attitude. The idea of being a citizen, an active citizen, means a constant, ongoing, active process of engaging with your political system. And sometimes that does mean learning when to turn media off, and sometimes it means learning when to turn the right sources on. But nothing can get solved as long as we're sort of relegated to this very passive role of doing nothing more than voting once every 4 years and spending the rest of it whining that we're not getting the outcomes we look for.
Yeah, so I disagree. There are no countries on earth that are much better than the United States in terms of public engagement. We have very good data on public knowledge in many different countries. There are a few countries in Europe that do a bit better than the US in terms of public knowledge, but mostly this is because their countries are small and the United States is big. So yes, Belgians are much more likely to know who the president of the United States is than Americans are to know who the prime minister of Belgium is. But that does not primarily affect the Belgians are more aware. It's rather because Belgium is a small country with relatively little influence in the world, and the United States is a very large country with a lot of influence. So I say it is actually a general pattern in all known political systems that most people are apathetic and disinterested.
If I may, it really depends on the metrics that you're using. For example, local community-oriented city planning is much more common in many Scandinavian countries. The idea that cities should be built to be usable by foot rather than by car, that there should be stuff within walking distance. A lot of these city designs were a product of people caring intimately about the political processes that would drive the growth of those cities. In America, we've kind of relegated it to the car industry for a few decades, and we see what's that's done. I mean, if you've ever lived in LA and driven on the 405, you know what that's done. There are consequences to apathy in those respects. While it's certainly not a universal characteristic, I think being involved, at the very least on a local level, is much, much, much healthier than this constant, abstract federal deference, you know? How much does the federal government directly interfere with your lives? I imagine that if you take the city, county, state together, there might be a great deal more interference there, but people don't follow that stuff. They just follow the big WrestleMania match.
I disagree that it's an every 4 years thing at this point, because they've whipped us into such a tribal frenzy at this point that I feel like it's still every single day. People are looking for their side of the political news. So I think it's a lot more systemic, and it's a problem that we're dealing with every single day now, instead of just the idiocracy of every presidential election. So I'm kind of concerned about that, because you have on the left side, they'll tell you a $3.5 trillion spending bill will cost $0. And then the very next week, they'll say, we're in debt, we need to print or stamp a $1 trillion coin. And on the right, these people believe that Donald Trump is still sitting in the Oval Office and that Joe Biden is in some studio. So, I mean, it's extremely dangerous. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the danger of consuming absolutely fake news, or just the way they just direct the conversation for their followers, and their followers just blindly go along with it.
I think the problem is when it comes to our information economy in the United States, it is truly the most capitalistic in its rawest, purest nature. Of the most popular content will sift to the top generally, and unfortunately, as I said earlier, what that tends to be is the most sensationalist reading of any situation possible. Again, nobody wants to hear about a nuanced or granular take on any particular policy. They want to hear how many children died in Afghanistan under Biden, or they want to hear how many drone strikes there were under Trump, or they want to hear, their particular pet issue and how upset they can be about their thing. But I don't think at the end of the day, anybody is actually trying to go online and engage in meaningful political discourse to actually further the political power that they should be seeking if they actually cared about these levels on a political level and not on like a political hobbyist level. I mean, we can go back to multiple protests. You can look at, unfortunately, BLM, whose causes I'm highly sympathetic to. How many people that were part of this movement are looking to the federal government for guidance on an issue where the federal government has very little, if any, input, because a lot of this is going to be determined at the city level? You're a police chief, you're a mayor. These are the people that are going to be making the calls on your levels for policing, but everybody wants to have a national conversation. Nobody wants to get involved at the local level. And I think that when you have social media companies that are getting paid money to serve you content that serves into this kind of, rabid frenzy of caring about these very hot button culture war issues, at the end of the day, there's just not really much space for somebody to come and give a well thought out take that shows you both sides of things and then shows you how you can push your issue a little bit farther. It's just going to be whoever's screaming loudest in the most entertaining fashion.
Yeah, I agree with almost all of that. And I'd say possibly the main difference is I don't think it's ever going to be different, nor is it plausible to think that it ever could be different. The thing about politics is it brings out the worst in people. It brings out the worst in people because people have an opinion, which while it matters at the level of society, if you have social policies are a function of what is popular in society, and yet for the purpose of one individual, you have actually basically no effect. This is the central thesis of my book, The Myth of the Rational Voter, which that in democracy, even very smart people turn off their rationality and become extremely emotional. The way that I really like to explain the contrast is just listening to someone talk about politics, making a bunch of hyperbolic claims, and then you say, very good, let us bet. Let us bet. Let us put $100 on this. Let us have an unambiguous statement, which can be determined later to be true or false, and see what happens. And I have done this a lot. So betting is one of my big hobbies. I'm currently at 22 wins out of 22 bets resolved, right? Many people accuse me of deliberately finding the most, what's the right word? Deliberately finding suckers in order to bet them. But I do just have a standing offer. I'll bet almost anyone on almost anything. It is very hard to get anyone to bet because while people like to express their opinions, they don't like the idea that they can actually be decisively proved right or wrong. They don't want to actually lose money, and they also don't want to be humiliated for having publicly said something incorrect. Although, I am always quick to say, look down upon those who refuse to vote. Don't look down on people who bet and lose. They did the right thing. Look down upon those who say, I'm not going to bet. This is above the kind of question that one could bet on. Those are the people who really are responsible to have opinions, and of course, it's the vast majority of people.
Yeah, I bet a Republican that Biden would win in November, and I'm still waiting on them to bring it back. No, I agree though. I think you need to maybe not literally put your money where your mouth is, but figuratively at least. People say the most spurious stuff with no accountability, and this goes all the way up to media. And I agree. Infotainment is great at getting people to listen to you, but it will always prioritize sensationalism. And to that extent, there are really only two solutions. You make better media or you make better people. If you want to talk about better people, we need to talk about media literacy in classes. Now, for me at least, I think this would be a fairly worthwhile endeavor. With poor media literacy, you're really on your own ideologically once you're out there. I'm not talking about state indoctrination, just basic understanding of graphs and statistics, an ability to fact check, stuff like that. Most Americans can't do that stuff, It's not because they're dumb, it's because that's not a lesson anyone ever taught. I think that would go a long way, at the very least in the long term, towards addressing some of this. When it comes to making better media, though, I admit, it seems like with the laws that we have concerning free speech and the way our media acts, sensationalism will always rise to the top. Now, you see differences in how much sensationalism is preferred in different media groups. So obviously, there are ways of differentiating between different populations. But in terms of fixing the whole problem across the board, I feel like you might have to go a little bit more radical than just addressing media. You might have to address the underlying incentives that guide media. We've seen some experience with this. The BBC, for example, which I don't like, is state-funded, not state-run, state-funded. So they don't need to worry about getting more advertiser dollars, at least not in the way our local media corporations do. They still have their problems. This is one of the biggest challenges we need to go into the future facing. So any perspectives from any side of the aisle are much appreciated.
I would actually chime in real quick. Sorry to sound like such a downer, but I actually don't think media literacy is the problem at all. I think plenty of people can be totally media literate. I think the problem is it's a level of interest. And so if you don't know my background, I argue with a lot of people on the internet. We scream at each other. Very rarely we'll have a good conversation. And over and over and over again, I've run into people who care or seem to care a lot about these particular issues. And when I push them for even 2 seconds on it, I find out that they haven't read past the headline of an article, or they haven't read past, the 180 characters of a tweet. It's not really that hard to read an article. Something that I find is if you're willing to read a full article, it can even be a Fox News article, it can be a CNN article. If you just read the 5 minutes that it takes to do it, you're already more informed than 99% of people online having that conversation. And I think that it's important to recognize where the problems come from, because if you don't know where the problems come from, you'll never fix it. You can teach media literacy until it's blue in the face. I'll teach you all media literacy right now. If you want to be more, I just did. I gave you lesson 1 is just read the whole article. That's it. Lesson 2, Google stuff. Read the Wikipedia. People make fun of people for reading Wikipedia. They never actually read it. It's that easy to be more informed than the vast majority of people on any given topic. But I think people are just more interested in treating it as like a sports game or sports team or a hobby thing where you get online, you just scream at people. And when the problem is that, no amount of media literacy is ever going to fix that problem.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep. I've never actually defended public education in public, as far as I can recall, but I think public schools teach you how to read graphs. It's happened to me a bunch of times. I think it's a normal experience. It's much more what Destiny is saying, that people are disinterested, they don't try. Right? So, while it is easy to say that people are being denied opportunities to learn, it's more of people don't take omnipresent opportunities to teach themselves. It's really not that hard, but it's the people are apathetic and disinterested. And at the same time, when they are not apathetic, they are so emotional that their desire to learn is very little. They want to learn a few talking points. I remember actually several times I've talked with my dad and I've shown him something I've written. He says, "Well, that doesn't look like anything I'd agree with." It's like, well, you only read things you agree with? Like, how do you think you're going to learn anything if you only read things you agree with?
I just wish do your own research didn't mean like, here's the top 15 memes I saved on my Facebook page about this like highly complicated issue.
This guy.
It's actually the top 15 live streams you appreciate. Thank you. So I just want to say, I guess as the optimist up here, I feel like there's a lot of unexplored room for pragmatic learning in our schools. Now, it's true. I do have a bit of a negative opinion on most people's propensity to engage in depth with political information, but we can never just shrug our shoulders and say that, can we? I mean, any public policy which begins and ends with saying, people are dumb, it's not a really good game changer. There are things we could do. It's true that we do teach basic statistics in schools, but not very applicable, usually in the abstract. A, X, and Y. We get colored triangles on graphs, but a way of relating this, perhaps. A sociological course teaching us about the ways in which certain types of language tie into different political movements, or what we can look towards when we want to deal with certain issues. Take crime in America. How many people's solution to crime in America is, well, maybe people's culture should just be less crimey? Like, there are public officials that say this. It's your job to write policy, and that's what they come up with. Well, thank you. You're paid very well for that. And the pundits who spill it, I mean, they're paid even better. No, we have to, even if it's a desperate hope, try to find ways to better acclimate the citizen to making good political decisions. It makes them freer, too, because being trapped by your own ignorance is the worst kind of enslavement.
So I want to talk about internet censorship for a second, because Destiny, you mentioned that people just consume online the things that they're sympathetic with, or the things that they want to find online. And I don't necessarily say that that's true, because there is what some of us refer to as the blue checkmark army, where they're the ones who are allowed to give an opinion, and algorithms will do absolutely nothing for you if you're trying to break through with a differing opinion from what most of the blue checkmarks say. So I run a page called Liberty Memes, and yeah, you mentioned, oh, well, let me show you the memes on my phone. I find that that's a way to get people in to become active in something by seeing something they believe in. The biggest problem that I have with algorithms is I can't get a message. I can't get somebody to read anything either. And that's actually why I make memes, because you can't get somebody to read a whole dissertation on something, or even an article that's only a 2-minute read. So I'll post a meme with a whole idea and a link to an article, but I have to fit that into the first 3 lines when I post it on Facebook. Otherwise, it goes into the see more category. And nobody clicks see more. Nobody clicks on that. So we actually have enough people in the liberty movement, or whatever movement you're in, or whatever social movement you want to be involved in, to promote your ideals on social media by clicking on that content. But you don't do it. because we're all seeing what we're being fed in our news feeds, and we're clicking on Chinese cooking videos instead of finding the pages of stuff that we agree with to help their message get through. So I don't think that everybody has the ability to bust through the algorithm like people who are speaking topics that are on the index card of allowable thought.
I mean, I'm curious. Do you not see the irony in being a libertarian that advocates for everybody to have complete autonomy and freedom, but somehow they're all enslaved to social media feeds with cat videos and dog videos, right? That's the problem. It seems that if people wanted to find content out there that, didn't serve any of the main two political parties or any of the more mainstream political conversation, it's out there. You can find more on the internet today. I'm 32 than you ever could. When I was a kid and your sister was arguing with you over something, you had to break out the Encyclopedia Britannica to answer any of the questions. You can find the information to any question in the world today on the internet, but people don't want it.
I don't think we're slaves to it, because if we really wanted to, we could just shut off our phones and not be engaged in it ever again. We could.
But how many people in this room right now have an iPhone that tells them, hey, usage up 2%. You used your phone 4 hours a day for the past week, right? I'm sure there's more than a few in here that have had that.
Well,
I might use it a little bit.
Yeah, four. Yeah, with regards to this, I mean, this is fundamentally a problem of free market economics. Social media is run as a ground down to the nose attention economy, in which only the most ruthlessly efficient deliverers of information and entertainment can survive. The only alternatives to this, again, functionally, are either better consumers, a difficult prospect, or some kind of regulation, whether that be governmental through terms of service agreements or something else. But this is ultimately one of the big problems that very left-leaning people have with this type of economic driver, which is that there are externalities. We have maximized the thing we're prioritizing, which is watch time, but we've left other things to the side. Reliability, trustworthiness, or if nothing else, the ability to properly diversify the content you consume. I've heard convincing arguments that one thing we might want to do, even though it would be hell for advertisers, is get rid of social media feed algorithms just forcing you down a given path if you've decided you like a given set of things, This is a very modern phenomenon. When you're on TikTok, Twitter, whatever, you cultivate your feed, and after that, you are locked in. And without deliberate effort, it's hard to break out. In real life, back before the internet, you couldn't do that unless you were in a cult, right? I mean, the way in which you communicated with the world was diversified by nature of it not being digital. Oh, and my PR manager called, they said, to clarify that being ignorant is not actually the worst form of enslavement, just to clarify. Anyway, I don't really have any solutions to this, I guess, outside of more deliberate, drastic action.
Okay, so
in terms of externalities, I don't see the externalities so much as just people are bad and want bad stuff. Right? So it's the same as with many other markets where the market's working just fine, satisfying consumer demand. And it is not the case that consumers are actually doing much to anyone other than themselves in terms of the media they're consuming.
Bad political decision-making leads to bad political leaders.
If you allow me to finish. So now here's the thing. Now, you may step back and say, yes, this is really messing up the politics of the country. I will say that the politics of the country does seem quite bad to me, but in terms of what social media is doing to it, I mean, in a way, it's more of just revealing the way that things always were even more clearly than before. One of the main differences that you see between now and when I was a kid is when I was a kid, there were so few, the technology didn't allow you to have so many choices. And so it appeared that the opinion was more unified than it really was. And social media has now exposed that there are many weirder views out there than you previously would have realized. But the thing to do is step back and say, all right, given what the free market is giving us, what people actually want, what is the alternative? I say the real agenda of regulation is to take one particular view and to turn it into the forcible orthodoxy that everyone is told. If you look at what has been going on in social media now, so far they're not regulated. They're just worried about getting regulated, and so they are trying to preemptively self-regulate in order to get some of the criticism off their backs. What I'll say is you can see that almost all of the self-regulation is just about giving additional left-wing indoctrination to a broader audience. It isn't really about giving diversity or giving better views. It's about taking one of the many crummy views and trying to tell everyone that's the true view.
I think for two things. One, biggest problem with alternative media or social media driven media today is not that it's exposing things, it's that it's created this epistemic divide between groups of people in terms of people don't even understand what's real anymore. I don't know, what is it like? Is it 50% of the Republican Party still thinks that Trump is the legitimate president? You have these people that believe, I don't want to hit on any COVID topics because I don't know how much of a hot button topic that is.
Oh,
here,
it's
but
coming.
you have all sorts of people that believe these things that are not just a matter of different opinions, that are not a matter of exposing like, oh, well, this is just how things are. It's a matter of people are just buying into complete and total fabricated fact. Alternative facts, I think, as the Trump administration might have called it once. And this is a problem that is I believe, the largest country or the largest problem in our country today. I think it is actually destroying our ability to have conversations. A really uncomfortable conversation you could have about January 6th, for instance. It sucks what happened, but if you're in the heads of all of those people that showed up for that protest turned riot, and you truly did believe that your country's election was being stolen from you, you truly believed that there was a grand conspiracy in the Democratic Party to disenfranchise the majority vote in this country to appoint Biden as president, I mean, I'm a little bit empathetic to why they would go in, but this is the problem. When you live in these different information worlds, you can justify all sorts of horrible behaviors because your particular collection of facts might be an adequate justification for it.
Well, since you touched on January 6th, first of all, I personally, and I'm just consuming fake news, but personally, I don't think that anything absolutely crazy happened other than some protesters being wahoos. I don't mind. That's up to you guys to have that opinion. But if, like you say, they were consuming fake news that convinced them that their country was being taken over and they were flooding the Capitol for that reason, what's the difference between them and the Black Lives Matter protesters that did the exact same thing in the summertime in the Capitol?
No. It's, hold on, if I may. I think it's a perfectly fair question, actually. If you look at any major social movement, you will see disinformation. That was the case with BLM. That was the case with the civil rights movement, the suffragette movement, the abolitionist movement, the American Revolution, and everything prior to it. Misinformation is just a part and parcel of life. You try to minimize it, but at the end of the day, it is something that will be produced and sometimes focused on. You have to take a look at the underlying social motivations and the processes that led to that. So with regards to the January 6th stuff, again, you can, as you said, normalize very terrible stuff with the wrong descriptive understanding of the world. You can take just about every heinous totalitarian ideology that's ever festered on this planet, whether you want to go Nazism or Stalinism, Pol Pot, wherever you want to go, if you fed a person the right set of facts about the world, big air quotes, by the way, you could approximate those ideologies in them. Not perfectly, maybe, but you could get them about 95% of the way there. And since people's ideologies tend to be molded by the world they believe they live in, I think they'd go the rest of the way themselves. It's critical that we do everything we can to maximize the extent to which people are being given good info, or at the very least, that the misinfo they're being given is innocuous. With BLM, we had a largely peaceful social protest, the largest in American history. There were problems with it. Some folks did get hurt, but some did during the civil rights movement too, You can't do do-overs on this. Any social movement in history has got its bad spots, and if you go ahead saying, well, that one shouldn't have happened because of this and that, then I don't know, we'd all be living we'd all be Romans or something. I don't know. We wouldn't have evolved socially. I'm very cautious when we say stuff like media is giving people the narratives they want. What's the issue? Because if you asked a Roman what they would have wanted, what would they have said? I don't know, bloodier gladiator fights? A horse-drawn carriage master back in the 1800s. They would have wanted better horses, healthier horses,
I'd like to actually get to Professor Kaplan in a second.
Oh, sure,
anything else? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Whenever I hear these discussions, I'm always thinking, so what do you imagine regulation is going to do? Right? You can say, well, regulation is going to get rid of the misinformation. Misinformation according to who? According, as far as I can tell, to the left-wing side. So what we're going to see is that side will get to say that their view, which combines some true things with a lot of misinformation, is the official view. And in terms of what good you even think it would accomplish, what do you think that all people who are not left-wing are going to think when they see that social media is full of content warnings against any view that is that is not liked by left-wing people? It just undermines the credibility of it. And I don't think it does, unclear that it does anything, or maybe actually makes the conspiratorial thinking even worse to see even the social media companies are part of this. One thing that I've noticed in the last year or two is how many right-wing people say, look, I just don't trust anything on social media. They're against us. And this is just for moving very moderately in the direction of having some content warnings. If there were actual regulation where they really were stripping out anything deemed misinformation by left-wing orthodoxy, I think this is going to give you probably a worse situation than we got now.
I wholesale reject the, I hear this, the libertarian argument so much is, I'm going to present to you like what we have now, and then I'm going to say that the only alternative is the most authoritarian, crack the whip. There's a team of blue check marks breathing down the neck of every 17-year-old person that just read Atlas Shrugged, looking to ban them off of social media. I don't think that this is the case where it has to go. I think that there are places that, there are things that we can do to encourage a little bit more media literacy, encourage a little bit more media responsibility. So for example, I think on Twitter, something as dumb as when you go to retweet an article, it'll say, hey, have you read this first? Now, might not be popular, but maybe that could expand into a little like captcha quiz. Like, hey, you're about to retweet this article. Do you have any idea what, are we allowed to cuss here?
What's that?
Are we allowed to say bad words here?
Say whatever you want.
Yeah,
Libertarians.
You're about to retweet an article and it asks you, right?
Shit.
You're about to retweet an article and ask you, do you have any idea what the fuck you're reading, right? I think that these are okay questions that you can ask. I don't think it has to be all one side or all the other, because I will say that right now, as somebody that has lived and breathed this media environment more than most other people on the planet, and then Vosh will be included in this as well, in terms of people that have like lived in these media environments, the track that we're on right now is a disaster. Something has to change. We have to move off of where we are, because the polarization in this country is just out of control. Whether we look at the voting rates between urban dwellers and people that live in rural communities, whether we look at the stagnation of the Senate and our inability to do anything across party lines, whether we look at how we poll on racial issues or how we poll on religious issues or how we poll on things like abortion. We've got Texas passing our draconian bounty hunter laws to get people in trouble for driving somebody to a Planned Parenthood clinic. This is not working. Whatever is happening right now is not working, and I refuse to let people hijack the conversation and say, well, you know, there might be problems with your alternative suggestion. Well, I mean, yeah, there might be, but what we're at right now is a sinking ship. You have to try something.
Yeah, I don't think that I was painting the worst possible picture of what regulation would be like. I think that's actually what it would be like. In terms of what we have right now, we're already seeing these kinds of content warnings that you're talking about. So, and I will say 100% of the content warnings that I see on Facebook and Twitter are left-wing, 100%. People that are not left-wing see this, and it does make them think, this system seems very stacked against me. And it does actually encourage conspiratorial thinking. And I say, if you imagine something that was more aggressive than that, something where every time you tried retweeting something that was against left-wing orthodoxy, you got a warning that you should read something where people notice, wow, it seems like they never do it to anyone other than people on my side. It does make people feel worse. You know, I think that if they really tried doing it that aggressively, you would actually finally see the rise of alternative social media, because it would actually lead people that did not agree with it to say, I don't want to be on this anymore. So far, social media has tried to say, well, we don't want to make it so severe that people that disagree don't want to use this anymore. But it is actually getting to the point where if you disagree with standard left-wing views, you feel like you're using a platform that is hostile to you.
Do you think that there might be a problem in terms of one side of the political aisle representing, now I'm not going to say the Democratic Party is perfect, but representing slightly more factually true statements than the other? Because what do you do when it comes time to rectify that problem? If you're a Republican and you believe that the coronavirus is fake, that vaccines are going to turn your body into a giant magnet, that Trump is still the president of the United States, that MS-13 illegal immigrants are coming through and murdering people over the country, like, yeah, you're probably going to feel like any type of fact checker is biased against you. I don't know what the proper way to baby people through that problem is, I'm genuinely curious. Do you think that there exists some, again, I'm not saying that the left is perfect, because trust me, I've been involved in a lot of my content and calling out left-leaning creators and being like, hey, I don't think this is factually accurate. But it does seem that there's a big difference between, hey, we disagree over the finer points of, this particular BLM homicide case or this police case, versus Donald Trump is absolutely not the president of the United States. There's just an information gap here.
I'd like to know, though, how do you determine the difference between real news and fake news? And you get to a point where, for example, And again, I'm coming from the right wing, and I'm actually referring to what CNN reports. Now, I've been involved in the Cuban Liberty Movement for decades, and I know in general what the Cuban exile community is looking for and what the community in Cuba who was just protesting in July was protesting for. And that's a brutal communist dictatorship over the last 62 years that uses their people as a farm so that they can have largesse. Now, at that point, it's devolved into state capitalism. You're not allowed to call it communism. But the point is, when I was watching CNN this summer, they told us that the protests in Cuba were because they didn't have vaccines. And that is not what the protests were about at all in any sense. So when you see things like that, and they're in Kabul and they say they're mostly chanting death to America, but they seem very friendly, or when they go to a burning city and say that it's a mostly peaceful protest, you start to wonder, where do I find news that I can rely on? So you'll start to wonder, why don't people believe that COVID is real? Why don't people believe in vaccines? So let's change the subject to COVID. And what do you think should be done right now with COVID? And do you think that the current, the solutions that were offered in the beginning were acceptable across the board, or do you have differences?
Right. A quick thing that I'd like to hit on first of all, though, I worry about this. Like, how do we discern between fake and real news? Because I think it's really rather easy. When it came to the protests in Cuba, a lot of that was the Cuban government's poor handling of the coronavirus pandemic, their inability to quickly respond to the growing need for, among other things, vaccines. With Kabul, if you take a look at polling across many countries in the Middle East, the population is not actually that antagonistic to the United States. Their governments tend to be, and we focus on the protests where they're shouting death to America. I'm sure if you look in America, you can find protests of people shouting death to America. It's a sentiment that is held in places. But we need to look past the narrative that's being driven, try to draw out a greater truth based on what we think is most or least harmful. There will always be misinformation, but what worsens the world to the greatest extent? Now, speaking to COVID and misinformation, which worsens the world considerably, I believe this is fully consistent with any libertarian principle, by the way, was very much in favor of not only what we had now, but lockdowns early on. See, it turns out that in the states that implemented lockdowns after they were taken away, the businesses continued to flag and stagnate. Why? Because people still aren't shopping because of COVID. COVID was the problem. Lockdowns were just a way of shoring up the edge cases of people getting sick in their workplaces, which happened, and there were vectors, and there is plenty of data to demonstrate that lockdowns were, both here and in foreign countries, effective in their own ways. Now, some people think this is an imposition on your freedoms, and I say this: your freedom to keep your business open is infinitely less important than the world's freedom to move beyond an ongoing plague. That is by far the greater freedom. There is just no getting over that. And if it comes down to those two between each other, I would take the latter anytime. And the faster we get over the pandemic, the faster people start shopping again. So really, it's in all of our best interests.
Now, I know Professor Kaplan does not agree, and I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I've actually written several pieces on the cost-benefit analysis of COVID versus COVID prevention. And not only is the control of COVID not infinitely more important than the other stuff, it's almost the other way around. So by my calculations, which I presented them to a wide variety of audiences, and I just said, I do not have time to go through the numbers, but in the audience, these are the key variables. Tell me how you want to change the variables according to my estimate in order to change the answer. And really, even on very conservative estimates, the total cost of all the COVID prevention is about 15 times the value of the total life saved. Now, as a libertarian, I am not a utilitarian, but I will say that if you are a libertarian and you favor things that do not favor government action that doesn't pass a cost-benefit test, there's something wrong. At minimum, libertarians should oppose government action that fails a cost-benefit test. So again, just to give you an idea of the key story, so here is the question that I begin with. How many months of normal time is a year of COVID time worth to you? Right now, almost everyone will give an answer of 10 months or less. What this means is that the prevention of COVID, all of the efforts, have actually led to the destruction of an enormous number of life years. If you go and compare this to New York Times estimates of the total life years lost from COVID, it dwarfs it. Then if you say, well, the correct thing to do is to go and compare life years that have been lost from prevention with the life years saved, even on very conservative assumptions about how much worse it would have been if nothing was done, we wind up coming up with an answer, coming up with my answer, which is that this has been a ridiculous moral panic. The cost of prevention has been much greater than just allowing the disease to take its full toll. Now, that said, There are some important things that could be done with COVID, like legalizing the vaccine for kids now. It has taken a crazy long time to do that, and there's no good reason why parents' decision on this should be overruled, right? And by the way, I do urge everyone to get vaccines. They do work, but at the same time, I'm not going to put a gun to your head and try to make you do it.
Destiny?
I think it's a mistake. I think that a really common error in judgment we make, as unintuitive as it sounds, is we tend to evaluate how successful or unsuccessful something was based on the outcome of that thing. And it seems like a reasonable way to do things, but if you spend any time at a poker table or if you spend any time doing probability, you realize, well, something might have turned out good, but you made horrible decisions every step of the way. Something might have turned out pretty poorly, but you actually made all the right decisions and there was some unknown variable or something that you just didn't account for well enough. When it comes to talking about like, well, the preventative measures that we took for COVID ended up costing way too much, we would have to, I guess, dig through how you do your particular calculations, but the idea that, say, another variant comes out that's slightly more infectious or slightly more deadly, maybe 2x, 3x, 4x more deadly than the last, is always something that's going to be very difficult to factor in any sort of risk assessment. That being said, I do think, again, it's important that we have a granular approach to how we do things. I don't believe that every single country has to be Australia. And I don't want to speak to all of their shutdowns, but my understanding is Australia is some of the most insane shutdowns of any country in the world, although it also was one of the lowest case rates to show for it. But there's probably some things that we could all feel reasonable enforcing. For instance, wearing masks is not a big deal. Socially distancing is not a big deal. These are probably guidelines that most of us can follow that don't have a significant harm to the economy, that also allow us to kind of move forward through this pandemic. And then also encouraging people to be vaccinated, whether that's private businesses requiring employees to do it, or the government providing it for free, I think are also beneficial things that help us move a little bit further past it. But I'd be very cautious in saying, well, look, we spent a lot of money, so it wasn't worth what we did, when we don't really know how bad it could have been.
My own opinion on this is, no, sorry guys, you can boo me again, but I don't trust the official story on COVID. Oh my gosh. I don't think that the measures that were put in place in New York State or in other places where they didn't let you leave your house or run your business, I don't think that those were okay. And we paid people to stay home, and now we have a job market where nobody wants to work because they're still figuring out ways to get paid to stay home. And I don't believe that it's because of COVID that we didn't have this 5 million jobs increase that they were proposing would happen. The jobs report from September came out, and there was only 190,000 jobs that were added in the whole country. And in order to recover to pre-COVID numbers, they still need 5 million. How do you solve that? I just personally feel that the COVID measures got us to that point. But when it comes to the vaccine, and the vaccine is being pushed on us by the government, and it's the same government that we're told was funding gain of function for the virus that they're telling us we have to get vaccinated for. It becomes a point where you're like, why? How do I believe this?
Okay, to be clear, the gain of function stuff.
Speaking, I think to getting our good media with regards to the funding of gain of function research, as I understand it, we still don't have any direct link between U.S. government policy and the funding of gain of function. But I'm going to leave that aside, because if anyone disagrees with me on that, you're not going to be changed by my opinion. It doesn't matter when we talk about domestic COVID policy. These are actually two entirely separate things. Even if you were deadline on track on getting Fauci to a human war tribunal or something, that has nothing to do with the ways in which we could effectively, and yeah, we should ignore the sideline issue, because to me, we're dealing with 750,000 dead in this country. When we come up on the Civil War death toll, it'll be the most deadly event in all of American history, which is insane. We got the vaccines pretty near first, what with us being America. And when you take a look at the rate of vaccinations, at first we skyrocketed, as people like me got vaccinated. But now we have flagged behind other countries, European countries. You want to be outdone by Europe? They're now 10, 15, 20 percentage points higher than us in the vaccine. And why? They're also capitalist. Their media should be feeding them the exact same disinfo our media feeds them, shouldn't it? If it truly is just a natural human condition issue, then this should be a ubiquitous issue. But it's not. There is something about this country, this festering and unhealthy attitude towards this condition, towards this problem.
I'd like to get to Professor Kaplan again. We don't have a lot of time. Go ahead.
Yeah, so destiny is right. It is often hard to figure out whether or not you did a good thing. You could do everything right and things could work out badly, and vice versa. However, this is a case where we actually have very strong reason, in fact, definitive reasons to know that we did not actually try very hard to get to the right answer, because there was a technique that could have been used very early on, and that is voluntary human experimentation. Voluntary human experimentation would have cut the time in order to find out whether vaccines work down from 6 months to 1 month. Voluntary human experimentation could have been used to find out how deadly diseases were. Voluntary human experimentation could have been used to find out how well masks work, and so on. And yet, no country on earth did it. And why not? Well, it's a great question, but
Well,
I
we
say
did the
that it definitely has
Tuskegee
a lot to do with the great aversion to paying people to do things that are useful.
We did the Tuskegee experiment, so
Oh,
but this is an issue.
hey, all right,
But this
all
is
right,
an
stop,
issue. And
stop.
the reason I think
All
it's
right.
an issue.
So,
the reason I think it's an issue
I
is
have
because
heard that from the human subjects people at my university to explain why it is that I need to get the permission to ask people questions. All right, the fact that one time, decades ago, there was a horrible thing, which was a crime under the law of the land at the time, and is a reason to say that someone cannot voluntarily go and get and be part of an experiment in order to cut
maybe
the time.
it's not a big deal in the white community, but in the black community,
Yes.
it's a very big deal.
Look,
Most
it
African
was
Americans,
illegal at the time.
but
to
most
do it,
African
of
Americans,
course. You know,
well,
like
so
it was
was
illegal
slavery.
to
It's
infect
still an
someone
issue.
with a disease without their consent at the time.
Terrible. You guys are supposed to be on the same team, I think.
But
so
most
watch out.
but most African Americans who are hesitant to get the vaccine or are speaking out against it are saying this because they have an example in their community of a time when the government did testing on them. There are people who are paranoid because there's a lot of insane stuff that goes on. So that's my
Or Jenny
take.
McCarthy.
This
A lot more people have heard of her and her crazy stuff than any of this history.
I think you're hitting on the do your own research community. And I've talked to so many of these people. If you don't want to trust the government, you don't have to trust the government. That's fine. You can hate the government. You can even hate the pharmaceutical companies in the United States. Why not look at any other government on the planet that is looking at these vaccines? Why not look at any other private company in the planet that is looking at these vaccines? Why not look at any of the academic institutions in any country? There are so many people that are on board saying that these are safe and effective. And for some reason, the do your own research crowd has convinced themselves that a guy that makes a ton of money selling you, crazy energy drinks and neurotropics online is going to have the answer for you. But this conglomeration of all these private companies, academic research, and government-funded institutions aren't going to be able to do it. I totally don't buy that answer, not even remotely close.
Well, I just want to say that, continuing on from that, I don't know why anyone has an issue with corporations saying you got to be vaccinated to work there. Especially from libertarian communities, right? Why have the government force business owners to not decide who they'd like to freely associate with? In this case, it's being done for good. We've had drug tests in this country for decades, and that's done nothing but disenfranchise folks for nothing. I don't know if anyone ever smoked weed and couldn't do their job because of it, as long as they were sober by the time they got to work. But then you have the vaccine to the current plague. I don't know. It seems like there are some good arguments for that.
Agree.
If Hollywood actresses wanted a job, they could just let Harvey Weinstein rape them. I don't know. I'm both, so thank you. I do have a question actually that's going to make the audience and the panelists kind of mad. It's about race and it's about abortion. So it's a question about race and abortion, and I'll ask it now. Do you feel that the high percentage of abortions sustained over various generations in the African American community has adversely affected their ability to participate in democracy?
So, if I may, I think that what we are looking at is nothing more than a natural product of economic demographics. When you're poor, and a lot of African American folks are poor, slavery, Jim Crow, a lot of baggage there. When you're poor, your ability to take care of a child is severely stunted. Not only that, but your perceived ability, I've known a lot of poor to-be parents who are really anxious about their ability to take care of a kid. Can't fault them for that either. Not to mention education. I know that a lot of folks think it's real easy, but in reality, stuff like proper family planning is positively correlated the better education you have, and that correlates with your level of income. What we're looking at right now is nothing more than a product of long-standing demographic trends, and if we want to address it, the best way to do it is to address the underlying problem, which is to fix racial income inequality, to make sure we all have free, fair, and equal education, I think that if you do that, pretty much every meaningful disparity between racial groups in this country would disappear.
Anybody want to add to that? Anybody want to add to that?
I mean, I think the two big issues that I mentioned at the beginning of this, education and healthcare, both directly play into this. When kids have good schools to go to, when kids have after-school programs, when kids have extracurriculars, I mean, these are things that they can do besides getting pregnant at early ages. And then when people have access to free or cheap or reduced cost contraceptives, these are things that people can do to have more reproductive control over their lives. I find the phrasing of the question is very odd to me, that we're saying that somebody exercising reproductive control over their body is compromising their ability to participate in our democracy, when I can't think of anything less democratic than not being able to exercise control over your own body.
I'm just saying that it's a lot of babies that could have been voters. That's all.
I mean, it's also a lot of babies that could have been born to single-parent households. It's a lot of children that could have grown up that have gone cycling through the criminal justice system. It's a lot of, like, I don't think that you can force people to have children. Well, at least that's not where we're at in the United States if somebody doesn't want to. Again, as Vosh said, if you want to reduce the abortion rate or of any given community, then reduce the accidental oops pregnancy rate. And whether that's with free or easy access to contraception, or whether that's through better education or job opportunities or whatever, these are all things that we know reduce the rate of people getting pregnant.
So I actually personally advocate for voluntary solutions to things instead of getting the government involved. So I'm not here saying, okay, make abortion illegal and throw everybody in jail. I'm not saying that. But there is an organization that I know of that has a voluntary solution to this, and it's called Let Them Live. And what they do is they go and they find girls who have an abortion scheduled, and they ask them, what are the mitigating factors? What are the reasons that you need to do this? And they help them overcome it. And they choose to have their children. So, I mean, there are market solutions to this. So I just
don't know if guilt tripping
advocating
someone
for-
up to the point of where they deliver the child and then you kick them out and say, good luck. I don't think that's the best, unless you're seriously telling me that this is an organization that is going to support a mother for the 18 years that it requires to take a child from infant to adult.
No, because that's the welfare state. We just want to help them get on their feet and overcome these obstacles. And people do, like, they'll pay for their entire college education because their whole
college education isn't the problem. The problem is the 18 years before you go to college.
But there's people who go to college. Well, no, I run a memes page, so this is the best you're going to get.
No, I just want. Well, with regards to that, I just want to say that I think that while it is very possible that you could go up to an expectant mother and give them some arguments that might convince them to stay away from an abortion clinic, I don't necessarily know if you're meaningfully changing any of the systemic problems that led them to that decision in the first place. I mean, that's a pretty emotionally heavy situation. There's a stereotype about Democrats being flippant with it. You know what I mean? In and out like a drive-through, but no, for everyone, it's a pretty serious thing. And if we really want to address this, I mean, look, no matter where you're at, we're all trending towards replacement level population birth anyhow. Every developed country is going to cycle back to around 2 to 2.3 kids per family, because that just seems to be the way developed countries factor in. And when we look at racial disparities in this country, I think that we need to look at them not as issues of personal responsibility or moral affront, but rather as evidence of centuries-old biases that we haven't meaningfully corrected for yet. We see this too with crime. Why do you think there is such a strong relationship between poverty and crime? It's not like poor folks just get born with a crime gene or whatever. There are conditions that you're born out into, and a lot of those correlate to not being able to properly take to a child after they're born. Like you pointed out, proper daycare, keeping them off the streets, that's a huge thing, especially in neighborhoods with a lot of bad influences. But all of this gets complicated with this moralistic lens, post hoc. It's well, why didn't you just have the kid, Well, that wouldn't have solved any of these issues, really. It would have solved the issue some folks have, but not the issue these families are having, which is that their communities are rotted out due to poor government planning, due to businesses leaving, due to white flight in some of the POC communities. And we can fix those problems, and we can do it in a way that's good for the market too.
So we only have about 5 minutes left, and I'd like to give each of you a minute or so to say anything that you feel has been left out of this conversation, or something you wanted to say to anybody as we wrap up.
A minute to just ramble about whatever we want?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Here's one thing. Everybody should do their own taxes for at least 2 years because, oh my God, listening to anybody talk about tax or finance absolutely drives me crazy. I don't want to name any names, but I caught a little bit of the last panel here. The fact that poor people pay a tax rate is absolutely not true. Like the bottom 50% of this country gets most of it back in terms of refunds or whatnot. So just as a quick thing, do your taxes for a little bit, learn how they work. The second thing I would say is, besides that point, advocate for things that are politically effective. We all have like our pet dream projects where, we want to see the country become, Bernie Sanders is the emperor, we're a socialist empire, or I don't even know what right-leaning people want right now. I have no idea. But like whatever your idealistic fantasy is, that's a cool thing to have in the back of your head, but advocate for things that are realistic. Catlin said something that I actually completely disagree with earlier, that one person doesn't have that much of an influence. One person on a local level actually has a ton of influence, just not in the really sexy, cool federal ways we want. If you're the guy that shows up every week or every month at your city council planning meeting, you will be heard. You can actually make a surprising amount of change if you're willing to exercise just a little bit of political power you have on the local level. Just don't always expect that AOC is going to tweet out a congratulations for it.
My only rant is that I believe that taxation is theft. And I'm not saying that as a joke. I actually believe that taxation is theft, and I believe that any government action for the good of humanity also requires force, and I think that things should be voluntary.
It's the cool kind of theft, like Robin Hood. I completely agree. Getting involved at a local level is essential. When I was in university, there was an older woman who was very involved in care for the homeless. In Humboldt County in Northern California, the proportion of homeless people is obscene because they get bussed up there from other cities like LA that don't want to deal with them. And the police, they take down encampment after encampment after encampment. And this lady, I mean, she had a whole life outside of this too, but she dedicated enough time to become the leading representative. I mean, everyone in the scene knew her. And that is the kind of direct civic engagement that's so rare in this country. We're so isolated and so alienated from anything outside of the WrestleMania matches, whatever we see is trending on Twitter, anything that the social media feed bequeaths to us, that we forget. Next to us is our neighbor, a person, and outside their house, across another. And across the breadth of our neighborhood together are probably more people you've seen than you've seen gathered together since the start of the pandemic. There is incredible power in community. And while it's not exactly easy to just rile that up out of nowhere, go to a few local town hall meetings, meet with some local orgs. They exist, and I swear to God, you'll feel way better doing that than you ever will paying attention to national politics with nothing but a once a 4-year vote to say for it.
So that actually wraps it up, and I'd like to thank you all for being wonderfully behaved audience. And I didn't know if you wanted to actually say it. I asked you, you're all set?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. So we spent a lot of time tonight complaining about how bad the media is and how that reflects how bad the general American public is. I have added it probably as just a general problem with humanity. Right. So, and participating in this, I felt a bit bad because I felt like we have exemplified many of the things that we're complaining about. It's not just people in the outside world, it's people in this room. Just the level of passion here, I discourage it. This passion is way too high. Don't applaud. No. Yeah. So much of the problems of politics come down to people being so emotional, so passionate. Part of it is just being associated with a team, but also there's just a personal megalomania of I figured everything out and the world ought to listen to me. And yeah, I've got to control that. I do have that as well. Right. And now in all the ways that you can try to improve, as I was saying, the one that I think is most doable on the individual level is betting. So when you hear people saying things that sound ridiculous, try to get them to bet you, right? In some identifiable, verifiable way. Yeah, you were saying that people have not paid you on your Trump bet. That's why, because you have to specify according to what the official certification process says. Yes. Yes. And here's the thing, when you do this, you become better. You become better because you start before you speak, you think, do I really know that much about this? Am I really qualified? What research have I really done? Have I heard the other side? Do I want to go and say something that is going to make me lose a bet? Right? So it is not just a way of getting other people to be honest, although I have really used it and I feel very effectively, but it's also a way of making oneself honest and improving yourself and trying to actually deserve your sense that other people need to improve.
So we're actually entirely out of time. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not qualified. I'm just Joe Sixpack. But don't applaud for me. I'm a terrible moderator. He doesn't want you to applaud either. But Vosh and Destiny, thank you, everybody.
Speaking of WrestleMania, thank you for that great not SFL panel. I know we have another session coming up here in a couple of minutes. I'd like to encourage everyone to retain that level of respect and discussion that we talked about earlier today, even when our passions run high, as they do. Thank you. I'd like to ask Miriam to come back to the stage.
Can anyone hear me? Is anyone paying attention? Does anything matter right now? Y'all, we have covered our uteruses, abortion, gerrymandering, lockdowns, digital literacy, the human behavior that is shaping our digital literacy, the January 6th riots, or however we want to frame it, the fake elections. That was one of the most densest and stimulating conversations any of us will ever be privy to. So thank you for our speakers, and the fact that we could have David, the moderator, and Vosh both identify as libertarian, that is remarkable. Do you think the Republican Party, by the way, is sitting around having those conversations together and having those kinds of disagreements? Do you think that Kristen Sinema and AOC have dinner parties where they unpack their divisive issues the way these guys just did? That is why we are here. That is why you all are special. Sorry, I just had to say that was... I don't know if I am allowed to curse as the MC, but that was fucking awesome. All right, now to the not as interesting things. We have sunglasses that were lost, and they were lost in tent 1. They are now at the registration table. We are about to have a whiskey tasting, you all. So if you are 21 and over, you have exactly 5 minutes to go outside and get your flights of whiskey, and then you are going to come back, and Matt and Terry Kibbe are going to take us on an amazing whiskey journey, and they're going to teach us why whiskey is freedom. They are basically the Beyonce and Jay-Z of the libertarian movement. So definitely go get your whiskey and come back, grab your flight, and we'll see you all soon.
Too far gone. You're as smooth as Tennessee. Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time. I've looked for love in all the same old places. Found the bottom of the bottle's always dry. But when you poured out your heart, I didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to get me high. And you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time. Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey.
I've got a good woman at home who thinks I do no wrong. But sometimes, Lord, she just ain't always around. And you know that's when I fall. Now I can't help myself at all. And I get whiskey bent, hellbound. Play me some songs about a rambling man. Put a cold one in my hand. 'Cause you know I love to hear those guitar sounds. Don't you play, I'm so lonesome I could cry. side. And I'll get whiskey bent, hellbound. Sure enough, about closing time, about stoned out of my mind, and I end up with some honky-tonk special I found. Just as sure as the morning sun comes, thinking of my sweet girl at home. And I need to get whiskey bent and hellbound. Play me the song about a rambling man. Put old Jim Beam in my hand. 'Cause you know I still love to get drunk and hear country sounds. But don't play your cheating heart, 'cause that'll tear me all apart. I get whiskey bent, hellbound. Yeah, old Hank song always make me feel down.
Wake up in the morning, t-shirt and coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin momentarily. Please grab your whiskey and take your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our program is about to begin. Please grab your cocktail, come on in, and grab your seats. Thank you.
Anything you want me to, tell me what you wanna do now. 'Cause you make it easy, you get my heart beating out of my chest, and the rest doesn't matter. You are the reason for the way that I'm feeling now, and I ain't never gonna stop loving you round the clock. Loving you round the clock. Stops when you're walking, and I can't stop staring. No, it ain't what you're wearing, yeah. And I get so excited when I see your name on my phone, saying, baby, I'm home alone. Oh, girl, you know I wanna do anything you want me to. Tell me what you wanna do now. 'Cause you make it easy, you get my heart beating out of my chest, and the rest doesn't matter. You are the reason for the way that I'm feeling now, and I ain't never gonna stop loving you round the clock. Round the clock, baby. Loving you every minute, every day, every time I see your face. I just wanna love you out loud. Yeah, girl, you know I wanna do anything you want me to. Tell me what you wanna do now. 'Cause you make it easy. Girl, you know you do it to me. Yeah, easy. You get my heart beating out of my chest, and the rest doesn't matter. You are the reason for the way that I'm feeling now. And I ain't never gonna stop loving you loving you round the clock. Loving you round the clock. Loving you round the clock.
Hey, we've saved, believe it or not, the best for last, because raise your hand if you have whiskey in front of you. And right, same. And everyone watching at home, get your whiskeys out, because Matt and Terry Kibbe, who are amazing friends at the SFL, friends of mine, human rights champions, liberty champions, and like I said earlier, I think they're the Jay-Z and Beyonce of the libertarian movement, which is the biggest compliment I can ever give you. They are about to take us on a whiskey journey. They are going to teach us why that whiskey right in front of you right now that you're about to enjoy is freedom. So please, Matt and Terry, get on up here. Take us on a whiskey journey.
Learn why. Sorry, hold on. Do something with that. Anyway, learn why whiskey is freedom. Matt and I started talking in person together about 3 years ago, maybe 4. It was all Magnus's fault. I don't know if he's here or not. We were invited up to the Iceland Students for Liberty conference, and Matt was going to be speaking. And there was a little bit of a breakdown in communication because the night before he's supposed to talk, I pull up the program to see what time his speech is, and I'm like, wait, I'm listed as a speaker. I didn't know. So we pulled it off. We talked about our lives, told stories, talked about libertarian ideas and values that we all hold dear. And so this spontaneous order of us talking seems to be a trend. This summer, we did an event in Texas with some supporters of ours. They showed one of our films, How to Love Your Enemy. And the next night, they said, well, we're going to host a whiskey tasting. You guys can be the guest of honor. We're going to do it at our little venue called the Ice House. We're like, that's awesome. We'd actually met Jose and Joan in Guatemala. We were drinking rum, we were drinking whiskey. So they knew that we liked it and might know a little bit about it. So we show up at the venue, and we walk in. It's really cool, old theater. And up on stage are 2 big Queen Anne wing chairs. And Jose said, so that's where you guys are going to be sitting for the tasting. I was like, well, that's kind of odd. And he's like, yeah, and then you'll talk about bourbon. And I went, what? He goes, yeah, tonight is called Bourbon Conversations. So we immediately went to the bar, got a shot, and said, what are we going to talk about? So that's how this conversation happened.
So there's other motives for this conversation as well, because I've always had this dream that I'm a big fan of Drunk History. Does anyone watch Drunk History? Well, there's a better idea out there. It's called Drunk Austrian Economics. And so you guys are going to be part of a performance art exhibit, social experiment, where you're going to be drinking the same whiskeys we are. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but if we suck up here, at least you have good whiskey down there, right?
So what is whiskey, right? It's pretty simple. It's water, barley, maybe corn, maybe rye, maybe what other grains that you have left over that you're trying to do something with because you don't want it to rot over the winter. But it's more than that, right? It's been used as money, it's currency, it's a store of value, it's a beautiful beverage. Or as the British or as the Irish called it, it's the water of life.
Yeah.
So we're going to be talking about 3 different kinds of whiskeys up here. We're going to take you through our bourbon and whiskey journey. So don't drink yet. Yeah, I'm pointing at you.
Yeah, what's going on?
So we're going to be talking about them, and we'll be tasting them as we go. So my bourbon journey, my whiskey journey, started in 2012 with this guy, with Angel's Envy. It was a pretty memorable night. It was Valentine's Day. We were in Charleston, South Carolina. We had a romantic dinner planned at one of our favorite restaurants. Well, as it normally happens in our life, that plan just went to shit. There was a crisis at work for him. He's fielding calls from angry board members, from a very persistent journalist from Mother Jones. So Matt's out dealing with this, and I'm sitting at the bar by myself on Valentine's Day. And the bartender apparently took some pity on me, and she asked me if I liked bourbon or whiskey. And I said, no, I haven't really found anything that I like. And clearly I looked like I needed a stiff drink because my husband had left me that night to deal with work. So she poured me Angel's Envy. And it was truly, truly a life-changing moment for me. Angel's Envy is really interesting. It was one of the first bourbons, any American whiskey actually, that was finished off in port wine barrels, which actually goes back to a much older tradition that started in Scotland.
So you're allowed to drink your first whiskey now. I think on your left is your Angel's Envy. In some ways, it's a typical bourbon, and bourbons are always defined as a majority of the mash bill is corn, right? So bourbon gives you a sweeter flavor than the other whiskeys we'll be drinking tonight. And it's also aged in fresh oak barrels that are charred. So you get a unique flavor, you get a darker color, and you also get that sort of vanilla thing that you get from the tannins in the oak. And in some ways, this is one of the easiest whiskeys to drink. It's 100% America. America, F yeah. But it also happens to invoke some interesting history, like why did Americans make corn whiskey instead of malted barley whiskey like in the old country in Ireland? And why did people in Pennsylvania make rye whiskey instead of bourbon whiskey? And half of it was just the practical necessity of making something delicious out of what was readily available to you. It was a brutal economic calculation. But the other half was creating something beautiful. You look like you're about to tell me I'm effing it up.
No. You're good. I'm just going to add something. So whiskey came to the United States in the 1600s. The Irish and the Scots brought their stills with them. And most people think that whiskey started in Scotland. And as I'm half Irish, I'm very happy to say that that's not true. It was actually the Irish that started making whiskey. The first written notice of whiskey was in 1404 in Ireland, and it wasn't until 1494 that the Scots wrote about making whiskey. So I think that's a pretty cool thing. But do you want to talk more about the whiskey, or do we want to talk about the rebellion? Do we want to talk about the rebellion, or are you going to wax more eloquently about this?
So the story of human history is cool people under economic constraints making something that's beautiful and awesome, and you didn't expect it to happen, but something that was a necessity, because this in this class is a necessity. It's also a work of art, right? And what always happens? Government comes along and ruins everything.
So the very first federal tax ever levied was on whiskey. Yeah. Oh, it gets worse. It was Congress and really Alexander Hamilton who, see, right? And they levied this tax on whiskey because they had to pay the war debts from the Revolutionary War. And they had taken the debts of the states and rolled them up into the federal bank accounts. This is all sounding familiar, right? It's the same stuff that they do every day.
So Alexander Hamilton, despite the musical, is a horrible person. He convinced George Washington not only to impose a tax on whiskey And by the way, that whiskey tax was there to create the first national bank, which was created to bail out those Wall Street sucks in New York at the expense of the rest of America. On top of all of that, Alexander Hamilton convinced Washington to send in the troops and shut down the rebellion in Pennsylvania. Good Americans that said, we fought a revolution against this sort of taxation without representation. So drink your whiskey, but remember, Alexander Hamilton, bad guy.
So the Whiskey Rebellion, so not only am I half Irish, but I'm from Pittsburgh. And the Whiskey Rebellion started in Pittsburgh. So I'm very, very proud of my roots on so many levels.
You're half Irish and half Pittsburgh, so whiskey is in your veins.
Whiskey is in my veins. It's whiskey is freedom. So the Whiskey Rebellion was the first challenge that the federal government had. The people that were distilling in Pittsburgh and that whole surrounding area were like, these guys in Washington don't represent us. They almost had to send in troops. Washington was going to send in troops to squelch this. It was pretty ugly. Eventually, the taxes got repealed, but it took them a while.
So it is the first American incidence of crony capitalism where insiders game the system and start rigging it against working class people. And I'm reminded of a dead economist, in this case, Adam Smith, who wrote in The Wealth of Nations about the natural tendency of business guys to conspire and try to figure out how to rig prices, right? But he goes on to say, and this is the part that people miss, he goes on to say that only happens in collusion with government. And many years later, a public choice economist named Bruce Yandel came up with this theory, right? Bootleggers and Baptists. And it was a theory about how people that had a passion, in this story, the Baptists, people that wanted people sort of in a puritanical way to live a certain style of life versus the people that would exploit that, right? And that is the coalition that creates regulation. It also happens to be the coalition that created prohibition. One of the darkest periods, perhaps, in the history of American whiskey and in the history of drinking altogether. Boo. But you guys know all about prohibition. H.L. Mencken said famously that all of the promised goals of prohibition turned out to be the opposite. They said there would be less crime, there was more crime. They said there would be less drinking, there was more drinking. They promised no more alcoholism, and not only was there alcoholism, but there was a huge spike in deaths. And one of the most evil stories about prohibition that you may or may not know is that our government decided to poison spirits that would be turned into bootleg whiskey to finally teach you guys a lesson. Because drinking was evil. This wasn't just an economic thing. This was a moralistic crusade to stop you from doing the things that the government didn't want you to do. Part and parcel of the progressive movement, this arrogant idea that people that were better than us could dictate how we lived our lives because we didn't know how. Like we were too dumb to do that. And you guys feel that today, right? You feel like there are smart people in Washington, D.C. and everywhere else. Smart, danger quotes, smart. They know better than we do. And I'm thinking, this may be controversial, but I'm thinking about a specific example for those of us that have decided for whatever reason not to get vaccinated. We're now at a point where serious people inside and outside of government are saying, well, we're not going to allow you to go to the hospital. We're not going to allow you to get a liver transplant or a heart transplant. We're going to deny you the very basic rights that it means to be human. And this is a repeat cycle where back in the day, the elites, and they said it in the papers, they said it in official government documents, if you're drinking, and we accidentally poison you, you deserve to die. Bad. Almost as bad as Alexander Hamilton.
I don't know how you got to vaccines, but I'm going to bring this back.
Sorry. It was a whiskey.
So there was one good thing, actually, that came out of Prohibition, which was, I was really kind of fascinated to learn. NASCAR came from Prohibition. Exactly, right? So the guys that were driving whiskey, that were trying to evade the revenuers and the customs and all of those people, they learned how to drive. So they started NASCAR to continue that tradition, which I think is pretty cool. So now we're going to go to Ireland.
Okay, what do you guys think of Angel's Envy? Good stuff? Anybody hate it?
So we take our whiskey drinking seriously. And so when we decided that we wanted to figure out what Irish whiskey was about, the only way to do that is in-depth empirical research in Ireland. So we took a trip for our wedding anniversary. We flew into Dublin. We went to Dingle, Ireland, and went to, it's fantastic, went to Dick Mack's bar, which was named as the best Irish whiskey bar in Ireland. So we're like, well, this is where we have to go. So we did a lot of research there. And while we were there, we discovered that Redbreast 12 was our favorite of all of the ones that we had tasted. So we then continued our studies and went to the Middleton brewery or distillery where they make Redbreast. So try the Irish, and then we can talk about it.
So what we love about this whiskey is that it's so different than bourbon, and as you'll see, it's very different from Scotch, and it's almost like butter, right? It's just super smooth and super easy to drink. And it turns out that talking to our Irish bartender, we're like, what's going on here? Why is Irish whiskey so different than Scotch whiskey?
So he told us a story, and like most stories that you learn from an Irish bartender, it was mostly true. So Scotch is made from 100% malted barley and water. That's pretty much it. The British Crown, as they like to do, we're getting back to, they kept taxing things, and they kept increasing the taxes on malted barley in particular. So it was 1795? 85, that they implemented this really draconian tax on malted barley. And so the Irish, they had been experimenting with whiskey making, and they had been playing with different mash bills, not using 100% malted barley, but trying some other things. And they came up with a mash bill that was 30% malted barley, 30% unmalted barley, and 40% of whatever other grains that they had around to use to make this up. The Scots, like they always do, lifted up their kilts and doubled down and just kept making the whiskeys that they wanted to do. But it's a great example of how innovation occurs when you're trying to minimize your tax liabilities.
So what do you guys think of Irish whiskey? Okay, so far, bourbon, Irish. America! So I want to move on. And by the way, we lost 15 minutes. Are we supposed to end in a half hour or 45 minutes? Who's in charge? Okay.
Okay, so we have to talk faster.
I blame the last panel for that, by the way. So we're going to move straight away to this baby right here. And I cradle it like a baby. Macallan 12, one of the most beautiful whiskeys, iconic, and I've jumped the shark. Like, you have something to say here, right?
Yes, you always jump the shark. It happens more and more as we drink more on stage, too. So again, we're trying to figure out Scotch. So what do? You go to Scotland, right? And at the time, I was working on this really cool project where I was helping raise money and supporting the renovation of Adam Smith's final home, the Panmure House in Edinburgh. So if you ever go to Edinburgh, you need to go check out Adam Smith's home. It was truly amazing. It's one of the coolest projects that I've been part of, and I'm so proud of the work that we did. So we get there, and we did this trip again for our wedding anniversary. It turns out when you've been married for as long as we have, things keep happening around your anniversary. So we went there first so that I could do a little bit of work at the Panmure House and then go on and taste whiskeys. And we're checking into the hotel, and the girl that's checking us in says, "Oh, you're only staying with us for 2 days. Like, what are your plans at Edinburgh?" I said, "Well, we're gonna, go to the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society tasting room, and I have some work to do at Adam Smith's home, Panmure House. It's being restored." She said, "Oh, the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society is great, but Adam Smith, I walk past his statue on High Street every day, and I've always wondered, who is that guy?" And I didn't say it, but in my mind, I was like, that's what Google is for, right? I mean, it was just absurd. And so, of course, the Scots are making whiskey all these years. And so what's happening? The British Crown keeps taxing them more and more and more to keep paying for all of the endless wars that the British Crown is involved in. There's a definite theme here, right? So back in the day, in the 17 and 1800s, it was really hard to collect taxes. I mean, you had to do it in person, right? Like either the guy with the still has to take the money into Edinburgh, or the tax collectors have to leave Edinburgh and go out to the individual distillers. And there's a ton of them. At this time, during the Napoleon Wars, there were 1,000 stills that had been unregistered and then became registered, but those were all close to Edinburgh. So think about that, 1,000 stills. So imagine how many more there were that were still off the books. And so what happened with this tax collection is that tax collectors are government employees, right? So they're kind of lazy. So they would collect the taxes from the distillers in the lowlands, the distillers that are close to Edinburgh, but they didn't want to travel all the way out to the Highlands. And so as a result, Highland whiskey was less expensive. It ended up taking a bigger market share than any of the other whiskeys, even though it was, illicit. And it turned out to be a lot better. And that tradition still stands today. Highland whiskey in Scotland is considered to be the best of all of the regions.
So there's a couple of economic lessons I want to plug in here, because I promised Drunk Austrian Economics, and you can't talk Austrian without talking Carl Menger. Why is it that government always targets whiskey and whiskey producers, particularly the ones that have an independent streak? It's because whiskey is, for all practical purposes, money, right? It's everything that Carl Menger talked about when he talked about the natural evolution of money. It's a store of value. It's a means of exchange. It's a reliable commodity that is in no way dependent on government manipulation. And later, of course, the Austrians would focus on commodities like gold and other things as attractive sources of money because they couldn't be manipulated by government. So there's a reason why government goes after whiskey, because it's always at the root of civil society, right? They always made this stuff because it was both a practical way to take their grain and turn it into a liquid asset. Nope, that was a pun intended. But it was also a means of exchange. Like, it's hard to trade a cow for a chicken because it's not an equal trade. But Menger, of course, was also the guy that came up with a revolutionary idea in economics that said that value is not objective. It's not about the labor inputs that determine the value of something. It's subjective, and that means that if I trade you a keg of whiskey for a cow, everybody wins, because everybody in that trade appreciates that they got something better than what they had before. But the other aspect, which I've forgotten, is David Ricardo. Any David Ricardo fans in here? I'm digging deep.
You are quoting so many dead economists tonight.
Comparative advantage. David Ricardo, another classical liberal economist from back in the day, noticed that it wouldn't make sense for everybody to try to do everything based on their time and place and country and labor skills and weather and what they did. So one of the dynamics that created whiskey, of course, was the fact that in Scotland, they use sherry barrels from Spain. Today, they use bourbon barrels from America, the same bourbon barrels that probably originated with Angel's Envy, because bourbon only uses barrels one time.
Hell yeah! Because the government tells them that they can only use them one
nobody
time.
dictated, nobody said, hey, let's use bourbon barrels. It was just a process of people figuring stuff out for themselves. But why did we choose Macallan in our last 5 minutes?
So it's almost impossible for Matt to give a talk where he doesn't quote way too many dead economists and talk about his favorite band, Rush. So it all comes full circle to Rush.
It's all about Rush. So when we did this talk before, we chose Macallan 12, which is not actually our favorite Scotch whiskey. It's classic, it's beautiful, it's fruity and unctuous, and it's fantastic. But my childhood hero, a guy named Neil Peart. Any Rush fans in the audience? All right, you guys are there. He loved Macallan 12, this particular whiskey. And a couple things he taught me when I was a kid. First of all, he taught me about Ayn Rand and objectivism and some of those values about taking responsibility for yourself. And he had this thing that he would say about never selling out to the man, never compromising your core principles. And that was really important to me as a kid. It taught me how to do some of the things that I do to this day. But more importantly, and the point of this talk, Whiskey is Freedom, is he had a saying that was, what is the most excellent thing I can do today? And we're in this like shitty period in time where some people are afraid to gather like this. Some people are scared to death that things aren't going to work out their way. And what Neil taught me was live your life. Don't sell out. Don't compromise.
To Neil. All right, so I'm going to take a poll. We're going to figure out what the favorite whiskey was tonight. Raise your hand if you liked Angel's Envy. All right.
America.
All right, so I'm gonna digress for a second. So Angel's Envy got its name because I think this is actually pretty cool. So as bourbon is aged in their barrels, it evaporates, right? I mean, it's wooden barrel, so whiskey evaporates, and the evaporation is called the Angel Share. So when the distiller started making this, he said, oh, yeah, they get the Angel Share, but what's left in the barrel is the Angel's Envy. All right, so next, who liked the Irish? Okay, kind of even.
Showing up well.
Kind of even. And then who liked the Scotch? That doesn't surprise me.
So I feel like this is a metaphor or something about how in a free market, everybody gets what they want, right?
So you all came tonight to hear us talking about whiskey. You probably didn't come to hear us. You probably came honestly. How many came just to drink whiskey? Be fair, be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
We knew it.
There you go. But what you didn't know you were getting, right, was a slightly sober version of drunk Austrian economics, right? We talked to you about regulation. We talked about tax policy. We talked about the beautiful things that happen when people are left to be free to innovate or innovate to get around government regulations and to pay less taxes. And that's what we think is so beautiful about this. Whiskey is a great metaphor for freedom.
Together, whiskey is freedom. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much.
Does anyone have a question? Oh, I see one and I see two. My terrorist brother goes first. You.
So you like the scotches that taste like you're licking the bottom of an ashtray? We don't have enough time to answer that. Go to Scotland. Your question over here. Ah.
So
it's a matter of
I
preference.
tend to extremes. So I like barrel strength whiskeys, which tend to be like 60+% alcohol. Sometimes smooth can mean watered down, but in the case of Irish whiskey, I think that smooth, buttery thing is a good thing.
Yep, depends on your preference.
Matt, Terry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being our closing. Thank you for being the dessert to our conference, or actually the post-dinner cocktail. You guys did a fantastic job. We learn from you every time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, y'all. I don't have a script. I have nothing specific to say. Go home, go have fun, and thank you so much for bringing your brains and your listening, which is just as important. Happy Future Freer Fest, everyone. It's been such a pleasure. Salud!
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us at the guitar stage for an evening of great music and comedy. Once again, ladies, make your way on over here to the guitar stage. We have a great lineup planned for you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss out on our first artist, Captain Youth, starting in just a few minutes. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, don't miss out. Our first show, Captain Youth, is starting momentarily. Thank you.
What up, y'all? Thanks for coming out tonight to the Freer Future Fest. I'm Captain Youth. Thank you everybody that's here in person, and also thanks to the hundreds of people watching online, Twitch, YouTube. We're gonna have some fun tonight. This first song is called More. It's about everything that you can do in life. Yeah. When bad things happen to good people, when it's a happy ending, there's hardly ever a sequel. Some try and do good, most years just evil, and I want to make change, but the feeling is too feeble. I got 6 bags of hit tracks and diss raps, pop off and I shit facts, a big splash. 9 milli to AR with hit flash, whole safe go crazy with big stacks. I wonder, is there more to life than this? If you want to reap rewards, then you have to take a risk, and I don't need a front just to go and make a flip. But if you focus on the money, then you only see the split. But it's bigger than that, distributing facts. Gotta study yourself and see what he lacks. Work in progress, always gotta push to the max. What's your purpose in life is the question to ask. Is it to be feared and be hated? Stay salty and jaded? Smoke pot and get faded? Or is there more? I personally think there's more. Yeah, there's a lot more. There's a lot more. Yeah. More. I think there's more. Yeah. I think there's more. Yeah, I really think there's more. But it's a lot of questions we don't have no answers for. Who's dividing all the people who incited human war? The youth is all confused, don't know what they fighting for. Family turn on one another. Ooh, I better strike a chord. And education sucks, they still teaching Common Core. Selling dreams to college, sign here you can afford. I try and give them guidance, sell the boat like I'm aboard, but they don't listen. Distracted by the flashiness of wealth. What you gonna do when it's just money and yourself? And you don't make no friends cause you've been hurt by someone else, or you've been hurting other people. Trying to stack it for yourself is something missing.
but you don't know just what it is. So you chase a false love and then you end up with a kid, or you end up in a pen, all because you ain't forgive. But it ain't too late, I wash my hands from all the sin. Tell me there's no pain in heaven, I won't know until I go. Until then, off the beaten path, I'm paving my own road. Tell me there's no pain in heaven, please say that it is so. Please say that it is so. Thanks for coming out tonight. Y'all having fun? Yeah. I'm Captain Youth. This next song is called Blur. And it's just about making good decisions, prepping for the future in life. Yeah, I'll give you guys a chance to listen to it. Y'all like to smoke pot? Anybody? Any pot smokers? A couple pot smokers? This is the type of shit you can roll a joint to. Hey, yeah. I just fucking rolled a joint to this. Spark that shit, couple hits. Shoot and I can't miss. This is switch. See the money, then I grab by the fist. When it rains, it pours. Mama said to capitalize on this. Ooh, I let it ride on this. Smoking purple, getting high on this. Whole life be a blur. I feel like I ain't got no time for this. Better make time for this shit. It's a blessing. I ain't died today. Surfing through the game, but it be crowded on this tidal wave. I'm trying to make a difference. Ain't nobody do this kind of way. A lot of people hating on the kid, they throw all kinds of shade, but this would've looked like a win. I might not have many friends, but they gon' be there to the end. They're ready to do it again. When you peep the team, man, it's no wonder we ain't stopped yet. A lot of different goals, but I ain't seen nobody stop yet. Some started 5, some number 1, some ain't secure they spot yet. But we gon' lift each other up. Never seen a brother flop yet, no. I ain't seen one brother flop yet. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Shout out to all of my brothers that's doing it right. Plan for the future, be balling forever instead of just blowing it off for a night. Don't get caught up in the 9 to the 5. Do not slow down, gotta keep it a stride. Love everybody, don't make them pick sides. And go with your gut, do not walk with your eyes. They say 2 weeks for vacation. Thought about it, I need more than that. Every summer I go hard to make sure I'm affording that. Balling out in Mexico this winter, I'm recording that. And you could do it too, but you've been lazy. I get... Hey, maybe you should post less, pay attention to hoes less, go and get money more, and stop acting hopeless. If you be victim, you won't never gonna succeed. Don't come at me, it's media and all the haters you should beat. They can't compete with working hard. You got 2 feet, so start to jog. It won't be long until you laughing other people with your squad. See what you can do with just your mind. You 25, you still got 10 years in your prime, and it's your time, so go and shine. Yes, sir. That song was called Blur. This next song is called Fathom. Heavily influenced by vacations that I've taken in Mexico and just the vibe of living at a slow pace. Sometimes you just need to chill, slow things down. Yes, sir. Hey. Yeah. Lately it's a lot of relaxing, light workout, boy, nothing too taxing. Slide in the whip, I get out of the back end. Uber everywhere, but grew up from the trapping. Step out, finna get a reaction. Diamonds really hit, ain't no need for a caption. My shit Ziploc tight, can't even air it out. You need to focus, kid, that shit is paramount. If I could tell you one thing, be yourself. That way you ain't ever need no help. Get it on your own, self-made tastes better. You need a rainy day to enjoy good weather. Appreciate life when you're doing things you never get to do. Fuck a bad mood, stay cool. Don't chase her and she probably come to you. I know it sound weird, but it's true. Hey, do you ever get high like this? We could go fly G6. Oh, oh, oh. Hop the cloud nine right quick, and I ain't touched down much since. No, no, no. Do you ever get high like this? We can go fly G6. Hop the cloud nine right quick, and I ain't touched down much since. No, 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 no. I wanna take you somewhere you never been. Heard of Puna, saw your leader, we can go, I got a friend. Hit his line, he for sure gon' let us in. With a view so crazy, you might think it was pretend. I'm not, I'm all about the real thing. I never found fake shit too appealing. People front thug like they have no feelings. Hit them with the love and I bet they start healing. That's what I be on. The world has enough of the hate. I wanna double up my pockets and put food on your plate. I wanna help you succeed in any way that I can. Sit down and chop it up, maybe write out a plan, just something light. Today has been a lot of relaxing. I look to my right, still passing, laughing. Hey, about then is the popular action. In the mirror, you can see me laughing. Do you ever get high like this? We can go fly G6. Oh, oh, oh. Hop the cloud nine right quick, and I ain't touched down much since. No, no, no. Do you ever get high like this? We can go fly G6. Hop the cloud nine right quick, and I ain't touched down much since. No, 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 no. Thank you guys. Thank you for the love. Y'all like t-shirts? Y'all want a t-shirt? Make some noise if you want a t-shirt. I'll throw a t-shirt right now. All right. We got t-shirts. Make some noise if you want a t-shirt. I can't hear y'all. We got more. I can't hear you. Who wants a t-shirt? Okay. We got one left. One more song, one t-shirt. Okay. Reminded to buy some Bitcoin. Waking up, I check the price of Bitcoin. Scrolling on down through the shit coins. Hot damn, I'm up 20 bands. Blessings once again, like ooh, ooh, ooh. My account's at an all-time high. When Big Bull taught and Bearers died. Milky Bar, so the price is gon' fly away. Today, I pray. Got my bags packed. I bet you wish you had that. Try to tell the normies they ain't listen. Now they sad. Big BTC, Lil Bro ETH, GRT. I've been telling y'all to grab that. Bought link, I ain't even do no research. Carry round bags so heavy that my knees hurt. Please, sir, this is for my family. I've been buying daily for prosperity. Okay, you got your suicide stack, all in Bitcoin. I don't need no cash. Fuck bucks, they suck. I don't need a pay stub. You can keep the cash. I'ma stack until that day come. Lambo, moonshot. I believe since day one. Elon finna pump this shit to Mars. No need to say none. If you been on the sidelines, FOMO when it's my time. Jumping on you fast, here on my bags and watch them decline. Waking up, I check the price of Bitcoin. Scrolling on down through the shit coins. Hot damn, I'm up 20 bands. Blessings once again, like ooh, 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 ooh. My account's at an all-time high. When people taught and the bearers died. Milky Bar, so the price is gon' fly away. Today, I pray. Shout out all the homies who just stack. Marty, Bent, Matt, Odell, Mr. Swan and Max. Every fellow OG on CT. Loom Dark, R&R, Luke's and Kobe. If you don't know me, this is strong hands only. Have fun staying poor if you capitulate on me. I could never do that. Hardly ever go flat. Small team won't do. Forcing it for ham cat. I'm on with a whole stack. I'm Giga Brain Bull Chat. Okay, here's what happened before the IRS mad. I went full time and the bearers died. It sounds tall tales, but it's no lie. See, I lost all my money in the exchange hack. In a boating accident that happened after that. Plus, I'm down a couple racks from when I bought Zcash. It's okay, I'll write it off, whatever helps the tax shit. Waking up, I check the price of Bitcoin. Scrolling on down through the shit coins. Hot damn, it's another 20 bands. Blessings once again, like ooh, 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 ooh. My account's at an all-time high when big boy taught and the bearers died. Milky bar, so the prices went and flew away. But that was yesterday. Yes, sir. If you bought Bitcoin before, you can vibe with this motherfucker. I know you can. Hey, yeah. Once again, thank you everybody for coming out tonight. Everybody watching online and everybody that's here in person. It's a lot of love. It's a lot of love. I'm Captain Youth. Thank you guys.
All right, please thank Captain Youth for a great show. And now, please welcome Lou Perez, host of the Lou Perez podcast.
Oh, I don't get that Captain Youth treatment.
50 back at me. But baby, don't distract me. I'm a goner. I lost her. Like, why the hell you wanna play me that way? You're bad, babe. You double-faced entendre. Life goes on and 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 on. On and 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 on. On and 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 on. On and on and on and on and on and on and on. Babe, you best believe it. I'ma rip you up to pieces. I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I light this place on fire. I want it, but babe, at least I'm honest. I get tired of explaining as these seasons keep on changing. Life goes on and 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 on. Yeah, 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 yeah. On and 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 on. Yeah, 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 yeah. On and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, 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 yeah. On and 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 on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day and then I wake up. Work all day.
I got bass, but it hit way bigger. Just keep sliding, the waves way bigger. Pull y'all back, but it hit way bigger. Pour that deuce in my lemonade, nigga. Can't get off of the A6 figures. Shawty ran off of the rich ass nigga. Pay my dues in the streets, I'm with it. Put a bad bitch through the whole pandemic. They get the whole through the whole night in it. Eating it, beating the whole night swimming. Nice Honda, I'm blowing marijuana. Don't judge me or your honor. She keep it on her. She spinning and she wanna. She flaky, that's my water. Yeah, pull y'all back, but it hit way bigger. Pour that deuce in my lemonade, nigga. Can't get off of the A6 figures. Shawty ran off with a rich ass nigga. Pay my dues in the streets, I'm litty. With a bad bitch through the whole pandemic. Put it the whole through the whole night in it. Eating it, beating the whole night swimming. Splash on the gas and the bitch can't get up. Lambo truck and the bitch can't with her. Too much money, got shit to get rid of. Lay your head down, let me get it in the sit up. But one time car went down Vice City. Going against the grain, I pity. Hundreds of bands of cash, it's litty. Rocking her off that wall. Split it with the fam on 1-2. Count a couple M's and run through. Blue cash, them do. My eyes red, I'm turning up. XYZs, I'm curving up. Need Visine in there, I need that lean. Y'all back, but it hit way bigger. Pour that deuce in my lemonade, nigga. Can't get off of the A6 figures. Showing off with a rich ass nigga.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tori Miller.
What's up? How's everybody doing? Doing all right? Sorry, I still hear the music from before in these wedges. Thank you, sir. And then can I get more of my vocal as well? Your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel. Listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. The stillness of remembering what you had and what you lost and what you had, ooh, and what you lost. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. You said women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know. You'll know. Now here I go again, I see your crystal visions. I keep my visions to myself. It's only me who wants to wrap around your dreams. Have you any dreams you'd like to sell? To the loneliness, like a heartbeat drives you mad. In the stillness of remembering what you had and what you lost and what you had, ooh, and what you lost. Oh, thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. You said women, they will come and they will go. When the rain washes you clean, you'll know. You'll know. Oh, 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 you'll know. Oh, 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 you'll know. Thank y'all. Happy to be here tonight. My name's Tori Miller, and I was on season 19 of a show called The Voice, and fell in love on a TV show in 700 square feet of space with a guy that you'll hear in a little bit, and you'll want to stay for it, I swear. Anyway, I wrote this song about that. Christen myself with the spirit in my cabinet. When it hits, I'm locked and loaded, hand pressed on the gun. But these hands weren't meant for fighting. They've been still, so the devil's trying to find some work for this flesh to give into. Take me home with cross the threshold and lift this house from its roots. God Almighty couldn't stop me from being one with you. Oh, I'm baptized, going under. I see your shadow treading water, waiting on me. I'm coming up for air. Take me home with you, cross the threshold, and lift this house from its roots. God Almighty couldn't stop me from being one with you. God Almighty couldn't stop me from being one with you. Thank y'all. All right, this is one of my favorite covers to play live, and if you know it, I really want to hear you sing it. Beauty queen of only 18, she had some trouble with herself. He was always there to help her. She always belonged to someone else. I drove for miles and miles and wound up at your door. I've had you so many times, but somehow I want more. I don't mind spending every day out on the corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile and ask her if she wants to stay a while. She will be loved, and she will be loved. Tap on my window, knock on my door. I want to make you feel beautiful. I know I tend to get so insecure. It doesn't matter anymore. It's not always rainbows and butterflies. It's compromise that moves us along. Yeah, my heart is sure and my door's always open. Come anytime you want. Yeah, I don't mind spending every day out on the corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile and ask her if she wants to stay a while. She will be loved, and she will be loved. I know where you hide, alone in your car. Know all of the things that make you who you are. I know that goodbye means nothing at all. It comes back and makes me catch her every time she falls. Tap on my window, knock on my door. I want to make you feel beautiful. I don't mind spending every day out in the corner in the pouring rain. Oh, look for the girl with the broken smile, yeah, and ask her if she wants to stay a while. She will be loved, and she will be loved. Thank y'all. I'm Tori Miller. Thanks for a good time.
Go to sleep, little flower. Leave your troubles for the night. Hang your head in the moonlight and wait till morning comes to shine. You'll rise in the wake of the wind when April calls you from the ground. You'll laugh as the rain starts to whisper and hold your head up to the clouds. I won't walk beside Gloria, blues and peppermint. Gloria, no one said enough is enough. Gloria, they found you on the floor. Gloria, my hand was tied to yours. Gloria, did you finally see that enough is enough? Did you know me when I was younger than I could take the whole world with me? I would find myself feeling alone. Heaven help me now, heaven show the way, get me back on my own 2 feet. I would lie awake and pray you don't lie awake from me. Gloria, you crawled up on your cross. Gloria, you made us sit and watch. Gloria, no one said enough is enough.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our last performer for this evening. Please welcome Liam St. John.
I put a spell on you. Because you're mine. Cause you're mine. Stop the things you do. Stop the things you do. I'm not lying. I can't stand you running around. No, I can't stand you holding me down. Oh, I put a spell on you. I put a spell on you because you're mine. Because you're mine. I put a spell on you. Because you're mine. Oh, because you're mine. Stop the things you do. Stop the things you do. I'm not lying. You know I love you. I love you anyhow. I don't care if you don't want me. Say I'm yours right now. I put a spell on you. I put a spell on you. 'Cause you're mine. Because you're mine. I put a spell on you. Woo! What's up, y'all? I can't believe you chose me over the Rolling Stones. Thank you for being here.
One more time for my girl Tori, the most beautiful voice. I love you. This is my love song to her. It's called Ozark.
Bones from the buffalo cross the river, watching the spirits leave their home. Stones from down below, watch them wither. Hearing them cry, I didn't wanna go home. Taken down by the Willamette River, washed up on the California sea. From my bed, right in the middle, the Ozarks near Salem Spring. Salem Spring. Groans from the Holy Ghost, marked by shivers. Preacher says, whoa, he knows. From paradise filled with riches, don't I see a fake diamond rings and fool's gold? Taken down by the Willamette River, washed up on the California sea. From my bread right in the middle, the Ozarks, taken down by the Willamette River, washed up on the California sea. From my bread right in the middle, the Ozarks near Salem, Salem Spring. The Ozarks near Salem Spring.
Thank you so much. My name is Liam St. John, and thanks for listening. It means a lot. I'm going to play a cover in honor of Britney Spears getting her freedom. It's Britney, bitch.
Getting late to give you up. I took a sip from the devil's cup. Slowly it's taking over me.
Space all play.
Too high, can't come down. It's in the air and it's all around. Do you feel me now? Taste of it, it sound alright. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know you were toxic? I love what you do. Don't you know you were toxic? Baby, can't you see I'm calling? Girl like you should wear a warning. Dangerous, I am falling. There's no escape, I cannot wait. I need to hit, baby, give me it there. I am loving it. I can't calm down. It's in the air and it's all around. Do you feel me now? Taste of a lip sound alright. You're toxic. I'm slipping under. Taste of poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know you were toxic? I love what you do. Don't you know you were toxic? I'm addicted to you. Don't you know you're toxic?
Thanks, y'all. I think that's all I got for you. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending the Freer Future Fest. We hope you had a great time and found it educational, and we'll see you next year. Thank you. And the bar is still open.